I wonder if they say that. I'm glad you're playing. I need you to. 5 minutes out of the box. Your day is fucked. Shut up. Okay, shut the fuck up, bitch. Yeah. And, you got really exactly what you're doing. That's what it's fine. You should be fine. I think that you kind of remember it. I know you won't. It's busy yourself. So, this is the check. No surprise. Immediately. Yeah. Go sit in your room with your fucking coming up with that fucking asshole. Or pull out a phone and chat. Yeah. You have your own fucking crap. Give yourself a fucking fancy reflex. Yeah. Put your hand between your legs and behind it. Pull backwards. Go fuck yourself. Like that. I think stretch that far. You, oh fuck it. Just give your buddy a trombone fucking thing. You can do the same for you. You can blow each other's fucking windpipe. Yeah, use some office shit. Really suck on that fucking fuck lie. Yeah. Go make your buddy blow his load. Maybe he'll return. This is a favor. Yeah. You might want to wear sunglasses and squirt over your fucking face. Yeah, I don't really mean that. I'm just being campaign based. But if you're gay, you can go ahead and do it. I don't judge. People in the fucking edges, they'll do a fucking laugh. Look stupid. Anyways, you blowing me right now? Sounds like you got a negative not yours. Yeah, fuck, good. What do you want? Want to punch it? Hello. Hi. Who are you? That's what I thought. You're nobody. You're a coward. You don't tell me who you are when I ask. You're a coward. I'm going to call you Howard the Coward. What's up, Howard? Why are you cowarding? Why don't you tell me who you really are? Oh, revert to my last state. You're not good enough to be able to tell me who you are. You're embarrassed. You wouldn't want me to know, right? You get mad. I said hello. He doesn't respond. Yeah, you're a cow. Fuck you. Pretty, pretty toxic guy. Oh, I don't give a fuck. I used to. Now I can't. I was school for 15. Sit down. And guess what, Michael? I made a wish. I hope God agrees. Oh, no, it's not fucked. Not even good. Because the explorer, the top two, but I heard exactly. Well, that's, I'm not really a big fan of that. Last couple of fights didn't grab. Probably perfect. Can't go to them. I think you something happened. Hey, yeah, I think I love you. Tomorrow, I'll get married. Friday, we'll work out. If you let it. Now I'm closing the path. I'm that way to I still affection of it. Eventually I'll go down. Well, I did for about 20 minutes. 122. All right. Time for the adults to play. I'm very talking. side job in it. And the great now, really, like, everybody has to chip. I'm basically a kid on credit. I like them. I really appreciate it. I'm still getting ahead. I'm making statements from the I don't want to get them up and down. It really is. This, quite frankly, you know, I feel like, oh, 4 hours and 20 minutes, right. Oh, yeah, it's certain monthly. I do. Oh, yeah. Fuck, it seems like really long. Not only it seems like really short, road trip. Yeah. It's actually, basically a half hour with, I still got to do it. It's up to you. I mean, it's to get the whole 6 pack stretch out from 6 p.m. to one of that. I don't do it 9 times, um, 7 hours. So that's a good stretch. So I will drink 6 packs. It's basically full. That's you. Thank you. Cheers. The party is the large party. Let me know you I want to do this. Not that I haven't been around that city before. Whatever. I do. I like it. I like it. And again, I have to marry her slipper. Ready? Oh, can't see it happening. She called me that. That's hard. Hey, I want to see parents in chat. Look at fuck stuff with parents. That's what Michael knows. I just put George Michael. I had no fucking idea he was dead. Honestly, I was probably I don't think I was like, it's cool. He's probably the most of the group. No, I know. Yeah. I thought I had a raccoon coming up towards the door. Um, I looked at the Joey Coyote. So, yeah, but like that's exactly who they really want to do. So Jim decided to come and hurt it. So it, I'm like, oh fuck, that's where I were right there. Fuck. So I'm like, well shit. What I gotta do? So I got some things and I'm like, God, hey, damn it. So I backed up and stuff. And now the door, and that kid, fucking, I was so good, fucking, right there, but this doesn't move up. This move. Yeah, it's touch. Not a car. If I was just a little old lady sitting on the couch and Coyote came in and I screamed, I would put it off. It would be in for it. Although they are timid. I'm not even. If they're hungry and they will attack you. Now that has never happened to me. It hasn't. But it did come in and said, he wasn't looking for me. He wasn't for them. I agree. I want to see that. I quite frankly, but I'm like, really, I'm out. Just pick it up. I really but something that you get not that very few. Anybody that wants to like say, hey, what's this guy doing? He's getting it. I'm attached. It's just all like, in this case, what, nothing, now I got kind of bad with it. I like it, but yeah, I wasn't serious. Quite frankly, I didn't like something else. I thought it not better. I'm grudging about it. Oh, no, I was wrong. No, but I like it. The guns that, that little gun that Will Smith had, I don't want it. Or watching Jets. You can't see it. Pumpkin Jesse. Hey, bless you. I see Sarah's. I see Sarah's. Hey, went back at you. I like that. I need to find you one thing. That's all. I think about it. Back to this house. One time I can say, meaning I don't come back to this house. But he's gonna want. He's gonna want that. 100%. He wins. He's gonna go. I'm on the and if you want that, you're gonna get it in your chat. I'll still listen to you. I'll have to have it. You guys in that fucking your chat. I think that's correct. Why? That's my chat. I fucking yeah. Yeah. I think that's really good. I think that's good. Yeah. about it. Everybody. I remember all your oh, that's true. It used to be on that. Which is that was all. I'm with them. I'm with them. I don't have to I didn't do that before. Fuck off like that. Fuck it. Okay. I was just saying, I was doing open the basket. Okay. Nothing to do. My beans are so good. I can't wait for the daylight. I have to wait like 5 hours. No, you guys will just eat. I have to do that. Oh, it's birthday now. So I'm gonna have to stream that stream for that. Happy birthday, Papa. Happy birthday. I'll have to do stream. Want my love like that? Fucking pay me. No, actually, level's not free. Yeah, I know. No price. You Would you put some pink lights in it? It's what I'm saying. Like this more bad. Rules. You never gonna do one of those again. Or is that just really scam? People got like 40 years plus. The guy trying to get like, oh, I would have got banned from that one too. How do you do that? I was not type or something. I don't remember. You know, it's not nothing fun. Or shoot. Like, fuck. Or, or type. I guess find over. I don't remember those matters. You don't have to. Keeping the party there. Every day. That's me. That's good. Was good. Well, same with Jesse. say it goes wrong. I'm not trying to. Just because it goes right.
You don't have the boot off? Oh, yeah. How can I help you? Keep your blood sugar up. Quite a collection you've got here. Your personal vehicle is being brought up now.
That's my right too. That's the type of weed. That's not too bad. Oh. There's only one guy. Alright. Who's the first cocksucker to say shut the fuck up, man? You know what the fuck you said. Hey, go on, which cocksucker is going to say that first? No, it's alright. Talk. But don't walk it off. Yeah, it's talking. Alright. Who's texting that question? What's the super fucking husband? Motherfucker. Yeah, well, who's texting good? Nobody wants to be. That's what the fucking text. That's what the fuck texting. My girl texting. This bitch is texting good. I love it when people just like they don't say they just type in 4 letters FTF0. Oh, no, I'm just fucking around. It's just,
What do you mean? What vehicle should I tell them you want?
Yeah, let's add the power of positivity. That's a good idea.
Sure. It's on the way to the helicopter.
Yeah, most people go out of process, by the way. They're just using another credit card file. They don't even use the Hey, what's up, nigga? You want to fucking nigga around? Yeah, we fucking fuck this guy. Happy, bro. Yeah, not you. Fucking you. Of course not. So what? I'm not that. I'm excited. No, I don't have a dog. I'm not that nice. So just do this stuff. When I was in school, after school, oh no, FTFU, man. Fuck you. Just go put your. No, hey, listen. You shut the fuck up, bitch. Fuck you. You the one that's bitching, nigga. Fuck you. Fuck yourself. Go shoot yourself in the foot. Alright. Well, like, I mean, like, they just take all the fucking money. What? If you're angry, what? You still some months away from the fucking. Yeah, but then see, hey, what's up, nigga? I'm not even a nigga, nigga. Hey, fuck you, you're white. Shut your white ass up. Hey, that's fuck you, cracker. How you like that? Oh, no, I'm just playing it out. You guys are shit. I don't think we're going to allow to run rap music with us. Come on, like, okay, let's go to your own parents. was the last time you heard a rap song that didn't say nigga? What's wrong? No, I mean, like what? You give a fuck that you're offended by the word nigga, you say it all the fucking time. Yeah, fuck you, semen mouth. Go swallow a water. Oh, I didn't call you a faggot. I called you semen mouth. I wouldn't want to offend the homosexuals. No, I'm talking to the other niggas. I just fucking with you. It's just like, you're not taking it so seriously. You're so stupid. Like, you get really angry. I get angry too. You know, well, I know real rappers. There's no one who made MCD, and she's Russian, and she doesn't swim. She's Russian. Yeah, it's possible. But why do you say niggas so much if people are trying to somebody else that you want? That's just what situation. Hey, how about this? I won't call you a nigga. I'll call you a hypocrite. Hey, hypocrite. Say nigga again. Yeah, for real. Hey, hippo. You a fat ass or what? Hey, hypocrite. Say nigga again. What? I'm just having fun. Fucking hell. Oh yeah, no, yeah, but I can say it too. Guess what? I'm white. So what? They call crackers. So what? They don't have black crackers. They have white ones. That's what they're called. Premium plus. Go ahead, son. Think of the salt. What about saltines? They're also crackers. Yeah, that is something called premium plus. Oh, we finally got it. We got an SPFU 2035. 35. ABC. ABC. So what? SPFU 35. What? The fuck is 35 like that? And 69 this, bitch. How old am I? I don't know. That's my fucking cat. She's only 31. The cat years. No, hey, I got a question for you. Wait, no, you go first. How old are you? If you're less than 18, you shouldn't be playing. What the fuck are you doing? All right, that's fine. That's good. That's fine. No, you're cool. Yeah, no, that's legit. You don't want to. I've been playing this game for 10, 11 years. It's fucking traumatic. I'm literally in the house. I'm an OG in Los Angeles. That's what it is like that. No, I'm OG. No, okay, you're not, but I am. Okay, yeah, all right. Well, maybe you are, but I am too. No, get the fuck out of here. No, no, no. So you can't tell me I'm not, man. I am. Yes, I am. Okay, you're not. Okay, well, you're not an OG. Get the fuck out. All right, so I make both of us. All right, we're in. We're in. Maybe we should be friends. How about that one? What, you haven't met me yet? I'm Rowebag. Okay. No, you know. No, I'm just for vibing out. You know. What, you want to do some prolapse like this ass? What you gonna do? Trying to be a cat? What? Put the baby on your head. What you think you're gonna do? Fucking stand up. Take a little picture. What's you gotta say? You're gonna do this all day. What? That's what you're gonna do. Fucking Yeah, yeah. Fucking with your blackjack, roll your head back, yeah, you can attack that. What? You can fucking pussy. Yeah, you kitty, what? You gonna fucking do it, motherfucker? You gonna blackjack, you can fucking do what? You talking about two cows in the touch, motherfucker? You fucking what? You can pull those others, you think you read motherfucking letters? What would you say? Yeah, you ain't gotta do this. You ain't fucking bum slap. You could have used it. What? What if I was 90 years old and still could have what difference does it make? Everyone was that wrong. Cat years, of course. No, I have one. I'm an artist. I like puzzles. I'm going to go back to the script like 2000. I'm literally actually wearing my club shirt right now. It's like solid gold on it. I got beer and weed. I got beer and weed. Why, you got some blow? Better be good. I don't want any fentanyl in it. That counters it. But that's not a party. That's when you die. Yeah, actually, I rapped with MCA once back in 1987. I don't give a fuck because I keep yo, what the fuck are they doing? Gangsters, gangsters, that's what they done. It's not about a salary, it's all about reality. Yeah, whatever. I went to CBGBs, I went to Hell's Kitchen, I went to all Manhattan, the Bronx, and Brooklyn, for the whole nine, that motherfucking shit. So what? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I was actually literally at the top of the World Trade Center. Skyjack. I know what it looks like from up there. You're old. You're not old enough. The bottom of the fucking sewers. I know what the split stench of the fucking sewers. I meant to say subway smells like. Yeah, no fucking shit, nigga. Yeah, I'm talking like I'm 5 hours drive from New York. So, oh well, you haven't come to our street. They're lying around on the street probably right now. There'll be some dead ones in the morning. Yeah, that's not unusual. Well, I am white. You know what though? I get the black people actually like me because I'm a wild guy. I don't. But listen, like I don't come there with an attitude. You can't do that. You'll get your fucking ass shot. Right? That's no joke. Well, or stabbed, or bottled, or fucking yeah. You just somebody will pop a cap in your fucking ass. That's what I'm talking about, nigga. Well, if you're in the wrong neighborhood, you got to be aware of that. Excuse me, I was drinking beer. Well, I mean, if you're gonna be a gangster, if you want to live by the gun, you're gonna die by the gun. You're not gonna live one. What? Wait, you said that. No. Hey, you know what? Easy, he died of AIDS. He was no faggot. No joke. He probably fucked a lot of pussy. That's how he got AIDS. I don't love them. Was I not? They don't. Oh, you wasn't. You wasn't. Your mom is like Mario. Running. Oh, respect your baby sometimes. Come on. Let them know. Very good mom. Now you'll be explaining stuff to the lady. I don't get that. Oh, that's a big joke. That's a fuck out when the lady comes up to me. All right. That was when she got you out of that. like, don't forget about Donald Duke. Like, don't forget about me. Like, none of the fucking movie. I love something like Miami Vice. I love it. Oh, what's up, nigga? What you want to fucking black out? Pull your fucking car out. What you need to do? Stuff in your fucking soft face? What? What? Took yourself off, motherfucker. You can still your ass out. What? What? You work in the fucking corner, brother. You gonna fucking want it? What? What? You gonna hold your fucking ass? What? You gonna open the ass? What? What? You gonna fucking spray that shit? Finger me that shit? Bitch, what? What? You get it all down. You gonna get trapped in the town, bro. You got trapped in the town. You're not just with the other guy. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Shut the fuck up, nigga. Shut the fuck up, nigga. Shut the fuck up, nigga. Back. What? You got your back later. Look, hey, let's count every time you say you visit the website. Hey, how many times have you visited the website in 60 seconds? Let's say nigga, 60 times in 60 seconds. You have no idea, though. Because, what was in real life? Yeah, nigga. You're racist. Hey, nigga. You're fucking racist, nigga. Hey, nigga, guess what? You're a fucking cracker. How about that one? You're a motherfucking cracker, nigga. Why is everybody a dickhead? Hey, oh gee, could you tell me how to find some good weed? I need it, oh so bad. That raspberry with a sweet apple so deep, I can't even seem to feel my feet. You're so fine, I can't help it, got to make this one mine. And you dance to me, then what is separate my music and me? And me, music and me, music and me, music, music. It does change, but the music it remains the same. I don't want music on the slave. Oh my goodness, what my ancestors gave. I want you to think, I know. Taught me how to reach down to the soul. Music, yeah, melody. Taught me how to grow and still remain a G. So today, together, the next level proceeds. Music can be music can be music can be music music can be go together perfect harmony. So mellow, also good, make your speakers explode. Stay with me, and together we will live out the streets. Music. Music. Does it better? Does it better? And come close, then close. With an older never be. We're from coast to coast. try and make you see. But it doesn't get you a trigger. Nah, you're right. You go just kiss, so it's time to cut. You do better when you're swimming and crew. They say we want hit quiz. We're a show doing. Always in the film, that's my name. Always up for money, that's the game. People those guys move out for scratch. Here's the most recent one, a nice strike one. So you would call this a match strike two. You certainly stealing the track strike three. You would call us 213, it gets the L and the B. It makes acts like a G. This bitch started back in 93. But it was resistant to this woman in me. So all the non-believers now bet you see. I'm going to the better than me. And you come closer than close. Yeah. Would you know they were meant to be? From coast to coast. Yeah. Try to make you see. It doesn't just want keeping it lit. It looks like some damn published platinum hits. Just looking at your show up, hanging in your club, hanging with your clubs, giving them shit. We're back in the east side. Most niggas used to love to ride. We didn't care what we did. It's nothing to us, we were just kids. We almost to be, but it doesn't carry you from close. Original, they were meant to be. From coast to coast. Just trying to make you see. Wow, make you single now. I'll grab singles, and starts now. Baby, we're still breaking hearts now. You won't get set, it starts now. The pin play hustlers now, you know. You can't keep out what you crack the door. Huge with team and respect you me. Nobody does it better than me. Make it come closer than close. You know, baby, from coast to coast, just trying to make you see. It doesn't. Is it there? Does it there? Face down, ass up. That's lady. What the fuck? What you gonna do? Gonna rock this block, motherfucker? You can sit on this cock. Twist this. What you gonna get bristles on your fucking sister tits? What you gonna talk about? Fuck rap, motherfucker. You into that cat bitch? What?
My tax money is going to pay for the very people who attacked me.
Word. Brother. That was fun. I don't know fun with that. Yeah, what you doing? You can't even talk about it. You ain't even gonna fucking rap. What you fucking freestyle, motherfucker? Give me the fucking mic, I'll blast you like a fucking. Yeah, sit down. You take 200 fucking thing. It's small. Are you reading a book? Where's the hook? That rhymes with book. Your penis is probably hooked. You got catfished. There's a hook right there. Yeah, how many times are you going to say crack? Should you find something else that rhymes with that? Like your mother's crack. You know, yeah, okay, well, that's what? Your mother smoked crack. What? I'm not going to talk about it. No, I'm going to not have it. I have no doubt. No, I'm just fucking slurring. I'm not slurring, no, brother. Yeah, you're just fucking blowing your fucking shit right up your nose. Yeah, you got coke. You got that fucking hose. You got to know, bro. What? Get back to the traction. What? You got the wheels? Yeah, motherfucker. You can't even cup a peel. What? What? Talking about copper peel. I'm not a magician, motherfucker. I'm a tactician hip hop, motherfucker. Let's rock, bitch. Put your socks on. Let's sing a hip hop, bro. What? You talking dyke? What? You want to fight? What you like? What? Take your fucking bike. What? You ride around the fucking block? Yeah, you can't even hip hop, bro. You're gonna fucking walk, ho.
I'm here for you, boss. 100%.
No, come here. Go away. Fuck off. I like dykes. I don't fuck them though. They're gay. I, I, I wouldn't call the one I know a dyke. Not at all. I'd get canceled for that. Oh, you're a human. Oh, that makes all of us, I would imagine.
It's the general.
Hey, guess what? Even though I'm white, I'm also a human like you people. Hey, you know what the difference between a dyke and a lesbian is? Lesbians are beautiful, but dykes are ugly. Now, dykes are not good looking lesbians, but lesbians are good looking homosexual women. How about that?
What's cooking? Let me know.
My ex wife was bi. Her girlfriend was hot. They all got along. I didn't fuck her though. I mean, I'm not talking about my wife. I'm talking about my girlfriend. Oh, well, that was years ago.
So, you going to have a good baseball?
I'm coughing my brains out. I gotta take a fucking piss. Oh, that's the start of actually Snoop Dogg's album. I gotta take a piss. I know the beginning of Snoop's album. I think it's over
You're
here.
looking very sharp, boss.
It's getting hot up here. It's getting hot in here. So I'm gonna leave on all my clothes.
You're looking good. Really. Just give me the word and I'll make it happen.
Yeah, you gonna be all right over there or what? You want some fentanyl? You calm that ass down. Holy fuck, he's gonna have a heart attack.
Did I
Listen to
mention
him.
that I have an MBA?
What? Did somebody suck you off wrong? Did they bite? What's wrong? What? Where's your dick at? Here are the mashed potatoes, motherfucker. Hey, don't make me pull the
You
car
thought
over
about
and
giving
smack
me
your
some
ass.
shares?
Oh, you're in a different time zone. Yeah, tell them all. Tell them all off, motherfucker. Yeah, pop. You two booms in the gun. Bring the boom to the room, bro. You're fucking done. Yeah. What, you want a fucking shotgun up your ass? Yeah, you can fucking shotgun this glass. What, you got the fucking rock in the pipe, motherfucker. You don't even know what it's like. What, you got a fucking lighter up to your glass pipe. What, you gonna smoke it? Yeah, you know what you like. What, just like your mother. What, you want another couple lover? What, was your fucking father? How many were you got? Where's your fucking daughter? What, who you're fucking paying? Yeah, who you're fucking laying? What, who you gonna fucking feed your fucking greed? Yeah, where's your fucking kids, motherfucker? You don't even know what you did. You got one in the fucking crib, one in the tier grade. Yeah, what you talking about? Yeah, you can't fucking behave. What, put a bullet in the fucking head? Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Get behind the shed. Yeah, fucking rat. What you gonna talk about? Yeah, you're gonna fuck around. Yeah, you're gonna find out. Fuck around, find out. Shout it out loud, motherfucker. You're gonna talk it out proud. What, you're gonna be fucking gay, ride your ass in the fucking parade? What, drop your ass out of a plane? Yeah, it's fucking good. Yeah, I'd rather stay. Well, that's the wrong smell coming out of your asshole. Why are you farting out of your mouth? What do you know about feminine hygiene? Why, you wipe your vagina lately? How's your little pussy doing there, cunt? Would you like a bearded man to suck your dick? You sound like that's pretty bad. I'm not bearded, but a lot of guys that are younger are bearded. That's interesting. I think they try to look like too much of a man, like they're just kids. Do you know what an actual dike is? It's actually the end of a river. No, think about it. You don't know. It's over your head. A dike is the end of a river. It is. That's a dike. I don't know why they call lesbians dykes. It just doesn't make any sense. It's like calling a homosexual a fag. You know what a fag is? It's a stick or a cigarette from the UK. You know what a nigger is? It's a black man from Nigeria. Yeah, no, legit. Guess who invented that word? Romans. It was never an insult. It was never an insult. You people just made it one. STFU, yeah. No, I can afford it because I'm not working. I don't know how they afford it. I don't do. They do meth. They have scabs all over their fucking face and right out on the ground. No, I don't do that. Or I don't know. Maybe that's fentanyl. I don't know. What kind of drugs are you into? Really faggot. Only users lose drugs. Well, if your dog has a dick, at least that's one bitch that's not in the room. Yeah, your dog's your hit's bitch. You have to clean its shit. So I said, you're the dog's bitch. This is fun. I like dissing you people, but I can take it and I can dish it out. It's all right. So I was just standing there and having a piss, and this doesn't concern you, chat, but I was just thinking, you know, Twitch, you know the anon thing where you appear invisible, okay, and you can turn it on and off? I figured out what Ryan Mellis does. He hangs out in chat the whole time and has it like so he's invisible, and then he goes visible and says some things, looking for me to cancel me, and then he goes off. He's a fucking coward. Pika, wake the fuck up. I do want to marry you. Okay. Okay. Get out the way, bitch. Get out the way. You better ask somebody.
She was once that dog from around the way. Easy, but you should shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. Yo, Dre, give me a funky ass bass line.
What the fuck is up? What the fuck is beat? Coming on my bitches and motherfucking team. Trays on the beat. Yellows on the grass. Kids in that place and we big shit. I'm easy and got bitches galore. Might a lot of bitches, but I got much more. There's super duper group coming out this shit. These motherfuckers full block in the boots. We're gonna hit top first. I used to be a monster in the neighborhood. I think I'm a drug store. Stupid, you know how the suckers start shit. Getting up. Hey, all fit there, the bitches all fit there. Slow down, and get it, and chewing my chicken. Kicking my bitches, collected from my bitches. I'm not made for it. Add to my wishes. Silver is that box, but we wouldn't let these big parts of fat. Hardcore guns for the wrong street, through the only mistakes and supplying the beats. Because I'm a gangster, having fun. How to read the path that path in the gut. Hitting hard as fuck with the mix after with it. Boys should have known by now. Easy does it. Let's really good shit up. But out the window and shit, it's stuck. The niggas on the corner going bump in the back. Shooting the I'll buy slinging the grass. That same status, I said, Super Parker, the world of the big stuff 24/7. World motherfuckers, we're not here yet. That's what it's like in damn fuck. Taking the niggas when we eat the from up. Knocking in the face, said, dog, making rich and doing punch the dead. What's that, my bitch? Before I was that, now leaving, yeah. Then said to myself, I'm going to get a big fast, he was shot. And I shot. As you can see, I could smoke his ass. The diamond gangster, having fun. And I leave the path in the gun. Hitting hard as fuck with his ass that was it. Ready should have known by now. Easy does it. My boys guys and tell a little story. Straight out the box from the dance category. About a sucker, the second motherfucker. To get music welcome to the double fucker. You used to have a house on sword and all the cookies scratched and all those things. We're gonna damn started to the broken my house. Got the nigga on the street, took his ass out. I'm looking for man, it wasn't jail, it wasn't a shit. Go to the States about a quarter to 9, call my bitches and get out, down from 9. Bitch was dead, was hung up the phone. My only phone calls and dancing zone. And the bitch is left for the truth and the bitch. Swear to God, I'm gonna kill that bitch. You down shit for 6 months left. Took off the face of the neighborhood. Clock to the Satan. I really said, what's up? You said, make a deal. You don't want to do what? Go back on the street. You wrecked the G. The freak on the bitch with an Uzi machine. That's what they're out, kick down the door. Load like hell, go smoke the hoe. Cause I'm a gangster, I'm a bum. Never leave the cop car pack in the gun. Hard spots that I sweat rugged. Pretty sure but no by now. Easy does it. I'll burn 73 by the way. I love this shit. Oh, hold on. I'm moving faster. I'm getting rejected. Rejected and fucking. These girls are tough. These little fuck. People don't concern me with the dope. People running that. They get out talking to you. Friends, man. And man, I'm the cancer and skin. Rapping away. So fucking everything that happened. It's got like the truth of good nigga shit. If you live the way of the OG nigga, I nigga, ever block, nigga, buster, another platinum cut from the fucking thugs that my knee. I don't like that. Still click like on it. Oh, for fuck's sake, it's 3 in the morning. What am I doing? I gotta go to 10. Or something. Good night, chat.
This ep-
All right, let's get to work. I have an issue that I have to address today, and it is this issue of the parenting and death crisis in our country, and it's a crisis of parenting. We lose 1 million kids. Somebody say what?
this episode of the Watt Files is brought to you by PBS Get. Hey, thanks for clicking on this compilation. Today we're doing mysteries of the Bible and religious stories and things like that. Now, I'm not a religious person, but I have a lot of respect for religion. I enjoy the stories and the history. So you don't have to be a person of faith to enjoy this compilation. So our first story, you're late again. Why are you talking like that.
Yeah, I'm talking like the Bible for the other stuff.
I wish you wouldn't. Why are you late?
I was waylaid by his scored security, the Saracen panels, whose beauty is a snare, and whose breath is a stool.
Does that mean you got into a fight?
Now it is true that I followed security, let the payment mine alone, but as I carried with my companions, engaged in the game of poker and other contests, Katie is stashed under me as text message.
So what did she text you?
BBC says, whilst on my homeward path, I visit the market for newly hidden grasses in hay. For the last it is since my remembrance, and verily his pleasure was great, and she was most grievously pissed.
Okay, I think we can stop with the Bible talk.
Verily, verily, Fury has ceased, and I stand ready. Let us commence our labors with great vigor and zeal. In other words, let's get this party started. What, you think the bit was a little too long, eh?
Let's move on.
Yeah, I could trip it out on that one, but I can't think of 35 in my year.
First episode is number 84, the Bible Code. That's the theory that everything that ever happened is encoded in the Bible, including the birth, life, and death of everyone on earth, including you. They've always liked the story, and I think you will too. See you in a bit.
Ewan, I'm glad you're here. I got some great news.
What's going on?
Well, remember how I borrowed 25 G's from the mob to start that business, but I was late on my payment and they sent muscle to collect?
Yeah, they sent Greywater Bill to break your fins.
Well, I managed to buy myself a little more time. And it turns out that Greywater Bill's daughter is a big fan of the show.
Well, that's great, but what does that have to do with me?
Well, I'll give you a few more weeks to come up with the cash. All you have to do is make an appearance at his kid's birthday party this weekend. Isn't that great?
No, that's not great. I don't want to do that.
Oh, come on. You show up, tell the kids a few jokes, maybe do some magic tricks. You'll be 5, maybe 6 hours tops. It'll be fun.
Actually, that sounds like a nightmare.
Relax. I can teach you magic tricks. And I'll write all your jokes like I do anyway. This will give me a very enough time to start a flower delivery business. Then we'll be rolling in dough.
You're going to deliver flowers.
Yep, we're going to specialize in perineums.
I think you need perennials.
Yeah, I don't think you're right about that.
No, I am.
Our business slogan is, take nobody's perineums, smell as good as ours.
Yeah, you really need to look up that word.
And to stop porch pirates from stealing, we're going to specialize in backdoor delivery. Oh, we'll stick them in your hand any private place you want.
You know, I don't think you understand.
We're going to make a fortune. It's been so cloudy lately. I know everyone can spell great, even when the sun don't shine. Would you please loan me the money? My butt is on the line here. I think all the good we can do. Our perineums will bridge the gap between the ordinary and the extraordinary.
The word is perennial. Please stop. Look, if you need money, why don't you just try PBS debt?
Oh, is that a cheeky little way to announce today's sponsor?
It sure was. If you're making payments every month on your debt and your balances aren't going down, PBS has solutions for you. PBS Debt has customized options for anyone struggling with a lot of monthly debt payments. Credit cards, personal loans, collections, even medical bills. They provide a service that matches you with debt solutions tailored to your financial situation. Everyone with $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies.
Yeah, but my credit score is a little, tainted.
No problem. There's no minimum credit score required. Bad and fair credit accepted. Save more while paying off your debt in a fraction of the time. And PBS Debt is offering our qualified viewers a free debt analysis. It only takes 30 seconds to complete their online assessment. Just head over to pdsdebt.com/files.
pdsdebt.com/files.
That's right.
Perfect. I'll check them out as soon as I'm done teaching you those magic tricks.
Yeah, look, I really don't want to go to some kid's birthday.
Hey, let me ask you, how good are you at balloon animals?
In September 1994, Yitzhak Rabin, Prime Minister of Israel, received an ominous message. It was a warning that his life was in danger. The sender of the message said this information was secretly encoded in the Bible. Rabin ignored the warning. A year later, the Prime Minister was assassinated. The code hidden within the Bible not only predicted Rabin's assassination, but also predicted the date and even the name of the killer. Secretly encoded in the Bible, written thousands of years ago, are predictions of every major world event, including terrifying events yet to come. Abrahamic religions are those that worship the God of Abraham. And these include Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. And this is more than half the world's population, over 4 billion people. And since the dawn of these religions, believers have tried to derive meaning from religious texts. Usually it's through deciphering symbolism and allegory. But computer scientists, statisticians, and mathematicians have found literal information encoded in the Old Testament. The Old Testament, written between 2,000 and 3,000 years ago, is based on the 24 books of the Hebrew Bible. And despite being one of the oldest texts in the world, it's remained unchanged in all that time. When scribes made copies of the Old Testament, if they made even a single error, that entire text had to be buried. Why was accuracy so important? Most would say it's because this is the word of God, and to alter his word would be blasphemy. But there may be a more technical reason for maintaining accuracy, that God or someone encoded secrets within the texts. In the late 13th century, Rabbi Bachia ben Asher found a code hidden in the book of Genesis. He read 4 letters, skipped 42 letters, read another 4 letters, and so on. And when his chosen letters were strung together, they created a new passage that described the creation of the moon. This phrase also said that the lunar month is precisely 29.53 days. Now that's a significant finding because the exact length of the lunar month wasn't calculated until 1996 by NASA. Rabbi Ben Asher's work was revisited in the 1940s by Rabbi H.M.D. Weissmandl. The Weissmandl called this type of code an equidistant letter sequence, or ELS, otherwise known as a skip code. How it works is you take a letter or number of letters, then you skip a certain number of letters, then you take your same number of letters, skip the same number, and repeat. Rabbi Ben Asher skipped 42 letters, but you can use any number. Then you link your letters together to form new words. In the 1940s, this was difficult to do manually, but later, using computers, finding skip codes would become incredibly easy. Computer programs could also expand on the skip code technique using more complicated search parameters. Originally, letters found in skip codes would be strung together to form one long line of text, but computers allowed researchers to take these long strings and divide them into lines. And these lines could be 20 characters long or 50 or whatever you put into the program. Now, with letters arranged on a grid, new messages could be found by searching for text horizontally, vertically, and diagonally, kind of like solving a word search puzzle. So using this technique, mathematicians Eli Rips, Doran Whitsom, and Johann Rosenberg performed a series of experiments in 1985 called the Great Rabbis Experiment. Rips and his colleagues made a list of 34 famous rabbis and sages from the Encyclopedia of Great Men in Israel. They input the names of the rabbis into their program to see if they were referenced in code in the Bible.
But did the program find the rabbis?
Even though these 34 men were born and died hundreds or even thousands of years after the Bible was written, their names were encoded in the Bible. Every single one. Doctors Rips, Whitsom, and Rosenberg took the names of famous rabbis and input them into their computer program. The program was then instructed to iterate through various skip codes and grid sizes, searching for the names. Once the match was found, the program would then search horizontally, vertically, and diagonally for dates that intersected the names. These dates would then be compared to the known dates of birth and death for each of the names. The results of the experiment surprised everyone. The computer program found all the names of the rabbis encoded within the Bible, and when arranged on a grid, they also found the dates of birth and death intersecting the names. They tried again with 32 more names. Again, the program worked. All the names and dates were encoded in the Bible. To be sure, they tested their program on the novel War and Peace and other long religious texts. They found nothing, only random letters. But in the Bible, the names were there. In total, they found the names of 166 men encoded in the Bible, thousands of years before any of them were born. Dr. Rips said the odds of this happening by chance was about 1 in 10 million.
The only conclusion that can be drawn from scientific research regarding the Torah codes is that they exist and that they are not a mere coincidence.
Doctors Rips, Whitsom, and Rosenberg published the results of their study in the peer-reviewed journal Statistical Science. Naturally, the study was controversial. Several experts tried to find a mistake, but nobody could. In 1997, Harold Gans, a senior cryptologic mathematician for the NSA, set out to disprove the Bible code. When Gans first heard the story, he wasn't just skeptical, he said it was nonsense.
People are always coming up with all kinds of weird claims. The Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot, flying saucers. By nature and by training, I'm a skeptical person. One day my wife asked if I had ever heard of something called Torah codes. I said yes, but she shouldn't take it seriously. She asked, how do you know? How do you enjoy it? I distinctly remember saying, I have better things to do with my time than chase after nonsense. And she said, how do you know it's nonsense?
Gans created his own computer program to disprove the Bible code. Not only was he able to find the names of the rabbi dates in the Bible, his program also found their places of birth and death. So another skeptic turned believer. In 1990, Dr. Rips had an idea. He was able to find the information about rabbis who lived hundreds of years ago, but he wondered if the Bible also had information about people who were still alive. In 1990, Saddam Hussein was one of the most famous people on the planet. Dr. Rips input the dictator's name into the program to see if he was encoded in the Bible.
Was he?
He was.
That's my sugar.
And if the Bible code was correct, Saddam Hussein was going to attack Israel in 3 weeks.
Did he attack?
He sure did.
Long plots it over here.
Elevate your sleep and comfort with the advanced features of the Rowebag Split King mattress set. Use your wireless remote to find the perfect position for reading, watching TV, or simply getting a good night's sleep. Explore all of the high-end features, including zero gravity mode, two-zone massage, under-bed LED lights, and more. Fill the days with your choice of Rowebag mattress, all crafted with advanced cooling technology and pressure-relieving memory foam. Shop today at Rowebag.com and enjoy personalized comfort with the Rowebag Split King set.
Now, it's amazing. And only in the Bible do you find this. When, for instance, by skipping an equal number of letters, you spell out President Kennedy, the very next letters in the same skip sequence say to die, and Dallas is encoded in the same place. When you look for Shakespeare, the very next words in the same equal distance skip sequence say will present plays on stage, and Hamlet and Macbeth are encoded in the same place.
When Dr. Rips input the name Saddam Hussein into his Bible code program, the name was found. Also intersecting Saddam Hussein's name were the phrases Russian missile and fire on third Shabbat. On January 18, 1990, the third Shabbat of the Hebrew calendar, Iraq fired a Russian missile into Israel, sparking the Gulf War. This had Dr. Rips wondering if other major events were coded in the Bible. It turned out that many were. In 1992, Michael Drosnin, an American investigative journalist, was in Israel working on a story about war in the Middle East. While there, he was told about Dr. Rip's work. Michael Drosnin didn't believe in God, much less that God would be putting coded messages in the Bible, but it sounded like an interesting story. Drosnin originally set aside an hour to speak with Dr. Rips, but before the hour was over, Drosnin extended his stay in Israel. Rips showed Drosnin that it was possible that the Bible contained billions of messages. Drosnin, intrigued but skeptical, tried to debunk the theory. He couldn't. Instead, he worked with Rips to see what other messages could be decoded. And over the next few years, Drosnin and Rips found over 1,000 events encoded in the text of the Old Testament. They looked at the book of Genesis, where God tells Abraham, "Look now toward heaven and count the stars." Encoded in this passage is the date July 20th, 1969, and the words spaceship and Apollo 11. The phrase economic crisis is found once. It's intersected with the words depression and stocks and the year 1929. The word Oklahoma crosses the word war, which was the building destroyed in the Oklahoma City bombing. Intersecting those words is the phrase, his name was Timothy. In May 1994, the Shoemaker-Levy comet was all over the news. Scientists were speculating whether or not it would crash into Jupiter. Drosnin searched the Bible code and found the answer. The exact name, Shoemaker-Levy, is there. It intersects with the phrase, will pound Jupiter. Crossing the phrase is the date July 16, 1994, the correct date of impact. That same year, Drosnin searched the name of Israel's prime minister, Yitzhak Rabin. Rabin's name was there, crossed by the phrase, assassin will assassinate, and the Hebrew date 5756, which was a few months away. In the Hebrew language, numbers also have word meanings. 5756 could be interpreted as, will you change it? Drosnin felt this was a sign that he should try to stop this prediction from coming true. He sent a message to the prime minister. Rabin didn't listen and was dead a year later, just as the Bible book predicted. On January 26, 1996, Drosnin and Dr. Rips found another ominous prediction. The word Libya intersected the phrase atomic holocaust. If predictions couldn't be changed, this did not bode well for Israel or the world, because the date that crossed Libya and atomic holocaust was January 27, 1996, tomorrow. The Bible code contained the phrase atomic holocaust crossed the word Libya and the date January 27, 1996. That day, Muammar Gaddafi, Libya's leader, made a public statement that Arab countries threatened by Israel have a right to nuclear weapons. Michael Drosnin feared that this was the beginning of nuclear war, but fortunately the prediction served more as a warning than as an actual war. After the prediction about the assassination of Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin, the Israeli government took Bible code predictions seriously. They did this quietly and with skepticism, but they still listened. Drosnin speculated that Israel may have been working behind the scenes to prevent nuclear war with Libya, using the Bible code as a potential source of intelligence, something they would never publicly admit. As the months passed, more Bible code predictions came true. Benjamin Netanyahu was predicted to lose the 1996 prime minister election to Shimon Peres. The Bible code said otherwise, and indeed Netanyahu won a very close election by less than 1% of the vote. Lady Diana was killed in a terrible car crash in Paris in 1997. The Bible code has a lot of details about this. The words princess and Diana are encoded at the same skip code distance. Next to this is the word Spencer, which was her maiden name. Intersecting Spencer, the word Wales. In surrounding verses are the words Paris and France, tunnel and river. And you might remember she was killed in a tunnel near the Seine. Also encoded is the date Av 5757, which is the Hebrew date of August 1997, the month and year she was killed. The name Fayed was found. Dodi Fayed was Diana's companion who also died in the crash. And later, researchers found the name Henri. Henri Paul was the driver of the car. In 1997, Michael Drosnin released the book The Bible Code, which became an instant bestseller. His book inspired many other books about the hidden messages encoded in the Old Testament. Codes hidden within the Bible predicted the fall of Saddam Hussein, the capture of Osama bin Laden, both Gulf Wars. Codes were found that saw the 2008 financial crisis, the swine flu outbreak, and natural disasters like earthquakes, tsunamis, and hurricanes. But these were events that happened in the past. Interpreting past events using the Bible code was easier than predicting the future. When an event has already happened, you have all the context. If the word Hiroshima is crossed with the phrases fire from the heavens and blisters and boils, it's easy to see that this refers to an atomic bomb and radiation sickness. Predicting the future isn't so easy. Without context, what would blisters and boils even mean? You'd be guessing the meaning of the phrases, not very scientific. But the Bible code predicts terrible future disasters, and Drosnin felt that if he could locate a key to decipher all the Bible's predictions, these disasters could be prevented. Finally, Drosnin found the key, a stone pillar or obelisk, and according to the Bible code, it was buried in Jordan near the Red Sea. So Michael Drosnin asked the Jordanian government for permission to excavate the area. To his surprise, permission was granted.
Logic tells me that the Bible was encoded to give us very important information. It was encoded, certainly, by some intelligence that could see ahead, across time. It was encoded in such a way that it would be found right now by a technology that would exist for the first time now, the computer.
In 2002, Michael Drosnin believed that the Bible held a hidden code that predicted an impending nuclear war. He found references to the cities Jerusalem and New York, intersecting the name bin Laden and the year 2006. Drosnin contacted the Israeli and United States governments, but they ignored his warnings.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Even though nuclear war didn't happen in 2006, Drosnin still felt there was imminent danger and was worried he got the date wrong. Drosnin believed there was a key to the entire Bible code in the form of a stone obelisk hidden somewhere in the Jordanian desert. And if this obelisk was discovered, it would allow all predictions in the Old Testament to be deciphered, averting the coming apocalypse. But who put the obelisk in the desert in the first place, and why? Drosnin wasn't religious. He didn't believe it was God speaking to Moses on the top of Mount Sinai. Drosnin actually believed that Moses was speaking to
Aliens,
aliens.
aliens, aliens.
Because the Bible code could be deciphered with a computer, Drosnin believed the only way to create the code was with a computer, an incredibly advanced computer. The theory was that given enough data, an extremely advanced computer program could successfully predict all the events of the future, just like a computer that's used to predict highway traffic patterns or the weather. You put in as much data as you can, and then the computer can predict with reasonable accuracy how fast cars are going to be moving on a freeway or if it's going to rain. If the aliens used computer programs that operated at the quantum level, they could predict any possible outcome. When the Jordanian government approved the excavation request, Drosnin brought in experts from all over the world. Archaeologists, geologists, and researchers of all kinds were flown in. Finally, the obelisk would be discovered, and every code hidden within the Old Testament would be unlocked.
So what did they find?
Well, the political climate of the Middle East shifts quickly. At the last minute, the excavation permit was revoked.
No.
Yep. Michael Drosnin would go on to publish 2 more books about the Bible code, but as the years went on and fewer predictions came true, each new book performed worse than the previous one. In June 2020, Michael Drosnin passed away. After spending 25 years researching, even learning Hebrew in the process, Michael Drosnin wouldn't live to see the Bible code proved. The proof is allegedly still buried in the desert, and to find it would take nothing short of a miracle. And until we get that miracle, we'll have to settle for science.
The Bible code does not give us one predetermined future. It tells us all of our possible futures. And by having this information in advance, we can prevent the worst dangers from ever taking place.
When Michael Drosnin released his first book, The Bible Code, I was fascinated with it. Whether the Bible was created by time-traveling humans from the future, aliens from another world, or God himself, Drosnin seemed to answer questions that we all have. Are we alone? Or is there something more, an intelligence beyond our understanding? If the research into Bible codes was considered fringe, then Michael Drosnin was considered on the fringe of the fringe. Drosnin built on the work of Dr. Elihu Rips, who first published his paper on the Bible codes in 1985. But Professor Rips didn't believe Drosnin's predictions. He felt that Drosnin was only seeing what he wanted to see, and would manipulate and interpret the results of the computer program to support the predictions. But to be fair, Dr. Rips still believed that the original study, The Great Rabbi's Experiment, was true, that the names and dates of the great Hebrew sages were quoted in the Bible. However, Dr. Rips' work had challengers. In 1999, Australian mathematician Brendan McKay published his own paper in Statistical Science, the same journal that published Dr. Rips. Dr. McKay pointed out that Rips' methodology was deeply flawed. For example, in Dr. Rips' study, if the month and day were correct but the year was wrong, that was still counted as a match. If the year was correct but the month was wrong, that was also a match. Plus, Dr. Rips allowed name matches that were very vague. Nicknames, titles, and initials were all counted as matches. For example, if you were searching for matches about Elvis, E.A. Presley or Mr. Presley or EAP would all be considered matches. So would husband of Priscilla or Lisa Marie's father or even the king. Also, while modern Hebrew uses vowels, the ancient written Hebrew language did not. So word matches were found using only consonants, which gave the researchers a lot of wiggle room. Both Dr. Rips and Michael Drosnin blew off this criticism. In fact, Drosnin said, if my critics can find a message about the assassination of a prime minister in Moby Dick, maybe I'll believe it.
No way, that was in Moby Dick.
Oh, not only was the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin in Moby Dick, McKay showed that it was there multiple times. It was only found once in the Old Testament. McKay also showed that the death of Lady Di was in Moby Dick. So were references to the assassination of Robert Kennedy, as well as other famous events.
Well, maybe aliens wrote the Bible and Moby Dick. Did you ever consider that?
They probably didn't.
Uh-huh.
McKay's point was, if you already know the outcome you want and you have a long enough text with enough letters, you can manipulate a computer program to churn through any text in order to give you the result that you want. McKay even used this technique to find phrases about the September 11th attack in song lyrics by Vanilla Ice.
All right, stop. Well, collaborate and listen. I suspect of a brand new invention.
I can't believe I fell for that.
Oh, I believe it every time.
Another problem is that although the text of the Old Testament is almost identical to the text from 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, it's not a perfect match. Comparisons of the current text to older copies, like the Dead Sea Scrolls, show a discrepancy of a few characters. A human reader wouldn't notice a difference, but a computer program designed to create a message by skipping a certain number of characters, that would break the program. So are there messages hidden within the text of the Bible? Or is this yet another case of the human mind trying to form patterns and randomness, trying to make order from chaos? I don't know. I do know that there are things in the universe beyond our understanding. And as long as mysteries exist, we have a duty to try and solve them. In other words, it is the glory of God to conceal a matter, and it is the honor of kings to search it out. So I guess we keep searching.
My phone there, always just video a little fuzzy.
Yeah, I think I messed up the export settings or something like that. It's frustrating to look at. I tried to go back and re-export it, but I lost all the assets. So what was that, 84? A year and a half in, and I still couldn't figure out how to export a video properly. At some point, I'd like to redo that one into a longer episode. I recorded that at the point in the channel's history where I was afraid to record anything longer than like 16 or 18 minutes.
Yeah, I miss those easy days.
Yeah, in some ways I do too. Next up is episode 110 about the Ark of the Covenant. It's one of my favorite topics. It's a good episode. I think you'll enjoy it, and I'll see you when you get back. Even though UFOs are seen everywhere, over the desert, over the ocean, over cities, there's no way to predict when and where they'll show up. Well, no way except one: build or detonate a nuclear weapon. Since the dawn of the atomic age, UFOs have been seen and photographed during nuclear weapons tests and near nuclear weapons facilities. The Ark of the Covenant is one of the most mysterious artifacts in human history. The Ark, a sacred chest made of wood and covered in gold, has been missing since 587 BC. Its last known location was Jerusalem, somewhere under the Temple Mount. So what does that have to do with UFOs? Well, in 2011, a UFO was hovering over the Dome of the Rock on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. It emitted a flash of light and shot straight up and disappeared into the night sky. This could be just a coincidence, but it could be that the craft was looking for the Ark. The Ark of the Covenant is an object of extreme religious importance to over 2 billion people. So why would a UFO be looking for it? Well, because it's the most dangerous weapon of mass destruction ever created. The Ark of the Covenant. The story has captivated us for over 2,000 years. But what is the Ark really? A container for holy relics? Or, as Indiana Jones said, a radio for talking to God? Or is it God's ultimate doomsday machine, a super weapon for the righteous? It's said to possess tremendous power, including the ability to unleash plagues and natural disasters. As the legend goes, an army that carries the Ark before it is invincible. Or was it something more mundane? The story of the Ark of the Covenant begins in the book of Exodus and is mentioned over 200 times in the Bible. It was carried by the Israelites as they traveled through the desert on their journey to the Promised Land. The Ark would fly into the sky miles ahead of the Israelites and show them the way. It would protect them from any dangers in their path. It parted rivers, created walls of fire, caused the mighty city walls of Jericho to crumble, and reduced mountains to dust.
God said it one hell of a co-pilot.
Well, the Israelites thought so. According to the Bible, God summoned Moses to the top of Mount Sinai. There, Moses was given 2 stone tablets inscribed with the 10 Commandments. These tablets were to be stored in the Ark of the Covenant. God gave Moses very specific instructions on how to build it.
Make an ark of acacia wood, 2.5 cubits long, a cubit and a half wide, and a cubit and a half high. Overlay it with pure gold, both inside and out, and make a gold molding around it. Then put in the ark the tablets of the covenant law, which I will give you.
Yeah, cubit. I can't even convert to metric. Don't expect me to convert to Bible.
It was a little smaller than 3 foot by 5 foot.
Hey, they got your boys is one of those little bitches like people like here.
I doubt it.
Yeah, it's too bad. Those are really cool.
They are,
Hey,
but
did I tell you about the time I got thrown out of IKEA?
no, what did you do?
I asked the girl working there, hey, how much for a one-night stand?
On top of the ark were cherubim. Sometimes you see these depicted as angels, sometimes as winged sphinxes. The face of a man, the body of a lion, and the wings of an eagle.
Make 2 cherubim out of hammered gold at the ends of the cover. The cherubim must have their wings spread upward, overshadowing the cover with them. The cherubim are to face each other. Place the cover on top of the ark and put in the ark the tablets of the covenant law that I will give you.
A gold box filled with stones sounds pretty heavy.
Well, probably weighed about 500 pounds, maybe more. And God gave instructions on how it should be transported.
Cast 4 gold rings for it and fasten them to its 4 feet with 2 rings on one side and 2 rings on the other. Then make poles of acacia wood and overlay them with gold. Insert the poles into the rings on the sides of the ark to carry it.
I don't want to be a jerk, but it might have been easier to put the thing on wheels.
Well, maybe, but God wanted it to be carried by 4 priests of the Levite tribe.
Well, those priests must have been jacked, man. Can you imagine the hands on these guys?
I'd rather not.
And the Levite priests who were appointed to carry the ark of the Lord, so that the body walk evil of men. But heed the words of the Lord, thou shalt not skip that day.
The ark was extremely dangerous. It had to be kept far away from where the Israelites camped, 2,000 cubits, which is half a mile. Anyone who touched it would be killed instantly if they were lucky. If they weren't lucky, they would die in agony. But when we analyze the way the ark is described in the Bible, the materials used in its construction, the way it looked, the way it sounded, the way it killed people, it doesn't sound paranormal or supernatural. Actually, the Ark of the Covenant sounds like technology.
Spend less on your kids with Amazon low back to school prices.
What? What the fudge?
Men tell us when they use Just for Men to eliminate gray, there's a great before and after. Then there's the after the after. That boost you get when you look and feel your best. And that's why more men choose Just for Men.
There are a few theories that suggest the Ark of the Covenant may have been a technological device. One theory says the Ark was an electrical capacitor. You build a capacitor by placing 2 conductive plates parallel to each other, with non-conductive material called dielectric in between. The Ark was built this way. The box was covered with gold on the inside and gold on the outside. Gold is a good conductor of electricity. The acacia wood in between the gold would serve as dielectric. It's possible the Ark could store and discharge electricity. According to this theory, the ark may have been used to generate lightning or electric shocks, which would have been seen as a manifestation of the power of God. In fact, there's a story in the Bible about a man named Uzzah, one of the priests carrying the ark. During the journey, the ark looked like it might fall. Uzzah reached out to steady. When he touched the ark, he was instantly killed in a way that sounds like he was electrocuted. Another theory suggests that the ark was a machine that could communicate with God.
And there I will meet with thee, and I will speak with thee from above the ark cover, from between the 2 cherubim which are upon the ark of the testimony.
The cherubim on the lid of the ark may have functioned as antennas by providing a large surface area for the conversion of electrical energy into radio waves. The gold coating would allow those waves to be transmitted more efficiently. And there's a theory that the ark used nuclear power, that it contained radioactive material such as uranium, which is found in the area. When uranium undergoes nuclear fission, it releases a massive amount of energy in the form of heat, light, and radiation. This energy can then be harnessed and used to power various devices or weapons. When the walls of Jericho came down, it was said to have been caused by the sound of the trumpets and the presence of the ark. According to this theory, the ark may have contained a radioactive substance that was triggered by sound waves that brought the walls down. Also, the priests who carried the ark had to wear a metallic breastplate and a metal apron, not unlike the lead blanket used when you get an x-ray.
And they wore metal clothes. Hey, yeah, I'm telling you, these guys were jacked.
Also, whenever a priest approached the ark, he had to have a rope tied around his leg. This was in case the priest's body could then be dragged away from the ark. There's even more evidence that the ark was radioactive. In the book of 1 Samuel, the Philistines and Israelites were engaged in a fierce battle. The Israelites brought out the Ark of the Covenant, believing it would bring them divine protection and victory in the battle. But God didn't command this, so the Ark didn't work. The Philistines won the battle and took the Ark to their own city, Ashdod. As soon as the Ark arrived, people's skin became infected with painful tumors.
And it was so that after they had carried it about, the hand of the Lord was against the city with a very great discomfiture. And he smote the men of the city, both small and great, and emerods broke out upon them.
Freaking emerods, huh? They make the cream for that.
Emerods. Emerods are tumors that sound a lot like radiation burns. Then illness swept through the city that sounds like radiation sickness. The Philistines believed that the ark was cursed and moved it to another city, God. But the tumors and sickness continued. Moved it from. The tumors continued. Finally, the Philistines sent the ark back to the Israelites, along with gold and incense.
They sent therefore and gathered together all the lords of the Philistines, and they said, "Send away the ark of the God of Israel, and let it go back to its own place."
When the ark was traveling, it was set up in a portable sanctuary called a tabernacle. This was an elaborate tent made of woven fabrics and gold. The ark was always shrouded. It was too dangerous to be gazed upon. When the ark was returned from the Philistines, some men got curious and looked at the ark when they weren't supposed to. 70 of them were struck down by the Lord.
Yeah, Bendy says don't look. You really shouldn't look.
Good advice. For a time, the Israelites experienced a period of peace and stability, but the ark remained a powerful symbol of the Israelites' covenant with God and their faith. The ark was eventually moved to Jerusalem, where a temple was built. The ark was then placed in the Holy of Holies, the innermost chamber of the temple. The ark remained there for over 300 years, and it played a central role in Israelite religious life. And then suddenly, it's gone. In 587 BC, in 30-month siege, the city of Jerusalem fell to the Babylonian army. The Babylonians looted the temple's treasures and burned the building to the ground. The Babylonians kept meticulous records of everything they took from Jerusalem. And even though the Ark of the Covenant was stored in the temple, it wasn't on the list. And that's where the Ark disappears from history. So if the Babylonians didn't take it, who did? And where is it today? Some people think the answer lies in the infamous scroll. When the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered, most were made of papyrus and contained religious stories not found in the Bible. And one of the scrolls was very different. It was made of copper. According to Ark hunter Jim Barfield, the copper scroll does not contain the Word of God.
The copper scroll is not a Bible story. On that copper, they have hammered instructions to find treasures from the Temple of Solomon, which I believe includes the Ark of the Covenant.
Barfield believes that while the Babylonians were attacking, the treasures of the Temple of Solomon were quietly taken out of the city. Among those treasures was the Ark of the Covenant. The book of 2 Maccabees says that the prophet Jeremiah did exactly this. Underneath the Temple Mount is a vast network of tunnels. But even though miles of tunnels have been explored, none were ever found that would serve as an escape route from the temple. But in 2007, that would change. A new tunnel was found that runs from the Temple Mount to the Kidron Valley, well outside the city. From Kidron, the Ark could have been taken to a town called Qumran. This also happens to be the place where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found. The Copper Scroll lists 64 places in and around Qumran where treasures might have been hidden. One place is described as steps, east, 40 cubits long. And buried under those steps, according to the Copper Scroll, is over 1,000 pounds of silver. Barfield found the steps. Then he found another location that describes a well and a courtyard. Under the courtyard is buried 33 tons of polished gold. He found the courtyard. He found the well. Barfield brought his evidence to the local authorities and asked permission to dig at the site, but he was refused. Later, he went back with a metal detector to look for gold and silver. When he got near the location, the metal detector went crazy. Again, he asked permission to dig. Again, he was refused. Barfield was certain that there was a third site containing even more treasure, including the Ark. Using the first two locations as waypoints, he drew a straight line to a cave in a nearby hill. The cave appeared to be sealed shut, but intentional. Barfield then took a stone sample from the cave entrance and had it tested in a lab. The results were interesting.
I decided that I would take a sample of this stone and send it off to a lab in Skokie, Illinois, where we had it examined and they find that it is man-made mortar in a common mixture and formula from that time frame. Why would somebody seal a random hill with concrete?
When you took the metal detector to the sealed cave, it registered 5 times the amount of metal that was detected at Qumran. Jim Barfield is firmly convinced that this is the location of the Ark of the Covenant. To this day, permission to dig has not been granted, but many Ark historians believe that if the Ark wasn't Qumran, that it's not there anymore. They believe the Ark was taken by a Catholic military order called the Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, more commonly known as the Knights Templar. During the Crusades, a new Catholic military order emerged, the Knights Templar. From the very beginning, the Templars were known for their secrecy and their mystery. They were also shrewd when it came to finance and politics. They convinced both the Pope and the city leaders of Jerusalem that they would protect Christian pilgrims making the journey to the Holy City. But as soon as the Knights Templar established their headquarters on the Temple Mount, they started digging. And they weren't looking for treasure. The Knights were obsessed with religious relics, and there was no greater prize than the Ark of the Covenant. The Templars were known for their use of caves and tunnels. And just recently, a structure was found in a cave system called Zedekiah's Cave. And this fortification was a guardhouse built to defend the Knights Templar if they had to escape the city. Legend says that they did indeed find the Ark and took it to their European headquarters in France, the famous Chartres Cathedral, and there it stayed for several hundred years. By the 14th century, the Knights Templar had lost most of their military power, but they had become wealthy from their banking practices. King Philip of France found himself deeply in debt to them, and in 1307, he convinced the Pope to move against the order and seize their assets. On October 13, 1307, the Knights Templar were declared outlaws, and any found were arrested, tortured, and often executed. But when the Templars heard rumors that King Philip and the Pope were moving against them, they relocated the Ark yet again. This time to Scotland, where the Knights were welcomed by King Robert the Bruce. Robert the Bruce had been excommunicated by the church and was sympathetic to the Knights. So when the Knights Templar arrived in Scotland, they allied themselves with the wealthy and powerful Sinclair family. Together, they decided to build a place to keep the Ark of the Covenant safe, Rosslyn Chapel. And there's a lot about Rosslyn Chapel that connects to the Ark and the Holy Land. There are Templar motifs and sculptures all around the grounds. The chapel is laid out just like the first Temple of Solomon, but on a smaller scale. It has an inner Holy of Holies. This is where the Ark could have been kept, far away from the politics of Europe. But then, World War II. The Nazis were obsessed with the occult and religious relics.
It's just like the movie.
The Raiders got a lot of things right.
I had to not get this city. The ruler of the Queen Day.
It's well documented that they searched for the Spear of Destiny, also known as the Holy Lance. This is the spear that is said to have pierced the side of Jesus as he hung on the cross during his crucifixion. They looked for the Holy Grail, the cup that Jesus used during the Last Supper. They sought the Shroud of Turin, the cloth used to wrap the body of Jesus after his crucifixion. The Germans wanted the menorah, the 7-branched candelabrum that was created during the Exodus. And of course, they sought the other object created during the time of Moses, the Ark of the Covenant. After they conquered France, the Germans engaged in major archaeological digs at Chartres Cathedral and other suspected locations of the Ark. After France was overrun, President Roosevelt of the United States arranged for the contents of Rosslyn Chapel to be moved to the Americas, where they could be better defended. So the Ark was sent from Scotland to New Scotland, also known as Nova Scotia, specifically to Oak Island. While this is just a legend, there is a complex system of caves and tunnels on Oak Island. Nobody knows exactly who put them there or what they were hiding. There are stories of the Ark ending up in Rome, where it sits on one of the 50 miles of shelves in the Vatican secret archives. Some say the Ark is buried on Mount Nebo in Jordan, where Moses died. An Irish legend says the Ark was brought to Ireland by the prophet Jeremiah and is now located in a secret chamber beneath the hill of Tara. Or Jeremiah took the Ark to Egypt and is now located in a hidden chamber beneath the Sphinx. But there's evidence that the Ark isn't hidden away in a cave, or a tomb, or a secret chamber. It's not hidden at all. For hundreds of years, the Ark has been in a church, in what might sound like an unlikely place for a Jewish artifact. The Ark of the Covenant is in Ethiopia. In the Bible, in the books of 1 Kings and 2 Chronicles, is the story of the Queen of Sheba. She was a wealthy and powerful queen who ruled over the Axumite kingdom, located in what is now Ethiopia and Yemen. The Queen of Sheba heard of the great wisdom of King Solomon of Israel, and she traveled to Jerusalem to meet him. After witnessing the splendor of his kingdom, the Queen of Sheba returned home. That concludes the biblical account of the Queen of Sheba. But there's more to the story. The Keber Dagas is an Ethiopian text that's at least 700 years old, and it's considered by many Ethiopian Christians to be historically reliable. The text contains an account of how the Queen of Sheba not only met King Solomon, but had a son by him named Menelik. At the age of 22, in about 950 BC, Menelik went to Jerusalem to meet his father. While there, Menelik's companions stole the ark and replaced it with a replica. Solomon and Menelik both discovered the switch, but only after Menelik was flying back home, so there was nothing anyone could do about it.
I couldn't reach him because they put the ark in airplane mode, huh?
No, the ark with the power of God flew them home. The Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion in Axum claims to possess the actual Ark of the Covenant. The Ark is never seen by outsiders. When the Holy of Holies was built around the Ark, the hallways were made too small intentionally. So the only way to remove the Ark is to destroy the church. Only one priest at a time serves as the guardian of the Ark, and only that priest is permitted to see it. The priest lives in the church for the rest of his life. Now, to be the custodian of the Ark is a great honor, but it's also a death sentence. Priests who guard the Ark have a very short lifespan. Once appointed a guardian, they typically live no more than 2 or 3 years. But before they die, they develop cataracts and go blind.
What would happen if someone did accidentally see the ark? Blind? Yeah, and not a miracle. Or some bad miracle. Yeah, it would be very highly difficult.
Maybe be alone in a room for 2 years. They were doing something else that makes them go blind.
Don't be disrespectful. What's interesting is these symptoms are consistent with exposure to high levels of radiation. But if the Ark is in Ethiopia, it may no longer be in the church. In November 2020, war broke out between the Ethiopian government and the Tigray People's Liberation Front. The TPLF were rebels in Ethiopia, then rulers, then rebels again. The Tigray conflict saw atrocities committed on civilians perpetrated by both sides. When rebels approached the church in Aksum, at least 800 unarmed civilians rushed to protect it. They were slaughtered. An uneasy peace has been in place since November 2022, but it's difficult to get news out of the region. The priests in Aksum say the Ark is still safe within the walls of the church. But many locals say the Ark was stolen when the entire area was looted during the conflict. The priests won't allow anyone access to verify if the Ark is or isn't there. If the Ark of the Covenant is gone, then Ethiopia becomes another in a long list of places that had and lost the Ark. And even though the Ark of the Covenant is a religious artifact, Ark hunters aren't necessarily religious. The search for the Ark is of interest to people from all over the world, and perhaps even beyond it. Whoa! The location of the Ark of the Covenant is a mystery that has endured for over 2,000 years. And that's plenty of time for the introduction of confusion and contradiction. Even the Bible has the Ark behaving differently at different times. It acted like a high voltage capacitor that electrocuted Uzzah when he touched it. It was more like a heat ray that boiled away water when the Hebrews crossed the River Jordan. Then it was a powerful sonic weapon when it brought down the walls of Jericho.
When the walls come tumbling down, when the walls come crumbling when the walls come tumbling down, tumbling down.
Now, maybe it's all those things, depending on what's needed in the moment. But then the question becomes, what was the power source? If people near the Ark really did break out into tumors and boils and cataracts
And
hemorrhoids,
what I said.
if that's true, it sounds like the Ark housed an intensely radioactive device, a device that could be tuned to specific functions, including use as a weapon. But if that's true, where did Moses get it? And how did this technology exist thousands of years ago? It's been suggested that maybe the tablets containing the Ten Commandments were made of uranium, which exists in vast quantities in the deserts of the Middle East. But even if they were, raw uranium ore isn't dangerous. Only when it's refined is the radiation harmful. And I don't think it's controversial to say that the Israelites didn't have centrifuges and uranium enrichment technologies. Now, about the cataracts developed by the priests of Ethiopia, Cataracts can be developed 1 or 2 years after high radiation exposure. That's true. But it's also true that people who live at high altitudes are at greater risk of cataracts. The thinner atmosphere offers less protection from the sun's harmful rays, which damage the eyes. The city of Axel, where the Ark is supposedly housed, is almost 7,000 feet above sea level, making it one of the highest altitude cities in the world. And there are other problems with the Ethiopian claim. Edward Ullendorf was a professor of Ethiopian studies at the University of London, and he said in a 1992 interview that he personally saw the Ark held within the church at Axel. This was in 1941 while he was serving as an officer in the British Army. He said they have a wooden box. It wasn't ancient, and it certainly wasn't the original Ark. Every Christian church in Ethiopia has a replica of the Ark of the Covenant, as do many churches around the world. Professor Ullendorf assumed that the Ark at Axum is nothing more than one of these replicas, but the professor didn't provide any proof that he actually saw the Ark. So, like many stories about the Ark of the Covenant, we have nothing to go on but the word of the person telling the story. The story of the Knights Templar hiding the Ark at Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland is one of my favorites. But the chapel wasn't built until 1446, almost 150 years after the Templars were expanded. The defenders of the Rosslyn story will say that the Ark was kept somewhere else until the chapel was built. Then it was placed there. But that's fine, it's still a great story, but there's no proof of any of that. Locations like Oak Island, the Vatican, Ireland, and other alleged hiding places of the Ark are just stories. Now, I'm not saying that they're wrong, but there's no hard evidence to support any of those locations. The mainstream view is that the Ark probably existed. Remember we talked about the menorah, which was created at the same time as the Ark? Well, in 70 AD, Emperor Titus of Rome marched on Jerusalem, and after a 5-month siege, the Roman soldiers breached the walls and poured into the city. The soldiers looted and burned everything in sight, including this temple. Titus was hailed as a conquering hero, and a monument was built in his honor, the Arch of Titus, which still stands, depicting the spoils of war carried off from the temple in Jerusalem. Among the spoils is the menorah. Now, some have claimed that the other object being carried by the soldiers is the Ark, but it's not. That's the table of showbread, also known as the table of the presence. And this was a large table made of acacia wood overlaid with gold. And on the table were placed 12 loaves of bread that were replaced every Sabbath. What's interesting about the table is God gave Moses instructions to build it. At the same time, he gave instructions to build the menorah and the Ark of the Covenant. And all those objects were stored in the same place, the Holy of Holies in the Temple of Jerusalem. If the Ark was looted, it would have been depicted on the arch. The Romans knew how important the Ark was to the Hebrews. They would have wanted to steal it and humiliate the Jewish people. So why wasn't the Ark there when Titus invaded? Most scholars believe it was taken by the Babylonians in 587 BC, but there's no proof of this. The Babylonians kept lists of everything stolen from Jerusalem, and the Ark wasn't on any of the lists. So if the Ark of the Covenant still exists, the most logical place for it to be is in a cave or tunnel hidden somewhere deep under the Temple Mount, but permission to dig will likely never be granted. The site is considered sacred by Jews, Christians, and Muslims, and any damage to the site will be seen as an affront to these religions, or worse, a provocation. But maybe that's for the best. Zechariah was a prophet who lived during the time of the Second Temple in Jerusalem, and many of his prophecies are related to the return of the Ark of the Covenant. And the return of the Ark is also mentioned in Revelation.
Then God's temple in heaven was opened, and within his temple was seen the Ark of his covenant. And there came flashes of lightning, rumblings, peals of thunder, an earthquake, and a great hailstorm.
The return of the Ark happens at the end of the world. Now that might sound dramatic, but think about what would happen if the Ark was discovered by Muslims, or if it was discovered by Jews, or by Christians. What people would be the best stewards of the Ark? Everyone would want it, but whose decision is that to make? The discovery of the Ark could be the spark that ignites war in the region, which could possibly escalate to World War III. And the next thing you know, the end-time prophecies are coming true. Now, I'm fascinated by the Ark, and I'd love to know where it is. But for now, the location of the Ark of the Covenant remains a mystery. And for all our sakes, let's hope it stays that way.
Indulge in the luxury of Pebble Beach, Georgian Bay's premier waterfront golf resort community. Whether you seek outdoor adventure or woodland golf or simply crave the tranquility of cottage country, our resort promises the perfect blend of luxury and relaxation. It's a scenic 2.5 hour drive from downtown Toronto. Come and experience the allure of Pebble Beach.
At least I was able to see that one when I took the headache.
Yep, that was episode 110, and we're still figuring it out. Now, you're about to see how far we've come. Next up is episode, looking at my notes, number 32, The Invisible Wire Running Around New York. Now, this one is hard for me to watch. Out of focus for half the thing. And the lighting, I had the lighting set up, I guess, too low. So it looks like a horror movie, you know, like when you put the flashlight on your face. Oh, it's rough to look at. But it's a religious episode, so I had to include it. And I'm always honest with you guys. But at least it's only 4 minutes long. So it's still an interesting story. So I'm including it.
Plus, I crush it in this one.
I'll admit, he was funny. I'll see you in 4 minutes. Did you know there's an 18-mile long string of wire circling the island of Manhattan? Every morning, the wire is checked for breaks and snags, and every day it's repaired. And it costs about $150,000 a year to maintain. The wire's been there for years, yet most New Yorkers, myself included, didn't even know it was there. Let's find out why. To understand why there's an 18-mile long wire going around New York City, you need a quick lesson about Judaism. The Sabbath begins every Friday night at sunset and goes all the way through Saturday. And Jewish people who observe the Sabbath, Saturday is a day of rest, meaning you don't work at all. And work doesn't just mean your job. Work is defined as any activity that was necessary in the building of the tabernacle. Now that might sound like just construction work is forbidden, but it's actually much more. Obviously, no building of any kind is permitted, but also no grinding, baking, sewing, even starting a fire. Not even small tasks like tying, tearing, or putting finishing touches on objects. Oh, and also no electricity on the Sabbath.
Who set up all these rules?
God.
Why doesn't God want you to do any of this stuff on Saturday?
Well, because he feels you should have one day a week to engage in pleasurable activities like eating, spending time with family, and having sex.
Oh, Shabbat sounds pretty good, actually.
It can be. But on Saturday, there's one tricky rule. No carrying anything from a domestic area to a public area.
You can't carry anything?
Nope. No wallet, no keys, no carrying or pushing your children in a stroller. Nothing like that. You can carry these things within your home, but not outside. And that's where the wire comes in.
Yeah, I don't follow.
Stick around and I'll tell you.
No, a cliffhanger. What?
What the heck is this?
Shabbat sounds like a really good idea, so I'm Shomer Shabbos.
You're Shomer Shabbos.
Shomer Shabbos.
You can't just put on a hat.
Shomer.
Okay, take it easy. Anyway, on the Sabbath, you can carry things within your home, so grabbing a glass of water from the kitchen is fine, but you can't carry anything from your home to a public place. Now, this is tricky if you want to leave your house and lock the door behind you. You are permitted to carry your keys. And what if you have an infant? You can't carry a child or even push a stroller. And if you need a cane to walk, no can do. And if you think this sounds inconvenient, you're not the only one. Many years ago, rabbis realized that in order to fully enjoy the Sabbath, you sometimes needed to carry things. And this is where the wire around New York comes in. It's called an eruv. And an eruv is an unbroken continuous string or wire that encircles a large public area. Now, originally, eruvim were actual walls, but now they're symbolic walls. And anything within the borders of the eruv is now considered part of the domestic domain, which means if you want to carry on Saturday, as long as you're within the eruv, you're good to go. In the 1990s, there were only a few eruvim in the United States, but now there are hundreds. If you live in a medium-sized city, there's probably an eruv or two in your neighborhood. And if you live in a big city, there's definitely at least one. The most expensive eruv in the world, and the one with the largest population, is the eruv in Manhattan. And it began as a small community enclosure in the Upper West Side, and now it covers almost the entire island of Manhattan.
What area is it covered?
Hell's Kitchen. Every morning, a rabbi drives the entire length of the wire and notes places where it could be broken. Then on Thursday and Friday, he goes out with a construction team to make sure the wire is repaired. And it costs about $150,000 a year to maintain this. The Manhattan neighborhood has survived vandalism, 2 hurricanes, even one really aggressive Thanksgiving Day flip.
Damn you, SpongeBob.
It's had a couple of close calls, but for over 20 years, the neighborhood has remained intact. So there's an almost invisible wire running around almost every major city in the Western world, including 18 miles around Manhattan.
I'm from Radio Cuban that the humor I described was most sublime, and the debate was the very essence of protection.
I think you're over tagging it now.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Okay, so that was 4 minutes of some of the worst stuff that I've ever done. I think the story was okay, but I'm so distracted by how poorly that was produced. But I keep it honest here. I show you my flaws, and that was 4 straight minutes of it. All right, so what have we got next? A well-produced episode, thank goodness. It's about the Book of Enoch and the search for Noah's Ark. The Book of Enoch is controversial. It's not considered canon, so not officially part of the Bible. But there are some religious communities that acknowledge that not only is this book part of the Bible, it's actual written history, which is fun because it talks about angels, giants, the Great Flood, and of course, yep, let's roll it. Enoch warned the giants and the watchers of the world, repent or feel God's wrath. They ignored his warning. The floodgates of heaven burst forth, and water rushed over the earth, destroying everything. The only thing to survive is a single vessel, a huge ship, the ark. 5 months later, the waters receded, and the ark made ground on a mountaintop. A man named Noah emerged, and civilization began again. Some version of the Noah's Ark story exists in almost every religion and every culture on Earth. But did Noah and the Ark really exist? Well, there's evidence that they did. So much evidence that it was classified by the CIA for almost 50 years. And why classify it? Well, there are 2 problems with the Noah's Ark story. 1, the Ark was much older than anyone thought. And 2, the man named Noah, he wasn't a man. At least, not a man from Earth. James Bruce was born to a wealthy Scottish family in 1730. His family wanted him to study law, but James Bruce had different plans. He had a dream. He wanted to be the first person to find the legendary source of the Nile River. Now, this might sound like a mundane task, but for hundreds of years, the race to find the source of the Nile was as gripping as the race to put a man on the moon. What now?
Nobody went to the moon. The whole thing was fake.
I'm just saying the race to find the source of the Nile was a big deal.
You just say that. Don't give me some cockamamie nonsense about the race to the moon. That never happened.
I was just making a comparison.
Well, you made it poorly.
Bruce spent over a decade in Africa tracing the Nile. He traveled through war-torn deserts. He befriended several kings and made enemies of others. He fought savage tribes and survived deadly diseases. Nearly starving to death, James Bruce discovered a small spring. It was bubbling from the earth near a monastery in the Tigray highlands of Ethiopia. This was it, the source of the Nile River. But Bruce discovered something else, something much more important. During his stay at the Ethiopian monastery, he saw an old, faded manuscript on display. It was written in Ge'ez, an ancient Semitic language used by Ethiopian Jews. James Bruce was told this was the Bible, not a Bible, the Bible. Judaism in Ethiopia goes back almost 3,000 years. The Old Testament and Quran tell of the Ethiopian queen of Sheba who heard about the wisdom and wealth of King Solomon. She was intrigued by these reports and decided to travel to Jerusalem to meet him for herself. The specifics of their meeting were not specified, but the Queen of Sheba was so impressed, she praised the God of Israel and gave King Solomon many gifts. She brought caravans of gold, gems, and spices. King Solomon praised grateful and equally impressed, gives the Ethiopian queen all that she asks, and then the queen returns home. In the Old Testament and Quran, that's where the story ends. But religious texts in Ethiopia go into much more detail. When the queen finally made it home, she learned that Solomon gave her one last gift, a son.
Wow, King Solomon the player.
Their son was Menelik I. When Menelik grew up, he returned to Jerusalem to meet his father. King Solomon was so happy to finally meet his son that he offered Menelik the throne. Menelik declined and chose to return home. But before Menelik left, some of his men stole the Ark of the Covenant and brought it back to Ethiopia. There's been a large Jewish population in Ethiopia ever since. According to the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, the Ark of the Covenant is still in Ethiopia. It's in the town Axum in the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion. And it's a great story, and if you want to hear it, I've linked it below. Back at the monastery, James Bruce was fascinated by these new texts. Bruce was a well-read, well-educated man, and he knew his scripture. But these Ethiopian texts contained hundreds of stories that weren't in the Bible. Not in his Bible, anyway. The Ethiopian Bible contains 81 books. The Catholic Bible removed 8 of those books and contains only 73. The King James Bible, the one known to Bruce, has only 66 books. Bruce didn't understand. There was so much more detail in the older texts. People merely mentioned once or twice in the modern Bible had their entire lives documented in the Ethiopian Bible. Their lives, their families, their deeds, their misdeeds, they were all there. James Bruce didn't understand why so much of the original Bible was removed. And then he did. While thumbing through the thick, dusty pages, Bruce came across the Book of Enoch. James Bruce knew Enoch as the great-grandfather of Noah, who is mentioned a few times in the Bible, but only in passing. Here was an entire book on Enoch, 108 chapters. Now James Bruce understood why the church wanted this book hidden. It described heaven not just as a spiritual place, but as a physical place that could be visited by men. That was heresy. No mortal man is able to visit heaven, and certainly not able to visit and return. But Enoch did, and he wrote down everything he saw. He described heaven as floating in the clouds playing harps. He describes it as a city in the sky, with many different rooms, with walls covered in gems of blinking lights, and godlike beings going about their business. Now, Enoch wouldn't have known it at the time, but he was describing a spacecraft. You're my little boo thing, so I don't give a hoot what you do, say The Book of Enoch vanished from history thousands of years ago, only to be rediscovered in 1772 by James Bruce. While the Book of Enoch was certainly interesting, it was dismissed by Muslims, Jews, and Christians, and not considered part of the Bible. After all, it was hidden away on a mountain in Ethiopia. How important could it really be? If the Book of Enoch was truly scripture, there would be more copies of it, but there weren't. 150 years later, that would change. In 1947, near the ancient settlement of Qumran, a young shepherd happened upon a cave. He was looking for a stray goat and thought it could have wandered in. The boy tossed a rock in the cave, hoping to scare the goat out. Instead, he heard the sound of pottery breaking. Within the cave were clay jars filled with ancient scrolls, almost 1,000 manuscripts. The scrolls cover every part of the Hebrew Bible, and there, amongst the well-known books, was the Book of Enoch. In fact, in ancient times, the Book of Enoch was so widely read and regarded, 11 copies of it were found among the Dead Sea Scrolls. They were intact, complete, and perfectly matched the text of the Ethiopian Bible. Still, the Book of Enoch is considered apocryphal and not part of the Bible. Apocryphal is a nice way of saying it's fake. Some even consider the Book of Enoch to be heresy, a crime against God. When you read the book, you can understand why. Enoch may actually be the first case of alien abduction ever documented. One evening, there's a strange sound above Enoch's village. It's not thunder or wind. It's a sound that seems to make the air and earth vibrate. It's a sound that can be felt. The villagers cautiously come out of their homes and see a bright orb of light hovering just above the trees. Slowly, the sphere of light descends upon the village. The townspeople are terrified, but Enoch hears a voice tell him to not be afraid. Enoch then ascends to heaven, escorted by a celestial being named Uriel. Something similar happens to the prophet Elijah in 2 Kings. Elijah is physically taken to heaven in what he calls a chariot of fire.
Do do do do do do do do do. What?
It's easy to see that a man living thousands of years ago would describe a rocket or a spacecraft as a chariot of fire. That's enough.
Okay, she's my wretch.
In Abrahamic religions, souls of the righteous go to heaven after death. Maybe Jesus takes them by the hand, maybe they follow a loved one through the light, or maybe they just arrive there. This is not what happens to Enoch. Like Elijah, Enoch is physically taken to heaven and writes down everything he sees. He doesn't write this from memory. He's literally walking around with Uriel writing things down. He was instructed to do so by God. And although Enoch describes this journey in religious language, he's also pretty scientific. He describes seeing mountains below. He sees every river on earth. He describes seeing how the winds are made, possibly referring to cloud formations. Enoch sees all of this as divine, but his account could be referring to technology. A smartphone would seem supernatural to someone living thousands of years ago. A spaceship would be incomprehensible. When Enoch arrives in heaven,
The mothership.
he's shown a bunch of doors. He calls them 12 gates. Each door has a name and a purpose. He sees beings walking in and out of the doors, going about their business. Enoch calls these beings angels and archangels. Like Uriel, they radiate light. It's been suggested that these beings could be holographic projections. Though they're extremely bright, Enoch can see through them. Enoch is then taken on a tour of the cosmos. He travels the galaxy. He's shown the movement of celestial bodies. He's told about man's place in the universe. Uriel teaches Enoch about the solar system. He's told the length of an Earth year is 364 days. He's shown the lunar cycle. He's shown how constellations move across the sky. This is interesting because the Book of Enoch was written thousands of years before many of these discoveries were made. Now, you would think there would be nothing above heaven, but wherever Enoch is, this place has a ceiling. Enoch specifically calls it a lofty roof. Enoch is taken to a giant room full of plants that he doesn't recognize. Uriel calls it one of the storehouses of nature. Now, this could be an arboretum or a garden. When humans finally travel through space, there will definitely be gardens on their ships. Enoch is shown an object with writing on it he calls the Book of Life. He says this records all the deeds of man.
It sounds like the angel works for the FBI.
Right. The Book of Life is essentially a database of surveillance records. There's a room for the wicked. Enoch describes it as a place of torture and mutilation. But this room has also been interpreted as where alien abductees endure experiments. Finally, Enoch enters the room with the throne of God. He said there's no way to describe it. He averts his eyes. God tells Enoch the secrets of the angels and the nature of the universe. He shows Enoch the different dimensions of existence. He shows Enoch visions of the past, present, and the future. And that's when Enoch finally learns why he was summoned and told to write everything down. God needs a witness. He needs someone to describe what heaven and hell are like. Someone whose words will be passed down for generations, so mankind has a written record of the afterlife. God also needs Enoch to deliver a message to some of God's angels on earth. And the message is not good news. In the early days of the world, God sent 200 angels to earth. Their purpose was to observe and guard humanity. They became known as the Watchers. Typically, angels are considered spiritual beings, but in the Book of Enoch, the Watchers are physical entities. They're described as large humanoids, some with wings, and they radiate so much light that it's difficult to look directly at them. The Watchers taught humans how to cultivate crops and create pottery. They taught humans about medicine and curing illness. The Watchers taught humans about astronomy and astrology. In ancient Sumerian texts, which Enoch is probably based on, 300 beings are sent to Earth from palaces in the sky. These beings are called the Observers. They too help humanity take a great leap forward. We see this story in ancient cultures all over the world. Advanced beings come down from the sky and bring humanity the gift of civilization. In the Book of Enoch, the Watchers helped humanity advance quicker and civilization spread. But the Watchers became vain and proud. They were instructed by God to withhold certain knowledge from man. The Watchers ignored these instructions. The Watchers taught men how to create new metals for weapons. They taught men how to harness fire and wage war. They taught women witchcraft and alchemy. The Watchers revealed the secrets of the heavens and changed the course of human development.
They violated the Pride Directive.
They did. This transfer of knowledge was a double-edged sword. While it propelled humanity forward, it also brought about corruption, a deviation from God's order. The corruption didn't just affect men, it affected the Watchers as well. The Watchers were spending more and more time with human women.
Uh-oh, this isn't gonna end well.
The Watchers became lustful.
Oh, yeah.
Then they started taking human women as wives for themselves.
And the angels, the children of heaven, saw and lusted after them, and said one day, Come, let us choose us wives from among the children of men and of the earth's children. Enoch chapter 6, verse 1.
This part of the Enoch story has been interpreted as the human-alien hybridization program developed by the Anunnaki in Sumerian texts. In those stories, human women weren't being taken as wives, they were just being taken, abducted, and used as incubators for a new species. This union of celestial and mortal bloodlines gave birth to a race of giants, the Nephilim. Another ancient text found in the Dead Sea Scrolls was called the Book of Giants. This book, along with the Book of Enoch, described the Nephilim as creatures of immense size and strength and immense cruelty. The Nephilim brought even more corruption and violence to the world. Torn between divinity and humanity without a home in either, they go insane. Soon they turn on humans and torture anyone they can find. The Nephilim needed to consume so much food that eventually they began feeding on human flesh. Humans are helpless to stop these advances. Many are enslaved by the powerful Nephilim. Many more are killed. Then a few humans decide to follow the example set by the Watchers. They think if angels can torture and kill and enslave and sleep with whoever they want, why can't we? Then the world becomes filled with people like this. Soon God can't tell who's a Nephilim and who isn't. Enoch delivers the message to the Watchers, to the Nephilim, and to all mankind. Repent for your sin or suffer the wrath of God. Enoch's warning is ignored. He's brought back to heaven where he begs God to help save the earth. So God makes a decision. The earth has become so corrupt and so foul that it needs to be reset. He will cause an event so cataclysmic that everything and everyone will be killed. Humans, angels, Nephilim, all of them, gone. But one man and his family will be spared. The only man who can't be corrupted. The only man who can be trusted to restart civilization. Enoch's great-grandson Noah. But here's the thing. There's a lot more to Noah than we've been told. In the book of Enoch, we get the full story. In Genesis, God appears to Noah and says the world is to end. There will be a great flood that washes away every living thing so the world can start again. He commands Noah to build a large boat, an ark. This ark will hold Noah, his family, and 2 of every animal. In the ark, they'll survive the flood and live to see a new age on earth. Everybody knows that story. But in Enoch, it happens a little bit differently. The book of Enoch describes Noah's birth.
His body was as white as snow, and red as the blooming of a rose. And the hair of his head and his long locks were white as wool, and his eyes beautiful. And when opened his eyes, he lighted up the whole house like the sun, and the whole house was very bright. The book of Noah, Book 3, chapter 1.
Noah is described as beautiful with bright glowing skin. And from the moment of birth, Noah can speak. Noah's father, Lamech, panics. Lamech had been away during the time Noah would have been conceived, so he knows the child isn't his. What's worse, Noah is radiating light. Lamech is worried that Noah is a watcher, or worse, Nephilim. Lamech seeks counsel from his father Methuselah. Also fearing the child could be a watcher, Methuselah prays to his own father, Enoch, who's been in heaven for many years. Enoch answers Methuselah.
And now make known to thy son Lamech that he who has been born is in truth his son, and call his name Noah, for he shall be left to thee, and he and his sons shall be saved from the destruction which shall come upon the earth on account of all the sin and all the unrighteousness which shall be consummated on the earth in his days. The Book of Noah, Book 3, Chapter 18.
Lamech is relieved that Noah is truly his, but Noah was conceived while Lamech was away. In the book of Enoch, this is a divine miracle, or it's technology, artificial insemination, and genetic manipulation, a successful hybrid. Lamech also learns that a great flood is coming, and Noah has been chosen to restart civilization. In Genesis, God gives Noah instructions on how to survive, but the book of Enoch tells it a little differently. The story of Noah and the flood is primarily found in the book of Genesis, chapters 6 through 9. This narrative is one of the most well-known in the Bible.
So God said to Noah, I'm going to put an end to all people, for the earth is filled with violence because of them. I am surely going to destroy both them and the earth.
But the book of Enoch tells it a little differently. First, it's Uriel who tells Noah about the flood, not God. And the intention of the flood is not to destroy all humans. According to the book of Enoch, the primary targets of the great flood are the fallen angels known as Watchers and their human hybrid offspring, the Nephilim. Most humans will also die, but this is considered necessary collateral damage. The only way to reset creation and wipe the slate clean. If some humans survive, great. If they don't, it doesn't matter. Only Noah matters. Noah was given specific instructions on how to build the ark and survive.
Make yourself an ark of cypress wood. Make rooms and coat it with pitch inside and out. This is how you are to build it. The ark is to be 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high. Make a roof of it, leaving below the roof an opening 1 cubit high all around. Put a door in the side of the ark, and make lower, middle, and upper decks.
This is a big ship, longer than a football field, almost 100 feet wide, and taller than a 5-story building. It would need to be big, because Noah had an additional responsibility.
You are to bring into the ark 2 of all living creatures, male and female, to keep them alive with you. 2 of every kind of bird, of every kind of animal, and of every kind of creature that moves along the ground will come to you and be kept alive.
At this time in history, there were well over 1 million species of animals on Earth. Obviously, these wouldn't fit on the ark, but there are explanations and interpretations. The biblical interpretation is that Noah wasn't saving every breed of animal, just the type. So he wouldn't have brought any dogs. He would have brought a male and female gray wolf, and the wolves would eventually become dogs.
They should have left the cats.
Stop it.
The vicious little hell beast there.
That's enough. What about huge animals like elephants? Those were definitely on the ark. Some biblical scholars say the animals delivered to Noah were infants, allowing a lot more to fit. But there is an ancient astronaut theory that says there were no animals on the ark at all. Instead, it contained DNA samples of all living creatures on Earth, essential for rebuilding civilization. Whether it was God's doing or not, the time finally arrived. The end of the world. Or the beginning. With Noah, his family, and the animals safely aboard the ark, the flood began.
On that day, all the fountains of the great deep burst open, and the floodgates of the heavens were opened, and the rain fell on the earth 40 days and 40 nights.
As the waters raged over the earth, anyone not on the ark drowned. It took 5 months for the water to recede, and 5 or 6 months for the land to be dry enough to leave the ark. Noah and his family and the animals were on the ark for a full year. For thousands of years, believers and skeptics have debated the scale of the flood, or even if it occurred at all. Some have argued the biblical flood was not a global event, but a local one. The best-known theory to support this is the Black Sea deluge hypothesis. First posed in 1997, it argues the Black Sea was a freshwater lake around 260 feet lower than it is today. It was cut off from the Mediterranean Sea by a rocky sill in the Bosphorus Strait. Then, around 8,400 years ago, the Laurentide ice sheet collapsed, causing an abrupt sea level jump. This sent a catastrophic inflow of Mediterranean seawater over this natural dam and into the Black Sea. Almost 40,000 square miles of land were flooded. This significantly expanded the shoreline to both the north and the west. 200 times the flow of Niagara Falls poured through every day, and each day the level of the Black Sea rose several feet. And this continued for 300 days, creating the Black Sea as we know it today. Undersea surveys have revealed human-made structures. The remains of freshwater fish have also been found. The memory of this massive flood could have been passed down through the generations. But it was finally documented and flood narratives found in both the Sumerian Epic of Gilgamesh and the Book of Genesis. So there's evidence of a local flood, which would have been the entire world to the people living there. But how about an actual global flood? A flood that affected every part of the earth? Skeptics claim the biblical flood could not have occurred because there's no actual evidence for a global flood. With all due respect, those skeptics are wrong.
Marks, this is big event is on now until September 11th. Save up to 60% on a wide selection of styles.
Parenting sometimes comes with interesting fashion choices. But with the new Kia Carnival, you never have to give up your style. Kia, movement that inspires.
Many Jews, Christians, and Muslims believe the Great Flood is symbolic, an allegory to serve as a warning to mankind: be righteous or be destroyed. Others take the Bible literally and claim Noah was a real man who built a real boat to survive a real flood. What if they're both kind of wrong? What if there was a flood, but the man known as Noah is known by different names in different cultures? The ancient Sumerian Epic of Gilgamesh is the first flood story. Utnapishtim is warned by the god Ea about a great flood. He builds a large boat to save his family and animals from the deluge sent by the god Enlil. And Enlil was also right. In Hinduism, Manu, the first man, saves a fish who later warns him of a great flood. The fish instructs Manu to build a boat, and when the flood comes, the fish guides the boat to safety, carrying Manu, the seven sages, and the seeds of life. In Native American Ojibwe mythology, a great flood occurs. Manabosho, a cultural hero, survives by floating in a boat along with various animals. And there is an Australian Aboriginal myth, Tula. A giant frog drinks all the water in the world, causing a drought. When he releases the water, it causes a great flood. A boat is used to survive this damage. The Chinese have the Gunnu flood myth, which cleansed the earth. The Inca myth tells of Viracocha, who floods the earth to destroy giants who disobeyed his orders, sparing two to repopulate the earth. Indeed, these stories go unknown. I specifically picked a few from cultures that are far away from each other, separated by oceans. In all, there are about 250 separate flood myths, but every story is eerily similar. For years, the similarities between the stories was considered coincidence. As people stepped forward to claim there really was a global flood, it was called pseudoscience. But as often happens, the only difference between pseudoscience and science is none.
I think that the evidence is consistent with what I will call a mega scale development over that. Most likely consistent with the licensing ecology transition of the great flooding events that we know well documented in other places in the world.
Huge tsunamis and torrential rain flooded the entire continent of Africa, reshaping the landscape. At the same time, on the other side of the world, the same event.
Here what you have to visualize is a tsunami sweeping over the land that's over 1,000 feet. That's what happened. And we know that because we can trace the high water marks on the hillsides. The high water marks are clearly etched into the hillsides.
This is the Great Flood at the end of the Younger Dryas, where the ice caps suddenly melted and raised the sea level of the earth by hundreds of feet. Anyone living near a coastline would be gone. Any settlements or cities below a certain elevation would be destroyed. The cause of this event is still being debated. Some believe a large asteroid impact or a series of impacts caused the sudden melting of the ice. Another theory, the one I believe, is that a massive solar flare hit the Earth. This would cause the ice to melt everywhere at once and explain why flood myths exist in every corner of the world. Whatever caused it, it was a catastrophic event. an event of biblical proportions, literally. But there were survivors. Maybe not just Noah. Maybe there were many Noahs. If an asteroid or solar flare hit, there wouldn't be much time to prepare, but there would be some time. Maybe groups of people anticipated the rising seas and built boats. Or, as some theorize, and many myths say, a being came down from the sky and warned people of the coming catastrophe. Those who heeded the warning would get to building boats right away. Those that survived passed down the story to their descendants. There could have been arks all over the world. Or maybe there really was only one ark. And if it was, where is it? Does it still exist? Can it be found? For that answer, we turn to the CIA. Searches for Noah's Ark have been occurring since antiquity, but it was the emergence of biblical archaeology in the 19th century which made the possibility of formal searches finally feasible. By the 1940s, expeditions were organized to follow up on potential leads. As for where the Ark came to rest, the book of Genesis gives us a hint.
The waters kept receding steadily from the earth, so that they had gone down by the end of the 150 days. On the 17th day of the 7th month, the Ark came to rest on one of the mountains of Ararat.
Historians and biblical scholars agree Ararat is the Hebrew name of Urartu, an Iron Age kingdom centered around Lake Van. This indicates the mountains of Ararat must be found in the eastern part of Turkey, near the border of Armenia, Iran, and Azerbaijan.
Azerbaijan.
What?
Azerbaijan. It's fun to say.
I guess.
Azerbaijan. It feels really good in the mouth. Azerbaijan.
Can I get back to this, please?
Go ahead, I ain't stopping you.
On June 17, 1949, the U.S. Air Force was photographing the mountains in eastern Turkey. On Mount Ararat was a rectangular barge-like structure west of the summit. This information was passed on to the CIA, who sent spy planes to analyze the object that they called the Ararat anomaly. What they saw concerned them so much, they immediately classified it as secret. All subsequent photographs of the object taken in 1956, 73, 76, 1990, and 1992 were all classified. Over the next 45 years, all requests from within the government to see these photos were denied. The photos were never seen outside the CIA. In fact, for years, the CIA said the photos didn't exist at all. Thanks to the Freedom of Information Act, 6 frames from the 1949 footage were released to the public in 1995. By 1999, the CIA finally made their Noah's Ark files available to the public. And these documents proved that the search for Noah's Ark had reached the highest levels of the American government. Later, higher resolution photos show no barge. The 1949 picture was most likely a rock formation. Maybe. Probably. Maybe. But the Ararat anomaly is not the only structure that looks like Noah's Ark. There is another, a ship made of solid stone. In October 1959, Turkish Army Captain İlhan Darupınar was on a mapping mission for NATO. When he flew over Uzengli, Turkey, he saw a strange formation and snapped a photo. When analyzing the film, he was shocked by what he saw. This structure looked a lot like a large ship. But what was a ship doing so far inland, at almost 7,000 feet above sea level? Then someone decided to measure it. It was 538 feet long. Now that's too big to be Noah's Ark. The Ark was 300 cubits long, so 450 feet. But wait, the length of the cubit changed over time. The length of the cubit that Moses used to build the Ark of the Covenant was different than the cubit Noah would have used. In Moses' time, a cubit was about 17 inches. Noah came many years before Moses. Noah was only 10 generations from Adam. Noah would have used the Egyptian royal cubit, a little over 20 inches. The Darupınar ship was exactly 300 royal cubits long and 50 royal cubits wide. This location is exactly where the Bible said Noah made landfall. Many people think Noah landed on Mount Ararat, but that's not what the Bible says. The Bible says the mountains of Ararat. Mount Ararat is a volcano and has erupted a few times since the days of Noah, as recently as the 1840s. In fact, geologists believe Mount Ararat is a relatively young mountain and probably wasn't there during the flood. The Darupanar location is only a few miles from Mount Ararat. A ground investigation was done. In the area was found about 30 drogue stones. A drogue stone is a heavy rock with a hole at the top. Ropes went through the holes. Then they were hung from the bottoms of ancient ships to stabilize them in rough seas. Why are there anchor stones in the mountains of Ararat? They're 200 miles from the closest ocean, but there they are. Also on the site, the ancient settlement of Nashwan was discovered. Most of the evidence has been lost to treasure hunters, but as recently as the 1970s, there were stone foundations of ancient homes still visible. This is believed to be the first settlement after the flood. The site is so important that there's a huge cemetery in the area. People from all over the world requested to be buried here. Not hundreds of people, not thousands. As many as 1 million people wanted to be buried at this location. Now all that was left was to examine the boat structure itself. Researchers looked for signs of animal remains. They looked for metal nails. They looked for petrified wood. They found all three. After Darupanar discovered the site of the Ark, there was an earthquake in the area that exposed the hull of an ancient ship. Geologists visited the location and said it's a natural formation, and that was that. But in 1977, biblical researcher Ron Wyatt renewed interest in Noah's Ark.
We believe that God has preserved in the earth and under the seas remains of the nature events discussed in the Bible. Physical remains.
Over a number of years, Wyatt brought geologists and other scientists to investigate the Darupanar site. Oh, look at that. Oh, well, wait a minute. Let me get close to that. Kind of,
You want my hand in there?
yeah, just kind of those little flakes of iron that are coming out, like right there. And metal detectors were brought in and calibrated to search for iron. Not only did they find iron, they found it at regular intervals, indicating something man-made. You want a measuring tape to measure these things how far apart they are? The on-site team ran tape along the ground where iron was detected. It was a ship.
Entering the fall era,
With thousands of rollbacks for pickup and delivery at Walmart.ca.
A-Phone TV lets you see more breeds, positions to see you, Jay Seymour. Seymour Cozy, Mystery Killers. That's Seymour. A-Phone TV, Seymour.
Ron Wyatt found a metallic object next to the Ark, which had the shape of a large rivet. It was surrounded by what appeared to be an equally large metal washer. Part of the metal was tested. It contained a man-made metal alloy. Ground-penetrating radar, or GPR, was used in the 1980s. Regular lines were found beneath the surface.
All right, the lines are there. The lines are there.
This also indicates man-made construction.
This data does not represent natural geology. It's a man-made structure.
This is the west bulkhead,
All right.
up and over there. And we walk easterly. Here we start getting a longitudinal bulkheads. Here, here, here, here, here, here, here.
Scientists, do you really honestly believe that you have been on the remains of Noah's Ark?
I have no doubt in my mind. This has to be a man-made structure. It's full of metal. The metal has a regular pattern. The size of the thing, the shape of the thing, it's almost certainly a large boat.
A small excavation was done on the side of the structure. Wyatt's team discovered lines of mud that were lighter in color than the surrounding soil. He believed these to be beams from the ship. As recently as 2014, 3D scans were taken of the location. Not only was the shape of a ship found, it had 3 levels, just as the Ark should. The 3D scan also confirmed the dimensions of the object: 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, 30 cubits tall. A perfect match. During one demonstration from the Turkish government, Ron Wyatt pointed to an object seen on radar near the surface. He was given permission to dig it up. It was a piece of petrified wood, deck timber. Other artifacts were found at the site. More petrified wood, pieces of metal, cat hair, even fossilized animal dung. Researchers found evidence of a fence around Noah's house, where he raised livestock.
You can see the system of fences here that appears to have been a system of corrals and pens.
They found the altar he used to make sacrifices to God. They even found the grave of Noah's wife and a stone sarcophagus. Almost immediately after the discovery, grave robbers stole her body and allegedly sold it on the black market for millions of dollars. All this evidence was so compelling that the Turkish government officially claimed this was the place where Noah's Ark landed. There's even a visitor center, and the area is open to the public. But if the Ark really has been found, what does that mean? Does that mean everything in the Bible is true? Were there angels, watchers? Were there Nephilim? Is the Earth really much younger than we thought? And my big question is God the angry, vengeful God we read about in the Old Testament? There's evidence of the Ark. There's evidence of the flood. If God punished humanity for being wicked, we should be very careful. We might want to try to be better people. We should be more kind, more honest, more forgiving. God already destroyed humanity once. We're his second try. And you know what they say? Third time's a charm. Noah's Ark, the Great Flood, the Book of Enoch, the Watchers, the Nephilim. We covered a lot today, even aliens. But is any of this true? Let's go backwards because that's the easiest way to do this. Ron Wyatt was not an archaeologist. He was a nurse by trade. He claimed to have all the requirements for a master's and a PhD in antiquities, but that wasn't true. He claimed to be a Korean War veteran, and that wasn't true. He claimed to have discovered the Ark of the Covenant, but he didn't.
I'm always amazed, and again, I don't hate Ron Wyatt. I don't really dislike him, to tell you the truth. I just like what he's doing. I realize that he's deceived, in my opinion, thousands of people.
He said he found the ancient cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. He didn't.
Ordinarily, I don't say anything without I can prove it, because it's rather embarrassing to make a statement and somebody say, well, can you show me some evidence? Then I can't.
He claimed he found the location where Moses parted the Red Sea. He even said he found evaporated blood of Jesus Christ. He had the blood rehydrated and examined. He said Jesus' blood had 24 chromosomes, 23 to form a baby, and 1 from the Holy Spirit, which proves the virgin birth.
So all of his physical characteristics were determined by his mother's side of family, or all his mothers. And his maleness was determined by this one wire that came from the source, not a human male.
But this whole thing is like,
Then they said, his blood is alive. And then they said, whose blood is this?
and tears would come in his eyes when he talked about blood dripping down from the cross to the, the mercy seat. I mean,
He said, it's the multi-term sign.
and I don't like seeing God's work so grossly misrepresented to get funds from people and to get support from people.
Ron Wyatt's work is still very popular on the internet, and I can understand why. This is an incredible story. But if you look just a little deeper, you'll find statement after statement from people who were lied to by Wyatt and defrauded out of quite a bit of money. One patron of Wyatt's lost $30,000 on one of these holy adventures. Wyatt said he needed another $10,000. This patron said only if you take a lie detector test. At first, Ron Wyatt stopped, but he needed the money. He took the test. The man who administered the test said, and I quote, he failed just about everything except his name. But what about all the evidence? The metal detectors, ground-penetrating radar. Well, most of it was faked or cherry-picked. The metal detectors used were professional. They were purchased on the back of treasure hunting magazines. Modern professional metal detectors found iron at the site, but it's the same type of iron found in soil all over the area. No trained scientist has ever seen any of the petrified wood or petrified dung or anything like that. The only people who saw these things were wrong, or the people paid by wrong. because they are there, and they've clearly been there a long time. But the stone is locally quarried. Drogue stones from Noah's Ark would have come from Mesopotamia, not the mountains of Turkey. And the boat-shaped formation is probably the result of a mud flow. You can see shapes like this all over the area. Now, supporters of Rowebag's theories, and there are a lot of those, have answers for all of this. That the boat was actually higher up the mountain but traveled down a lava flow. The boats don't float on lava. Never. But thousands and thousands of people throughout history did and do consider this a holy place. Maybe Noah's Ark was there. I can't prove it wasn't, but I can prove Rowebag was a liar. As to why the CIA kept the photos classified, what was the Cold War? And these were photos from spy planes. And a few of those planes weren't exactly in friendly airspace. After the fall of the Soviet Union, releasing the photos wasn't a problem. Now, the Great Flood. If you follow this channel, you know that I believe that really happened. And I believe it happened at the end of the Younger Dryas. I believe a massive solar event melted the ice caps and created the biggest catastrophe in human history. And if you follow this channel, you also know that the thing I fear most is not nuclear war or civil unrest or pandemics. I fear the sun. If an asteroid is headed our way, we'll see it. And we may even be able to do something about it. And if an asteroid actually hits, I believe the world would come together and all nations would do everything they could to help one another. But a major solar flare or coronal mass ejection, there's nowhere to hide from that. Not in a mountain cave or deep underground. The heat and radiation would be disastrous to us and our planet.
Yeah, we could hide in the water, like the aliens.
And that's true. Water is effective at absorbing radiation. And the deeper you go, the safer you are. And I'm sure the aliens in the ocean know that. Now, speaking of aliens, is that what's going on in the Book of Enoch? Most of the flood myths start the same way, with a warning from a godlike figure. And they end the same way, with a godlike figure helping restart civilization. Now, I can't definitively prove that this is true. Nobody can. But if we keep pressuring our governments about UAPs and UFOs, we may eventually get some answers. Humanity did take a leap forward in technology many thousands of years ago, and maybe those ancient humans have helped. Enoch physically goes to a place that sounds like a spaceship. The prophet Elijah also talks about riding a chariot of fire.
What?
I thought you were going to say it.
Well, no, I don't want to.
Elijah talks about riding a chariot of fire over the earth with a human-like being. Elijah is amazed by the sound of the vehicle and how fast it moves. Other cultures and religions have similar stories. Muhammad ascends to heaven and meets Allah before returning to earth. In Hinduism, Arjuna is taken to heaven and lives there for a few years before coming back down. There are many more of these myths, but are they myths? Maybe these things did actually happen, but they're written down as myths because the technology is so far ahead of what existed at the time. Maybe these were visitations and abductions. There's a tribe in West Africa called the Dogon. There are about 100,000 of them who mostly live in caves and cliffs. They're still a primitive people. The Dogon religion says that long ago, they were visited by aliens from the Sirius star system. These aliens told the Dogon that they helped the Egyptians, the Greeks, and the Sumerians with their civilizations. But what's really amazing is the Dogon are aware of the star Sirius B, which the tribe calls Potolo. Sirius B is invisible to the naked eye. It was first discovered in 1862. But the Dogon people had no telescopes. They still don't. Yet not only were they aware of the star Sirius B, they knew it was a white dwarf companion star to the much brighter Sirius A. The Dogon knew the length of Sirius B's orbit in years. They knew the shape of its orbit. They knew it was a dense star. They relayed all this information to a visiting anthropologist in the 1930s. They even said that there's a third star in the Sirius system, but there wasn't until there was. In 1995, a study concluded that a third companion star exists. More recent studies aren't so sure, but the Dogon people are. Allegedly, the Dogon were also aware of Jupiter's moons and Saturn's rings. The skeptics like to poke holes in the Dogon story, and I think that's fine. Like the Dogon were wrong about the number of Jupiter's moons. But they were right about Sirius B. The story of Enoch seems to be based on ancient Sumerian stories, like a lot of the Bible is. When people talk about the book of Enoch, they're referring to what's officially called First Enoch, because there are three books. Biblical scholars consider the books of Enoch pseudepigrapha. It is a biblical work that falsely claims authorship by a biblical character. That doesn't mean the books of Enoch weren't known or weren't important. In fact, First Enoch is quoted in Jude 14 through 15. Enoch was known and was important, but the book is not considered inspired by God and therefore is apocryphal and not part of canon.
Still a picture.
Oh yeah, it's a good read. Now, some parts of Enoch are said to have been written later to expand on stories from the Bible, like the birth of Noah and Enoch's visit to heaven. These were interesting characters and people wanted to learn more. So someone, or many someones, we don't know who, just wrote more.
It's like Bible fan fiction.
It's exactly like that. But different religions and denominations are going to have different interpretations. Remember, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church says the book is canon, and that church has been around for almost 3,000 years. Some Christians think reading the book is heresy, a crime against the church. But most scholars consider the book of Enoch an important text that gives additional insight into the lives and beliefs of the people living at the time. Honestly, whether the book of Enoch is canon or not, that's not important to me. It's an interesting academic discussion. As you know, I'm not religious, but I am fascinated by and have great respect for religions, all religions. I enjoy the stories, and for the most part, I think they teach good lessons. I'm more into fishes and loaves than fire and brimstone, but that's just my taste. But I know I'm going to hear it in the comments. Every time I do a religious story, I get attacked. In the comments, there's going to be people screaming at me in all caps to take Jesus into my heart or we're going to hell. If that's what you believe, that's okay. I don't believe that. I don't know what happens after we die. I'm inclined to say nothing, just black. But there's a big piece of my heart that really wants to be wrong. Because when I finally pass on and walk down that tunnel, if I'm greeted by family and friends long past, and I find myself standing at the pearly gates, the first words out of my mouth are going to be, thank God. I took a lot of heat for that episode. Ron Wyatt still has a lot of fans and believers. Now, I think he's debunked and might have committed fraud, but lots of people believe him. And I'd like to believe that Noah's Ark is out there somewhere. If only we had a machine that could see through time.
Oh, look at you writing segues now.
Well, that was actually an accident. But there is a machine that allegedly lets you see through time. It's called the Chronovisor, and it's supposedly stored in the Vatican secret archives.
Yeah, I'd like to take a peek at what they got down there.
Oh, so would I. And you can go see the archives, but there's a 10 to 12 year waiting list. You have to go there for academic purposes, and you have to state in advance the reason for your visit. So, what documents you'd like to see.
Oh, how am I supposed to know what it is? I want to grab the shelves and see the time machines and alien skulls and all this stuff.
Yep, that's too bad. They want to know in advance, and there'll be someone with you the whole time. And if you're going to apply to go visit the archives, don't ask to see the Chronovisor. The church does not want to talk about it, and here's why. Vatican City is an inspirational place. You don't need to be Catholic or even religious to appreciate the architecture, the art, and the city's historical significance. But there is a place within the Vatican that's rarely seen. Hidden beneath the city is an underground fortress, inaccessible to the public and protected by armed guards and state-of-the-art security. The secret apostolic archives. Within the stone and steel reinforced walls are vaults, climate-controlled rooms, and over 50 miles of shelves. And on those shelves are countless texts, relics, and artifacts collected by the church for over 1,000 years. But one of the most intriguing objects hidden in the archive is called the Chronovisor, a device that can view events anywhere and any time in history. And for years, its existence was just a rumor. No proof of the Chronovisor was ever found. But a book released by a Vatican priest would change all that. Let's find out why. Pellegrino Ernetti was a scientist, world-class authority on music, and a scholar. He spoke several languaes. He dabbled in electronics, physics, and even the occult arts. He also happened to be a Benedictine monk. Now, whether by luck or by fate, Father Pellegrino Ornetti found himself in the company of Francois Brune, a priest from France. And they were sharing a ferry ride down the Grand Canal in Venice. The water was calm and the trip was long, so the men struck up a conversation. They shared a love of languages, science, and history, and they were discussing different interpretations of the Bible when Ornetti interrupted. "There's nothing to interpret," Ornetti said. "It's possible to see what actually happened, to see the truth with your own eyes." The Broom thought Ornetti was joking or being rhetorical. He wasn't. Ornetti spoke of a device he had worked on hidden in the deepest, most secret levels of the Vatican archive, a device that allowed its operator to witness events anywhere and any time in the past. And it was called the chronovisor.
You, a time machine?
Well, sort of. You can't travel anywhere with the chronovisor, but you can program it to show you certain events on a screen, like a television.
Yeah, boy, you can stream anything these days.
Now, Francois Brune was stunned by the story. He knew Father Pellegrino Ornetti to be a serious man. Ornetti was well-read, well-educated, and well-respected in the church. He was not one for exaggeration. Yet Ornetti claimed to have heard speeches by Napoleon and Mussolini. He visited ancient Rome, and Ornetti was amazed that Cicero was as captivating a speaker as history claimed.
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius, commander of the armies of the north, general of the Felix legions, and loyal servant to true emperor Marcus Aurelius, father to a murdered son, husband to a murdered wife, and I will have my vengeance in this life or in the next. Are you not entertained?
I'm not. Anyway, Broom wanted to know about the events in the Bible. Did they really happen? It's all true, Ornetti said. He had seen the final days of Jesus, including his crucifixion. He saw the creation of the Ten Commandments, the Last Supper, the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, and everything in the Bible. Now, Broom was obviously skeptical. Even though Ornetti was intelligent and talented, he didn't have the skill and knowledge needed to build this kind of device. And Ornetti agreed that he couldn't build the chronovisor himself. He had help. In 1952, Father Pellegrino Ornetti was working on a project at the Catholic University of Milan. And being an expert in early Christian music, he was studying and restoring tape recordings of Gregorian chants. While listening to one of the tapes, the school's founder, Father Agostino Gemelli, was convinced he heard his father's voice, even though his father was dead at the time of the recording. But what Gemelli heard was not his dead father relaying some profound message to his son from beyond the grave. What he heard was more mundane. His father arguing with someone over the price of shoe wax. Gemelli's father was a cobbler who made and sold shoes. And Gemelli thought he'd been given a gift from God. But Ornetti wondered if there was a scientific reason for this, that the sights and sounds of people in the past somehow continued to exist long after they happened. And if they did, could they be detected?
It sounds like EVP.
Well, it does. And this technology is not that different from what we now call EVPs, or electronic voice phenomena. And since Gemelli was president of the Pontifical Academy of Sciences, he was able to fund a project to explore the possibility of listening or seeing events from the past. Ornetti assembled a team of 12 scientists, but he would only reveal the names of two. And one was Enrico Fermi, the Nobel Prize-winning physicist known for Fermi's paradox and for creating the world's first nuclear reactor. The other scientist was Nazi rocket scientist turned director of NASA, Wernher von Braun. Like sound waves can be pressed into vinyl to produce a recording, Ornetti said that his team had discovered that light and sound continue to exist as forms of energy. Using a series of antennas, the chronovisor could detect this residual electromagnetic radiation and translate it into image and sound. Operators of the chronovisor could designate a specific date and location. Then the scene was reconstructed on a large cathode ray tube. And Francois Brune was obviously amazed by the story and asked Ornetti what happened to the device. Ornetti said that once the team realized what they had invented, they brought their discovery to the Pope. And since the chronovisor could tune into any place and time in the past, it could be used as a powerful weapon. It could reveal state secrets or be used for blackmail. So Pope Pius XII worried that, in the wrong hands, the chronovisor could launch a dictatorship unlike anything the world had ever seen. The Pope ordered the machine dismantled and forbid anyone from speaking of it. Ornetti said this was the first he's spoken of it in over 10 years. And Brune understood and agreed that a machine like the chronovisor would be extremely dangerous, and it was probably best if it stayed hidden and dismantled. But Brune said to Ernetti, "It's too bad there's no proof that the chronovisor actually worked." Ernetti said to Brune, "My friend, I have proof." Quintus Ennius was a writer and poet who lived during the Roman Republic between 239 and 169 BC. He's often considered the father of Roman poetry. And during his lifetime, he wrote about 20 plays and an epic poem on the history of Rome called the Annals, but only a few fragments of his work survive. His final play, Thyestes, was produced shortly before his death in 169 BC, and scholars have wondered about this play for centuries. They knew the story was based on the writing of another author, Seneca, but the actual text of Thyestes, except for a few lines, has been lost to history. Ernetti used the chronovisor to visit Rome in 169 BC, where he saw a performance of the play in a Roman square. Ernetti, fluent in Latin, was able to transcribe and finally complete Ennius's play after 2,000 years, and that manuscript still exists. The story of the chronovisor remained hidden for another 12 years or so. Then in 1972, an article appeared in the Italian magazine La Domenica del Corriere. The headline of the article was, "A machine that photographs the past has finally been invented." But some believe that the chronovisor was not dismantled, but was actually functional and being used by the church to maintain watch and control of the population. So you believe that one, huh?
But does the Pope
Soon, several photos were leaked, including this one taken by Ernetti himself. Ernetti used the chronovisor to view Jesus' entire final day, including his crucifixion. My favorite photo is this one, which shows Jesus walking and talking with his followers. And this photo is also pretty compelling. But again, the chronovisor fell out of the public eye.
a lot of information was suppressed by the church?
Or that. But then in 2002, Francois Brune released his book called The New Mystery of the Vatican, which documents his relationship with Ernetti and includes more details of what Ernetti saw with the chronovisor, and even includes blueprints for the machine. The Father Pellegrino Ernetti passed away in 1994, but until his dying day, he swore the chronovisor was real. He even published an open letter saying so. Father Francois Brune passed away in 2019. And during his life, he published multiple books and papers on theology and its relationship to quantum physics. He gave talks on EVP phenomena, communicating with spirits, and many different aspects of parapsychology. He too, until his last day, believed the chronovisor existed and possibly still exists today. Two highly regarded and well-respected clergymen insisted that the Vatican is in possession of the most important, most advanced, and most dangerous scientific invention ever created. The Vatican denies this claim as fantasy. So, who's telling the truth? The chronovisor is a story that bothers me. On one hand, there are a lot of details that are easily debunked. And on the other hand, the story comes from credible sources. Father Pellegrino Ernetti was well known and highly respected by his peers. He spent most of his life researching, teaching, and writing, and his books are highly regarded. Father Francois Brune is also well known and respected. So why would these men of such high esteem risk their reputations on a lie of this magnitude? What was there to gain? Their entire lives, both men said this device existed and possibly still exists. But the legend of the chronovisor does have a few problems. First, anyone who can confirm that it existed in the first place is dead. When the story first emerged, Fermi had been gone a long time. And von Braun, while still alive, never mentioned it.
Von Braun had a lot of secrets.
He sure did. And it's fair to point out that both Fermi and von Braun worked on multiple top-secret projects during and after the war. Now, the photos associated with the chronovisor are fake. The crucifixion photo is actually a picture of a statue from a church in central Italy. And the sculptor was Lorenzo Valera, a relatively famous Spanish artist who created the statue shortly before his death in 1931. When confronted about this, Brune said Valera took inspiration from a nun who had seen a vision of the crucifixion, and that's why the statue is so similar to the photo taken from the chronovisor. Maybe they don't look similar, they look identical, but Father Brune said the photo was real. And there are other photos associated with the chronovisor. but these became attached to the story over the years. They don't come from Ernetti. This one is sometimes attributed to the chronovisor, but it shows up in other urban legends as well. It's a photograph, but not one taken through a time machine. It's a photo of a painting by German artist Johannes Raphael Wehler. It's called Jesus Among the Wheat Fields and was painted around the year 1900. And this photo is another that's become attached to the chronovisor. This is a photograph of a painting by Eugene Bernard called Peter and John Run into the Tomb, dated 1898. So what of Ernetti's transcription of Thyestes? Well, it doesn't hold up. Ernetti had written about 150 lines, which he said was the complete play. But experts are pretty sure the play would have been much longer than that, probably 1,000 lines or more. And linguists aren't impressed with the transcription. Scholars have said the Latin is clumsy and uses words that wouldn't appear in the language for at least 200 years. So whoever wrote it wasn't a native speaker. In 1994, just after Ernetti's death, a letter was published by someone who claimed to be a distant relative of his, but wanted to remain anonymous. This person said that on Ernetti's deathbed, he confessed that the photo and his writing of Thyestes were fake, and that Enrico Fermi had nothing to do with the machine, but he still claimed the chronovisor was real. Then another distant relative said Ernetti made the whole story up to get more people interested in the church.
I don't trust when distant relatives suddenly crawl out of the woodwork.
Well, Father Francois Brun didn't trust them either. He insisted that the chronovisor was real, and if Ernetti confessed, it was because he was coerced to do so by the church.
And that I believe.
Well, that brings up an interesting side note. Now, obviously, the Catholic Church said the chronovisor wasn't real. But in 1988, the church issued a strange decree that said if anyone was caught using a machine like the chronovisor, they would immediately be excommunicated. So if the chronovisor is fake, why bother releasing a statement like that at all? When I first heard the story of the chronovisor, it was one that I desperately wanted to be true. And many people believe it is true. Believers say the church keeps the chronovisor a secret, but does use it occasionally to influence world events. And that's something to think about. If the technology exists that allows someone to view anyone, anywhere, and at any time in history, we wouldn't want any government to have such immense power. And the only worse institution to be the steward of this technology that I can think of is an organized religion. So with that in mind, I don't know if the chronovisor is real, but for all our sakes, I really hope it isn't. Our next episode is our last one, and it's one of my favorites. It's about the Knights Templar, or Templar. I can't get a consensus on that. I say Templar a lot in this episode because it mostly follows the story of Knights Templar Grand Master Timothy Hogan. And he is a controversial figure. In fact, some of his claims are so outrageous that I lost at least one patron because of it.
Someone quit you because you told a story.
Yep, because it was about Jesus and John, and I don't want to spoil it, but it was quite a claim.
Wait, are we going to lose more people by running this thing again?
Maybe, probably, but the claim is so controversial that if I left it out, it wouldn't have been honest. Now, in producing this episode, I actually exchanged emails with Grandmaster Hogan. I told him that I would be covering the story and I would be approaching parts of it with skepticism. And I was specific about his story and where I thought it might have been a little hinky. So he wrote back a very nice and detailed reply and said he understood my skepticism about certain parts of the story. And he said I covered him fairly, which I thought was cool. And in the process of researching this story, I don't know, I must have listened to 3, 4, 5 hours of Tim Hogan on podcasts and interviews and stuff. He has an encyclopedic knowledge of the Knights Templar or Templar. He's a fascinating guy. Whether you believe his stories or not, I don't think it matters. He's still a lot of fun to listen to. So when the podcast studio is finally up, once the podcast studio is running, I'm going to have him in.
As soon as the podcast studio is ready, I've been hearing it for a year.
Has it been a year? Yeah, we got to fix that. We're working on it. This episode's a fun one. It's a long one, so pop some corn and settle in. The accepted narrative describes the Knights Templar as humble warrior monks protecting Christians on the road to Jerusalem. The Knights were later betrayed and ultimately destroyed. But there is another story within that story. It's a legend filled with murder, mystery, and buried treasure. And it involves a secret powerful enough to rewrite history and change the world. Yes, the Templars were in Jerusalem protecting Christians, but that was their cover story. The real reason they were there was they were looking for something, ancient technology. So as soon as the Knights Templar arrived in the Holy Land, they started digging. And then the Knights Templar were formed in 1118. At least that's when they were officially formed. The real story began many years earlier in Constantinople, now Istanbul.
Istanbul was Constantinople, now it's Istanbul, that Constantinople been a long time ago, and Constantinople, that Constantinople getting works. Let's go, Daddy's business, statistics. What? Tell me that song didn't pop into your head the second you said it.
Yeah, it did, but you might have...
Istanbul.
The Brothers of the East was a secret order formed in Greece that eventually set up their headquarters in Istanbul. They practiced alchemy, they studied sacred geometry, they performed rites and rituals incorporating astrology, astronomy, music, and mathematics. So when Hugh de Paynes, a French nobleman, met the Brothers of the East, he was excited. De Paynes was technically Catholic, as most of Europe was, but he had family members who were of the Sufi Islamic faith, which is the more mystical side of Islam. De Paynes had been told of this secret group that possessed and was protecting ancient knowledge. He wanted to meet this group and see for himself. At this time in history, Europe was in chaos. Various kingdoms were rising and falling and warring with each other. In the East, Muslims and Christians were clashing. The world was tearing itself apart, yet the Brothers of the East possessed a peaceful wisdom. They weren't concerned with modern politics. The brothers had a purpose that was much more important. Once mutual trust was established, the Brothers of the East told the European visitors their story. Well, not their story, the story. It was the story of an ancient civilization that thrived thousands of years ago. The people were highly spiritual and highly advanced. It was a civilization that was free of poverty. Wealth was meaningless. They devised methods of growing crops so that every citizen was fed. They could control the weather. Droughts and famine were impossible. To Hugh de Paynes, this civilization had abilities that sounded like miracles or like sorcery. They could communicate over long distances instantly somehow. They had a way of levitating objects no matter how large or how heavy. They had medicine that could cure any illness, allowing people to live very long lives. War didn't exist. There was such an abundance of resources that anyone can have whatever they wanted. And what these people wanted most was to pursue their own spirituality. And then they were gone. How, de Paynes asked, could a civilization this powerful, who seemed to be able to control nature itself, be suddenly wiped out? The Brothers of the East said in a single day the ground shook, and volcanoes emerged and erupted. Then a giant flood swept over the earth and destroyed everything.
I know this is going.
It was then that Hugh de Paynes and his 8 knights learned of Atlantis. Hugh de Paynes and his fellow knights were riveted by the story. De Paynes was a nobleman, a count in fact. He was the Count of Champagne.
Champagne. Oh, pardon my French.
De Paynes was an educated man. He knew about Plato and his stories of the island of Atlantis. He thought they were just stories. The brothers said Plato was mostly correct. But Atlantis wasn't just a city, or even just an island. It was a civilization that spanned the globe. And each city was connected using transportation technology that, again, sounded like magic. The story became almost overwhelming. Almost. The brothers said that ancient relics of Atlantis still exist, and they still possess their power. The power to travel great distances, the power of communication, the power to heal, perhaps even a secret to immortality. If ever discovered, these artifacts would be the most powerful and dangerous devices on Earth. Dupain said that any kingdom, any country, any religion would kill to have access to this power. The brothers of the East agreed. The technology of Atlantis could not fall into the wrong hands. So Hugh Dupain was offered an assignment: find the ancient artifacts and bring them back to Europe for safekeeping. Hugh and the other 8 men immediately agreed and formed a secret fellowship. But where do they start looking? The brothers said they'll find artifacts under the location of what used to be King Solomon's temple, Temple Mount in Jerusalem. The knights would have to act quickly. The Holy Land was a dangerous place. Jerusalem was taken by Christian crusaders in 1099, but who knows how long they could hold it. And there was another problem. It wasn't just the knights that knew about the artifacts. Groups of Christians, Jews, Muslims, they were searching too. So when the knights arrived in the Holy Land in 1120, they set up their headquarters where Solomon's temple once stood. They officially became known as Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ and the Temple of Solomon, the Knights Templar. And the knights played the role of courageous warrior monks, protecting Christians making the long pilgrimage to the Holy Land. But while some Knights Templar guarded Jerusalem, other knights were digging beneath it. Day and night they dug, until one day they stood forward. Literally. The brothers of the East were right. They promised the Knights Templar that if they dug under the Temple Mount, they would find artifacts that once belonged to the great civilization of Atlantis. The Knights found a large box made of acacia wood and gold. There was no question they had found the legendary Ark of the Covenant. And then they found 5 more. Year after year, the Knights Templar pulled treasures from the New Jerusalem. They found the Spear of Destiny, the Holy Grail, the Emerald Tablet, and pages of ancient esoteric wisdom. They learned there were 10 arcs, though they only found 6. The arcs were used in conjunction with pyramids around the world to create limitless energy. This was similar to what Nikola Tesla attempted at Born for Power. If you want to learn how this technology worked, we have an episode that explains scientifically how the Great Pyramid of Giza could have been a power generator. Within the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid is a stone box. Mainstream Egyptology says this box is a sarcophagus to store a mummy, but no mummy was ever found there. And the dimensions of the box are kind of small for a human body, but the box is the perfect size to store one of the arks. The Knights Templar discovered that the pyramids were built for one specific purpose: to store the arks. And the arks, they were built to store manna. In the Bible, manna was a food source that appeared to the Israelites in the desert. It's described as fine flakes that look like frost on the ground. But according to Temple tradition, the Israelites and the Atlanteans before them extracted manna from plant and animal matter and turned it into a monoatomic white powder. This white powder provides energy.
The white powder that provides energy. And New York in the 80s was wild, eh?
You're thinking about something else. The manna acted as an electrical superconductor and powered the arks inside the pyramids. The arks generated unlimited energy for the thriving civilization. They learned these alchemical secrets from none other than the Emerald Tablet.
Emerald Tablet, thank you.
The Emerald Tablet gave detailed instructions on extracting manna from animal bones. The manna could then be used for energy or even for healing illness.
Hey, didn't the Emerald Tablet also tell you how to become immortal by making the Philosopher's Stone?
Yep.
From eating pig?
Yes.
Eating lots of pig?
Yes.
Immortality sounds gross.
It does, but if you want to be immortal...
There ain't no such thing as a free lunch.
Nope.
Even if lunch is pig.
That's enough. Some of these ancient texts even talked about creating manna from gold. When manna was extracted from gold, It could be used to make objects lighter for levitation. Now, think about it. The Ark is a box almost 4 feet long and 3 feet wide. It's made of gold. Gold is heavy. The Ark of the Covenant also contained the Ten Commandments, which were carved into stone tablets. Stone is heavy. Just the gold would have weighed almost 1,000 pounds. That doesn't include the weight of the stone or the acacia wood. Yet it only took 4 men to carry it. By the way, the men who carried the Ark were Levites. Levite, levitation.
Ark of the Covenant, link below.
The Knights Templar also found very old texts that even predated the civilization of Atlantis. These documents spoke of a non-human race that enslaved humanity thousands of years ago to mine gold. Yahtzee. The Anunnaki come up a lot on this channel, and I promise I'll do a full episode on it, but here's the short version. The Anunnaki were gods worshipped by the ancient Sumerians, but they were actually aliens from a planet beyond Neptune called the Nibiru. The Anunnaki arrived on Earth about 450,000 years ago, searching for resources, specifically gold. They were trying to solve an atmospheric crisis on their planet. By finding gold in abundance, they settled on Earth and established mining operations. Eventually, the Anunnaki created a labor force by genetically modifying early human ancestors, accelerating the evolution of Homo sapiens.
We need this episode, Chief.
I know, we'll do it, I promise.
Yeah. Your promises in 60 bucks are worth about their 1 night's worth of matter.
Okay. So the Templars knew about the Anunnaki and how they converted gold into a powder used for healing, levitation, and generating electricity. And it wasn't just the Atlanteans and Israelites that knew about mana. Sumerian texts spoke of an alchemical science called Ra'al, which you can't help but notice is similar to the word ram. The Sumerians used a substance called Shumana that was used to help the Anunnaki gods power their flying craft. In Vedic, Hindu, and Jain texts, this substance was called Vimana, which again was used to power flying crafts. Polynesian cultures believe mana is a force of nature anyone can extract. Buddhists call it mani. Though the words vary slightly in all these cultures, the definition and use are the same. Mana is a potent substance that allows humanity to tap into something very powerful in nature. By the way, the Templar cross, you can find that carved everywhere and every time civilization existed. The cross is all over ancient Egypt. You can even see the cross carved on the ancient Sumerian depictions of the Anunnaki. Templar legend says this was actually the symbol of Atlantis. After Atlantis was destroyed in the Great Flood,
The young Giants.
yep, the Templar legend of Atlantis and the Great Flood is exactly like every other flood myth we find in every culture around the world. After the flood, a few survivors restarted civilization with knowledge from Atlantis. The cross was carved in their honor. But not everything the Knights found was Atlantean. Some artifacts were from just 1,000 years before, during the time of Jesus. There were ancient texts that confirmed a lot of what was said in the Bible. But some texts contradicted the Bible. There was no way the Knights could let the church find out what they discovered. The Catholic Church was growing more powerful every year. If the truth came out, it could shake the very foundation of the faith, and the Knights Templar would be destroyed. Besides, much of the Knights' funding came from the church, but no historical document compared to the shock of what they discovered next, an ossuary, which is a collection of bones. This ossuary held the bones of a very famous religious family, all buried together. The Knights found the bones of Mary Magdalene, John the Baptist, and Jesus himself. But they also found the bones of the children Mary had with both of them. To call what the Knights Templar discovered blasphemous would be a huge understatement. They discovered documents and artifacts that would literally destroy the church. They needed to keep these treasures safe from being destroyed. They needed to keep them from falling into the wrong hands, specifically the Pope's hands. The Templars knew that the existence of the bones of John, Jesus, and Mary Magdalene and their children would mean the end of the Catholic Church. But to rub salt in an already gaping wound, the Templars found something potentially even more threatening to the church, an alternate belief system. The Templars were Christian, but not in the strictest sense, as most of Europe was, and more importantly, as their king and employers were. Spreading information contrary to the teachings of the Catholic Church was not only heresy, it was a death sentence. Remember, this was all happening at the time of the Crusades. Religions were at war. The Templars couldn't speak about their findings, but couldn't ignore them either. So instead, they hid them, they protected them, and studied them. Some ancient wisdom included blasphemous ideas like the divine feminine, reincarnation, heaven as a state of mind, and an innate connection to the Creator. The Knights maintained their appearance as devout Catholics. They had to. Their biggest patron was the Catholic Church. You don't fight the hand that feeds you, especially the most powerful hand on earth. But in secret, the Knights Templar were Christian Gnostics. Gnosticism comes from the Greek word gnosis, meaning divine knowledge. Other cultures call this enlightenment. The basic premise is that spirituality can be found within without needing an outside institution. So no reason to have priests, monks, saviors, or churches at all. You didn't need them to find God. It was already within you. One of the earliest Templar documents mentions God-given rights. Now, Americans use this phrase or something close to it in the Declaration of Independence, but that was in the 18th century. The idea of God-given rights during the time of the Templars meant excommunication or worse. Only the Roman Church could give someone rights. Any alternative was bad for business. And instead of worshiping Jesus, many Knights Templar idolized John the Baptist, who they believe initiated Jesus into Gnosticism in the Great Pyramid. To the Templars, Jesus represented a Christos, a universal consciousness anyone could access, similar to the Buddha. They learned that being born again didn't refer to baptism. It referred to reincarnation, that someone would literally be born again. With the bones of Jesus, sacred documents, and artifacts from an ancient civilization, the Templars had plenty of evidence to back up their beliefs. They wanted to share this knowledge, but it wasn't the right time. The church was too powerful. They would have to wait. They would wait until this knowledge could be shared with the entire world and not seized by one pope or one king. So after years of digging, these early knights returned to Europe with the treasures and knowledge and hid it. And then they built an empire. For 200 years, the Knights Templar grew and thrived. Their numbers increased from a handful of soldiers to tens of thousands of men and women. The Catholic Church and Christian lords throughout Europe gave the Knights Templar money, land, and power to help their cause. The Templars created cathedrals, power structures, and systems of democracy. They created the first banking system, a system we still use today. During the Dark Ages, the journey from Europe to Jerusalem was dangerous. Road agents were robbing the pilgrims of everything they had. So the Knights Templar set locations along the way called commanderies. At any one of these locations, you could deposit your gold in exchange for a note. You then take this note to another commandery and exchange it for gold. And for every transaction, the Knights Templar charged a small fee. It was an ingenious system used by thousands of people for hundreds of years. Over time, those little fees added up. Now, individually, the knights were poor. When joining, you gave all your wealth to the order. The order then took care of you and all its members. The treasures and knowledge passed from generation to generation, with each Grand Master responsible for their safekeeping. And for those few hundred years, the Knights Templar were extremely successful at distracting the church from their true purpose. A little too successful. Eventually, the Knights Templar had their own armies, their own fleets of ships. They had their own merchants, masons, and farmers. They were independent and self-sustaining. The Knights Templar became the first multinational corporation. It had no need for a king or country. In fact, the opposite happened. The Knights Templar were so wealthy that King Philip of France was borrowing money from them. In the fall of 1307, King Philip IV needed financing for another war. He wasn't going to borrow any more money from the Knights. Instead, he would take it from them. The Templars had gone from humble defenders of Christianity to a serious threat to the entire power structure of Europe, the king and the church. And like many powerful rulers, King Philip didn't tolerate threats. So Philip and Pope Clement V devised a plan. Pope Clement, by the way, was born Raymond Bertrand and was a childhood friend of the king. When the previous pope died in 1304, King Philip made sure his friend was elected to what was one of the most powerful seats of power on earth. In short, the pope owed him one. On Friday the 13th of October 1307, 100 Templars, including the Grand Master Jacques de Molay, were arrested. For 7 years, they were threatened and tortured to try to gain access to their knowledge and wealth. After making false confessions, they were found guilty of heresy and sentenced to death. But now, there's a plot twist. For centuries, history claimed the Church had condemned the Knights Templar as heretics and eventually had them executed. But in 2001, a document was found in the Vatican Secret Archives. It's called the Shimon Parchment. The Shimon Parchment documented the inquiry led by 3 cardinals appointed by Pope Clement V. It details the investigation and the charges against the Templar leaders, including the Grand Master Jacques de Molay. The Shimon Parchment reveals that the Pope absolved the Templar leaders of heresy. They were allowed to reconcile with the Church. The Pope would allow the Order of the Knights Templar to continue their work. King Philip didn't like this result. He applied pressure to the Pope. Remember, the Pope owed him one. So in 1312, Pope Clement officially disbanded the Knights Templar. The leaders of the order, including Jacques de Molay, were later burned at the stake on charges of heresy, even though they were forgiven of these crimes. But Grand Master Jacques de Molay would enact a small token of revenge for his betrayal of justice. As he slowly burned to death, Molay issued a curse to the Pope and the King of France. He promised them that they would be dead within a year. This was March of 1314. A few weeks later, Pope Clement was dead. According to one account, while lying in state, he was struck by lightning. The fire was so intense that his body was unrecognizable. And if you read up on this pope, you'll agree that this was divine justice. In November, King Philip had a stroke and died. He was 46 years old. The Templar curse was fulfilled. France had now lost its king and its pope, and Europe had lost their beloved knight, or so it seemed.
Any metal, cut to size in just a few clicks. Visit metalsupermarkets.com.
Hello, this is Caitlin. A little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Deluxe sandwich is that juicy, tender, seasoned chicken. That filet is golden, crispy, and delicious, and paired without pickle is Yes, that's enough for their testimonial.
When the arrest order was given on October 13th, the Knights Templar knew it was coming. They had spies everywhere they had known for weeks, and they used those weeks to plan. On October 12th, the night before the arrest order was given, the Templars' entire fleet of ships disappeared into the darkness. And aboard those ships were all the ancient Atlantean artifacts, the holy treasures, and forbidden documents. Jacques de Molay and about 100 knights stayed behind. They hoped they could reason with the king and the pope. They failed in that mission, but succeeded in another. Disbanded but not destroyed, in hiding but not in prison, the Templars formed into smaller groups. They assimilated into other orders. Some assumed new identities and disappeared altogether. The Knights Templar in name ended in 1312, but their mission continued. In fact, it continues today. The evidence, it's everywhere. Evidence of the Knights Templar can be found all over the world. After they disbanded, they were determined to keep their knowledge and traditions alive, so they created alias groups to avoid detection. In Scotland, they became Freemasons. In Portugal, they were known as the Knights of Christ. In Germany, they created Rosicrucianism. There's also evidence of them in the early Americas. Nova Scotia has the legendary Oak Island, with buried Templar treasure and deadly curses. An indigenous tribe in Panama, known as the White Indians of Darien, have pale skin and Caucasian features. Some believe they're descendants of the first Templars in the Americas. When asked about the Knights Templar, the natives called them our brothers. In early Europe, Templars were the first Vikings. The first pirates were Knights Templar. The famous skull and crossbones symbol, the Jolly Roger, that flag was first flown by the Templar Navy to frighten their enemies before battle. One of the most famous Templar symbols is the Red Cross with a white background. Another is the depiction of several knights on a horse, like this statue in London. Both of these are found in cathedrals and chapels all across Europe. If you read or saw the Da Vinci Code, you may remember Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland. Pagan and Templar symbols are on every inch of it. Some, like this carving of a knight on horseback, are obvious. This is the gravestone for William Sinclair. It's in the lower part of Rosslyn Chapel. It specifically says Knight Templar. William Sinclair had no love for the church and provided help to any Knights Templar who asked for it. But it's not just crosses and horses that the Knights engraved on their architecture. There are more subtle clues relating to some of their Gnostic and sometimes pagan beliefs. Sculptures of angels in strange positions are common in Rosslyn Chapel and are an important rite in Freemasonry. But Freemasonry wasn't supposed to have started until 1717. Rosslyn Chapel was built in 1446. Over 100 of these little green men are scattered around Rosslyn Chapel. They're pagan symbols and thought to originate from ancient Celtics. Paganism simply refers to anything that isn't Christian, Muslim, or Jewish. Why would there be hundreds of non-Christian symbols in a Catholic church? Templar legend says they were placed there as a message. Some of the more interesting carvings are of plants that Europeans never should have known about. This is a picture of corn over one of the windows in Rosslyn Chapel, and here's one of trillium. But corn and trillium are native to North America. Rosslyn Chapel was built almost 50 years before Columbus sailed to the New World. How would Templars know what these plants look like? Well, isn't it obvious? They were there first. Templar legend says Sir Henry Sinclair, grandfather of the builder of Rosslyn Chapel, was not only a Templar, but was among the first Europeans to visit the New World. Not only that, but Christopher Columbus himself was associated with the Knights. He was a distant relative of the Sinclairs. Columbus's daughter was married to the Grand Master of the Order. He had access, as all Grand Masters do, to ancient knowledge of the Knights Templar, including their maps. Columbus knew there was something on the other side of the Atlantic. He didn't know what, but he knew there was land and treasure. He knew this because the Knights Templar had maps of the New World for centuries. One of these was the Piri-Reis map, and you know this famous map. It shows the New World and Antarctica hundreds of years before they were rediscovered. Piri-Reis, by the way, was a cartographer from Istanbul, which in his time was Constantinople, birthplace of the Knights Templar. Was Piri-Reis a Templar? Maybe. Coincidence? Maybe. But when Columbus went to sail to the New World, he first approached King John of Portugal for financing. King John refused, so Columbus went to Portugal's enemies, Spain and England. Queen Isabella of Spain came up with the money first, and the rest is history. But Templar history tells a different story. They say Portugal refused to finance Columbus because they already knew about the New World. Knights Templar had been sailing there for years. Portugal was populated by so many knights that it was considered a Templar nation. In fact, the word Portugal means port of the gods, but Templars say it really means port of the Grail. Wow. Knights Templar history says they were trading with Native American tribes for years. That's where they got a lot of their gold. And the Templars had a very good relationship with the people of the New World. Columbus knew this. How do we know? Well, when Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria all flew flags with the Templar cross. He knew the natives would recognize the symbol and be peaceful, and they were at first. Sadly, the Europeans didn't return the favor. The Knights Templar say they were the first Europeans to visit the Americas. Fine. But can they prove it? They can. In 1898, Olaf Ullman was clearing land on his farm in Minnesota when he stumbled upon a strange-looking rock. It was a tablet, about 30 inches tall and 16 inches wide. Carved in it were symbols that Ullman didn't recognize. This tablet became known as the Kensington Runestone. Ullman had it analyzed and translated. The inscription said it was left by Viking travelers in 1362. And this isn't a stone found on the coast. These Vikings were in the middle of the continent. Vikings in the New World, a century before Columbus. Now remember, according to Templar tradition, the first Vikings were Knights Templar. Then there's the Narragansett runestone, found in Rhode Island in 1939, also with Viking runes. Only 14 miles from where this runestone was discovered is Newport Tower. This is a mysterious 8-column structure. It's rumored to have been built by Vikings in the 1500s to track the solstices. The local museum says it's just the base of the lighthouse. But most locals disagree. As far back as the early 1800s, records and legends have given credit to Vikings. But why 8 columns? Why not just build it as one solid cylinder? Well, the answer leads us back to Gnosticism. The number 8 is highly significant to Gnostics. It represents completeness, a divine fullness. Remember earlier when I mentioned Jesus was initiated in the Great Pyramid? Well, there's a reason for that. If you watch the episode that we had about the pyramids, you'll remember that the Great Pyramid has 8 sides, not 4. To this day, Templars are initiated in the Great Pyramid, and they believe that Egypt was one of the main sources of wisdom for the original knights. And if you look, the number 8 is everywhere in Templar symbolism and architecture. The Maltese cross has 8 points and was worn by a medieval order of knights that were attacked by fire. Today, it's the symbol of many firefighters. Hear, hear. Buildings like Temple Church and Ely Cathedral in England have popular features and the number 8 scattered all over the place. You only have to look at a few pictures of Bronson Chapel to start seeing the number showing up again and again. Evidence of the Knights Templar is everywhere. Now, we can't cover the Knights without mentioning the Freemasons. Countless rites, symbols, and beliefs connect the two groups almost seamlessly. Masons trace their origins back to the Temple of Solomon, just like the Templars. On Oak Island, Nova Scotia, a money pit was discovered in 1795, along with a Templar engraving. Since then, the Freemasons have been involved in almost every search for the lost treasure. Both Masonic symbols and Templar crosses are scattered across the island. The connection between the groups is so deep that they still see each other as brothers to this day. Another Templar connection is with Rosicrucianism, which heavily emphasizes the rose and the cross, both Templar symbols. But why? Why did the Templars spend so much time and money hiding their legacy? Well, the Knights Templar had a higher purpose. The ultimate goal was to change the world for the better. They knew the ancient artifacts and knowledge would be a shock to society. But this knowledge was never meant to stay hidden. Eventually, the Knights will share the truth. And the truth might come out sooner than you think.
Nutella Tim's.
Enjoy Nutella in a new way with your favorite Tim's baked goods and beverages. Like a dream donut or an iced scout. It's time for Nutella, the Tim's way. Try them today.
Timothy Hogan is the current Grand Master of one of the Templar orders. He's on a mission to prepare the world to embrace their secrets. He insists that this knowledge is powerful enough to drastically alter our society as we know it in a positive way. Currently, all the Templar treasures are hidden in vaults around the world, 7 of which are here in the United States. And according to Hogan, the world is just about ready for their release. He says they'll do it in a way where no one government, no one religion will have complete access to the information. The release of information will be controlled to ensure everyone benefits. Because really, that's the Templars' entire purpose. It has been since the beginning. They wanted freedom for the people, physical freedom from the king, and spiritual freedom from the Pope. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible in the 14th century. But today, it could very well succeed. We're at a pivotal point in history where many feel like something is about to happen. They just don't know what. And I feel it too. Now, that might be nothing more than humanity's obsession with death and the end of the world. But maybe it's more than that. I think we all know that we can't go on living this way. Constant wars around the world, the hatred within our countries, the dishonesty of our leaders, the corruption of our institutions. It has to stop. Imagine how different our lives would be if we had access to ancient wisdom and technology. It would be a revolution. We could finally do what Nikola Tesla almost did, create free energy for the entire planet. It would take a while, but eventually Everyone on Earth could access healthy food, clean water, and live long, healthy lives free of illness and pain. It would be a revolution. Crime, poverty, and war wouldn't be necessary in a world of abundance, all due to the artifacts being held in secret vaults around the world. It would be a revolution. That is, if they're real. Today's story of the Knights Templar comes from one man, Timothy Hogan. He's the Grand Master of the Order of the Temple of Secret Initiates, the OTSI. He tells the story of ancient wisdom, alchemy, holy relics, and Atlantean artifacts. It's a fascinating story. But is it true? Well, there's nothing to debunk about his story, but there's also no physical evidence to prove it. So it really comes down to Mr. Hogan. Do you believe him? Now, you know what? I'm going to call him Tim because I know he's watching. Hi, Tim. This is the part of the episode where I tell you all the positive and negative things I can about the author of the story. But today we have to do things a little differently. Recently on live streams, I've been cold reading rough drafts of scripts for this channel. You probably assume that I have a team of writers, researchers, and contributors because, well, I need to. My cute 12-minute videos about weird animals have now become 40-minute documentaries. I'm just the guy who talks to a fish. I need help. Anyway, when I read the scripts live, I'm literally reading them for the first time along with you. Obviously, they're never final scripts. I rewrite everything I'm given. I also research and fact check as much as I can.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, then this one has to put in his jokes.
Yeah, you'd be nothing without me.
Well,
Nothing.
but here's where things took a turn. First, after reading the draft, I was contacted by a viewer. I said, Stan knows Timothy Hogan. He felt that the script was unfair to him, that it attacked him too personally. And you know what? I think Stan was right. You can still see the live read on the channel under the live tab. But here's the short version. The script brought up Tim's divorce and a situation he had with a woman who was suffering from addiction and mental illness. She took over his Facebook page and posted wild stuff as him, like she was the reincarnation of Mary Magdalene, so that makes him Jesus and things like that. And look, those things happened, and it's not a good look. But are they relevant to his story about the Knights Templar? Absolutely not. Just like my exes aren't relevant to the work I do now.
Well, you got some real pieces of work in your past.
I know.
Some real pieces of work, I tell you.
I know. I went through some rough patches.
Your wife is a saint.
I can't deny that. But that's the point. Tim's personal life is just that. Personal, and I don't really like gossip. Okay, I like gossip, but I don't do it on the channel.
So you do it on the live streams.
Okay, that's fine. Let me get through this. So Tim's personal life is irrelevant, but his professional life regarding his work with and as a Knights Templar is relevant. Tim has detractors, people that don't like him, people that don't believe him. I asked the researcher where she found these people.
They're on Reddit, aren't they?
They're on Reddit.
Oh, they hate you on Reddit too.
Oh, they don't love you either.
Fair enough.
Tim's detractors are what seem to be members of different orders of the Knights Templar or other fraternal organizations. It's actually hard to follow if you're not in that world. And people often ask me if I'm a Mason or in groups like that, and I'm not. And I joke that I'm not a joiner. I don't play with others, because that's true. So when people talk about Grand Masters and 7th degrees and secret handshake grips and all that stuff, I don't get it. I don't impugn it, but I really don't get it. But the people that are in those groups do get it, and they take it very seriously. There's been infighting with these various orders for 1,000 years, and it's still happening. This ward voted Tim off, or that group wanted him out. He didn't like what another group was doing, so he left, that kind of thing. Are the internal politics of these fraternal groups relevant to his story of the Knights Templar? To me, no. There are people who call Tim a fraud, that he makes claims that aren't true. Well, I'm going to read you a few of his claims, and these are Tim's words in an email to me. Laugh it up. It's going to happen to you too. It was also suggested that I say I'm a descendant of a Revolutionary War Templar, which is actually true. My great-grandfather, 7 generations back, was General Joseph Warren of the Revolutionary War. True. He initiated Paul Revere and helped plan the Tea Party. He was an alchemist and a doctor, a Templar Grand Commander for the region, and his relationship with Paul Revere was largely based on studying alchemy. Paul Revere was a silversmith. That's true. My grandfather, Hugh Warren, also taught metallurgy at Denver University. My great-grandfather, James Baden Warren, also knew metallurgy, and he was the Grand Lecturer for the Masonic Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania, and he was Grand Commander of the Knights Templar. True. My father was Stephen D. Hogan, mayor of Aurora, Colorado, and had been active in politics my entire life. He was also a Templar. There are highways and convention centers named after him in Colorado. True.
We continue covering Colorado First at 5, and we travel to Aurora, where the city hosted a groundbreaking event for the Stephen Hogan Parkway. The project closed about a 2-mile gap between the existing 6 Parkway on the west and E470 on the east.
Even though he always had politics going on, he always tried to make time for us individually, make us feel special.
I ran for mayor after he passed away in a special election and lost by 2 votes. Anyhow, my family on both sides had been Templars, and I was first knighted into the tradition at 8 years old as a page. Now, I've seen these claims challenged online, but everything I could find says the Tim is telling the truth about his family. There are a few other criticisms of him online that he addressed in his emails to me. I don't find a lot of it relevant. It's mostly personal, but Google him and decide for yourself. Here's where I stand. I've watched and listened to interviews with Tim that go back about 10 years. I've read 2 of his books, well skimmed. I watched his entire series on Gaia, which is fascinating, by the way. Tim Hogan has an encyclopedic knowledge of the history of the Knights Templar. Names, dates, meanings of words, ancient rituals, everything connecting the Knights to ancient Egypt, various pharaohs and kings and popes. Tim knows it all. And if you're into this subject, listen to one of his interviews. He's knowledgeable and riveting. And when we finally get the studio finished here, Tim agreed to come in and talk to me and have his claims challenged. But what about his claims? Well, from what I gather, and this is only my opinion, Tim will lean into information depending on the situation. Meaning, if he's being interviewed by an historian or someone focused on hard facts, Tim sticks to the facts. He'll bring up the theories and label them as such. Legend says, or people say, that sort of thing. If he's in a forum where the wild claims are expected, he'll lean into those. Now look, I love Gaia. I'm a paid subscriber. But everybody on that channel believes everything. And a lot of it is bunk. A lot of it. But Gaia viewers want the wild stuff.
What was Atlantis? Was it a place? A culture? And what happened to it? I'm Timothy Hogan, Grand Master of the Knights Templar.
And I'm Scott Wolfer, a forensic geologist and a Knights Templar. And this is Mysteries of the Knights Templar.
I don't think Tim believes every theory he discusses. I think he's intelligent and entertaining, and I think he caters to the audience. Now, at first, that might sound dishonest, but it's exactly what I do here. I tell the story, the legend, the myth as it's meant to be told. We break it down together. I'm not trying to lie to you. I'm trying to entertain you. I'm not a journalist. I talk to a fish. We do this for fun. Now, there are some bold claims that Tim sticks by, like the vaults containing the arks and ossuaries of remains. He says these are real, he's seen them, and the information is coming out. The purpose of the show on Gaia is to, in Tim's words, bring people up to speed. Okay, that's fair, but that's not evidence. And both claims need hard evidence. I'm going to be very honest. One of my most loyal patrons was upset about the Mary Magdalene, Jesus, John part of the story. That's the ossuary, the bones. He felt it was insulting to Christianity and I should leave it out. But it's such an explosive claim, I needed to tell you about it. If I left it out, I feel like a liar and a coward. That said, I did check with other people of faith in my community. They said it's part of the story, leave it in. And if you followed this channel for a while, you know that I greatly respect religion and people of faith.
Well, so I mentioned the arts. Accordingly, we also have ossuaries with the bones of certain holy figures that we're hanging on to.
By the way, I've only seen Tim discuss that story about the bones once, and he was reluctant to do so. He knows it's touchy.
Well, okay. Well, you just can't get away with without naming names. Ossuaries of whom?
Well, they would be referred to as the Holy Families. So it would be, John the Baptist, Jesus, Mary Magdalene, and their kids.
He said he'll allow DNA testing, but he was also very clear that he had no intention of insulting anyone's faith.
One of the biggest hurdles that we're trying to get over with all of this is that we're not trying to invalidate anybody's beliefs. We're just trying to say that there might be a little bit more to the story.
And I believe him on that point. Tim's been accused of doing so many interviews and giving so many lectures because he wants to sell books and get people to watch it. Does that mean he's lying? No, he's promoting. Graham Hancock is everywhere when he has a book out. He wants people to buy it and read it. So what? I'm a huge fan. I buy all of Graham's books and watch all of his shows and interviews. I've seen every minute of him on Rogan. I don't have to believe everything Graham says, but I enjoy the material. Same with Tim Hogan. You don't have to believe his story to enjoy it. Stories of Atlantean treasure, free energy, and ancient documents, that's nothing new. Those legends have been around forever. Now they may be true, but until we have physical evidence, they are still legends. So is Tim just jumping on the Atlantis bandwagon, or is the link between the Knights Templar and Atlantis real? Are there really underground vaults hidden around the world with ancient technology that could rid us of poverty and war? The arcs, the artifacts, the emerald tablet, the mana, the bones, are they real? Well, I need to see them. But if you choose to believe the story without physical proof, that's okay too. I'm not trying to persuade you one way or another. Tim insists that the Templars will reveal these artifacts very soon. If there are no artifacts, why make that promise? When he talks about the divine in each of us, he seems to believe it. But that could be my own bias, because I also believe that the divine, God, the universal energy, the whatever you call it, I believe that is in each of us. And I don't think that belief has to contradict anyone's faith. That's why it's called faith. If Tim Hogan is telling the truth, humanity's future might not be as doomed as we think. And maybe the catalyst, the change, the evidence we need is hiding in a vault right now, right beneath our feet. I don't know if it is, but I truly hope so. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ. That's Acquisition.
Hello, I extend.
The hair on the back of the cook's neck stood up. It felt like he was being watched. He turned around, nothing. It was Nellis Air Force Base in the middle of the night. The mess hall was empty. All the men were asleep in the barracks. The only people awake were him and a couple of guards at the front gate. The only reason he was up was to grab a little extra chow. One of the perks of being a cook, you get the keys to the kitchen. Then he heard rustling. He turned and something flashed in the corner of his eye. Something small and white, and it moved fast. A door quietly squealed open. Then he heard steps running into the desert. He caught glimpses of something white darting through the brush. He thought it was too big to be a rat, but maybe a coyote? He wasn't sure. Whatever it was, he didn't want it rooting around his kitchen. He picked up a rock and threw it toward the noise. Then he heard a whimper. As he reached his arm back for another throw, he felt a hot pain shoot through his body. He dropped the rock. He was paralyzed by pain and by fear. Then he heard a woman's voice from inside his own mind. She said, "Stop or die." The pain dissipated. As soon as he could move, he bolted back inside the kitchen. He locked the door behind him, terrified. He had no idea where the voice came from, but he knew one thing for sure. It wasn't human.
Did you meet the extraterrestrials or merely see them?
Oh, I met them many times because I described them myself. Although I never went looking for them. They were always found or
It was March 1965 when Charles Hall arrived at Nellis Air Force Base in the Nevada desert. He was fresh out of basic and excited to see his new post. When the Air Force tested Charles, he showed an aptitude for math and science. After graduating top of his class, he thought he could choose his own post, but he was specifically sent to Nellis.
Area 51.
Well, Area 51 is officially a detachment of Edwards Air Force Base, but yes, it's in the same area. Charles was trained as a weather observer. His job was to travel around the base taking readings. Most men would be bored to tears with this assignment, but Charles didn't mind. He'd get his own truck, extra pay, no officers breathing down his neck, and he liked the quiet of the desert. If he needed to blow off some steam, Las Vegas was close by. Plus, Charles had a friend on base. His buddy Dwight recommended him for the job. Charles was grateful for the opportunity. That night after he settled in, Charles and Dwight got to talking. They chatted about the base, how bad the food was, which officers were good guys, which ones to avoid, typical soldier talk. Then suddenly, Dwight got very serious.
Look, Charlie, summer's coming. You have to keep your eye out for Range 4 Harry. Old Harry likes it hot. He hides in the mountains during the winter. But once it warms up, he comes down to Indian Springs. He likes to run around on the dry lake bed up on Range 4. When you're up there, be careful.
Range 4 Harry? Charles had no idea what Dwight was talking about. He asked if it was some hermit who hid in the mountains.
You would be crazy enough to run around in a nuclear bombing range.
Well, that's what Charles thought. Dwight frowned and shook his head. Then he told Charlie the story of Range 4 Harry.
Back in '54, there was an atomic bomb test over at Frenchman Flats. Harry is a horse who came too close to the blast. Not close enough to be vaporized, but close enough that something happened to him. Now, he gives off a white glow. If you see him, do not approach Range 4 Harry, and don't look at his face. He's not like a normal horse. Officers say he's more human-like, with large blue eyes and a long white tail.
Charles stared at Dwight for a long moment, then exploded into laughter. He expected some kind of hazing at his new post, and he figured Range 4 Harry was supposed to spook the new guy, but he wasn't falling for it.
I'm serious, Charlie. While you're at Range 4, don't take any risks. The last guy who got too close to Harry was John Zimmerman. I don't want you to end up like him.
Charles laughed and promised to be careful. Still, he wasn't buying any of this nonsense. The next day, Charles was in the infirmary's waiting room. He needed a routine physical before going out into the field. The nurse on duty caught him chuckling to himself. She asked what was so funny. Charles recounted Dwayne's Range 4 Harry story and the fate of John Zimmerman. The nurse's face dropped. She said, "I'll be right back." Charles heard her opening and closing a metal cabinet. When she returned, she said, "I'm not supposed to show you this, but since you're going to Range 4, you need to know what's out there." It was Zimmerman's medical folder. Inside were 4 pictures. Each of them showed a man covered in horrible radiation burns. Zimmerman said a white horse came out of the North Range and charged him, but that was all he could remember. He somehow dragged himself back to Indian Springs, where an officer found him barely alive and in absolute agony. Charles's stomach sank. It wasn't a joke. Range 4 Harry was real. Charles finally met Sullivan, the man he'd be replacing. Sully was friendly, funny, and likable. The 2 men hit it off right away. Sully took Charles on a tour of a few weather shacks out in the ranges. One of the shacks was locked, so they couldn't access the equipment to take their readings. Sully told Charles to just write down any numbers.
Government precision.
Well, Charles reminded Sully that they only checked out 3 weather shacks. There were still 4 more, Range 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sully's demeanor changed immediately. He said he'd take Charles to the other weather stations, all except Range 4. When they got to Range 1, Sully wouldn't leave the truck. He was terrified. He told Charles if he wanted to check out the weather shack, he'd have to go on his own. Sully said he'd keep a lookout, and if he saw anything, he'd go back to base for help. He told Charles, "If you hear me leave, lock yourself in the shack and wait. I'll come back for you."
Yeah, I don't like this plan.
Well, Charles asked if Sully was talking about Range 4 Harry, and Sullivan snapped at him and said there's no such thing. But Sully would not get out of the Jeep. He wouldn't even take his hands off the wheel. He was squeezing the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles were white. This was not the same man Charles met just a few hours earlier. When Charles got to the weather shack, he checked the equipment and logbook. Nobody had been there for months. Sully had been secretly going off base and faking the numbers. He never stepped foot in those weather shacks.
Oh, nobody noticed the guy kept disappearing. Right, government precision.
When Charles returned to the Jeep, he confirmed that Sully had been lying about the numbers. Sullivan didn't care. He said he'd give Charles a tour and never wanted to go to the ranges again. Pretty soon, Charles would understand why. Over the next few months, Charles spent more time on the ranges at Indian Springs than anyone else. Against advice, he was usually out there alone, but he enjoyed it. It was peaceful, and he never saw Range 4 Harry. One day, Charles was out on the range, and it was especially hot. In the desert, the ground could reach 120 or 130 degrees, and today it felt even hotter than that. Charles spent most of the day in the weather shack. He didn't have air conditioning, but he had an old fan, and that was good enough. Besides, the sun was setting, and soon it would go from blistering hot to freezing cold. That was life in the desert. Feet up on the desk, Charles daydreamed as he gazed into the desert, watching the sky go from deep blue to orange to red. There was no sound except the songs of meadowlarks. Charles wondered to himself if meadowlarks were common in the desert. He didn't think so, but whatever birds they were, he enjoyed the sound. Then he saw something dart between the sagebrush. Charles blinked. There it was again. He assumed it was a large rabbit or coyote, but it was covered in brilliant white fur. The more he focused, the more he realized it was moving erratically through the maze of sagebrush like it was in distress. Charles jumped out of his chair and threw open the door of the shack. Then he saw it. It wasn't a rabbit or a coyote. It was a child.
Simple as that. Wrinkle heartburn? Almost as bad as heartburn. But Nexium 24 hours stops stomach acid before it starts, so you can get back to the things you want. Nexium. Pre-order the bulk edition and get the Hunters vs. Hunted Operator Pack, the Masterclass Weapon Collection, the Season 1 Block Set Bundle, and more.
Describe them. I know we have an animated picture of what they look like on the website. Describe the tall ones for us.
Well, the one that Paula has on her website is a very good rendition of a particular tall-white lady. Each one of them were individuals, like the people say in New York City, but they were generally, throughout much of their adult life, they were about the same height as me, 5'11". They were good and frail. They had skin as white as a piece of cake. What I do know about them is that they come from a planet that's somewhat hotter than the Earth and somewhat larger than the Earth, and they naturally live underground.
The girl was barely 3 feet tall, and her skin was chalk white. She wore a silver jumpsuit and boots, and her hair was brilliant white blonde. Behind her bright blue eyes, she looked as terrified as Charles. She was tangled in the brush. He called out to her. He said there's no reason to be afraid. He wasn't going to hurt her. He cleared the sagebrush around her so she could easily get out, but he made himself clear that he wouldn't touch her. On a nearby fence post, he left a canteen of water. He said if she was lost, he would help her. All she had to do was ask. Charles turned back toward the shack. That's when he heard something crashing through the brush. It was big, and it was moving fast, and it was getting closer. Charles turned and saw something, a man, a very tall man. He had the same features as the little girl, pale skin, white hair, silver suit, and he was charging right at Charles. The sounds of the meadowlarks now became screeches. The peaceful desert had become chaos. Charles jumped back in the weather shack and barricaded the door. Did he just see Range 4 Harry? Charles wasn't sure, but he was sure that these people weren't human. Charles waited for what felt like hours. It was the middle of the night, and the desert was pitch black. The songbirds and the screeching had finally stopped. The only sound was a gentle rustling of wind through the brush. Charles gathered his nerves and left the shack. He checked his canteen. It was half empty. In the sand, he saw 3 sets of footprints, a child and 2 adults. Someone was there. Charles had seen enough. He scrambled to his jeep, fired up the engine, and tore down the dirt road heading back to base. No more than a few minutes passed when Charles got another shock. Standing in the brush next to the road was an extremely tall woman, well over 6 feet tall. And like the child and the other entity, she had skin as white as chalk. Her hair was shimmering silver. She seemed to glow in the dark. Charles felt panic welling up when a feeling of calm suddenly washed over him. As he passed the tall woman, he could hear her in his mind. Telepathically, she thanked him for helping her daughter. Again, Charles felt his fear rising, but once again, there was calm. The woman, if that's what she was radiating peaceful energy and gratitude. Charles felt like he couldn't be afraid even if he tried. Charles hit the gas but checked his mirrors. After a few minutes, the woman disappeared, and with her went the feeling of peace and calm. Charles stopped his jeep, stumbled out, and threw up. He was shaking and out of breath. Once he had his wind back, he vomited again. He didn't realize it then, but Charles had won the trust of one of the tall whites. At least that's what the U.S. government called them. The tall whites were not from Earth. The truth was, Charles wasn't sent to the ranges at Indian Springs by his commanding officers, nor was he recommended for the job by his friend White. Charles was specially chosen by a committee of high-ranking generals, members of the government, and leaders of the tall whites. Throughout his time at Nellis, Charles was never told the full truth about his work. He was never given any classified briefings or documentation. He was never read into any black ops or secret government programs. Charles was just a weather observer. But the truth was, he was the one being observed. Late one night in 1896, Colonel H.G. Shaw was traveling in horse and buggy near Lodi, California. Suddenly, the horse became frightened and stopped. In the middle of the road were 3 7-foot-tall beings. The colonel described their skin as so white it looked like polished ivory.
Looking up, we beheld 3 strange beings. They resembled humans in many respects, but still, they were not like anything I had ever seen. They were nearly or quite 7 feet high and very slender. They were possessed of a strange and indescribable beauty.
Colonel Shaw said they didn't speak, but they made warbling sounds like birds. You can actually find this whole story online. It made the front page of the Stockton Evening Mail on November 25th, 1896. This is the first modern report of the tall white aliens, but their story on Earth goes back millennia. Paul Hellyer, the Canadian Defense Minister, was one of the first high-ranking government officials to acknowledge the alien presence. He became interested after a squadron of UFOs was mistaken to be Soviet aircraft.
The investigation was launched into this whole subject, and a document was prepared which concluded that at least 4 species had been visiting Earth for thousands of years.
You're probably familiar with a few of these species. There are a few variations of the greys, which are described as being under 4 feet tall, with large heads and large black eyes. There's a species called the Nordics, which are very human-like. There are the tall whites and a few others.
Other species that I learned about not too long ago were called the tall whites.
For years, it was rumored that at least one, or perhaps more than one, race of aliens made a deal with the United States government in early 1954. The defense minister agrees.
There are live ETs on Earth at this present time, and at least 2 of them probably working with the United States government.
Nobody knows the specifics of the arrangement.
Yeah, the shadow government knows.
Well, yeah, they do, but the public doesn't. The best guess is that the U.S. would allow the aliens to build facilities on Earth without disruption. The U.S. would also allow aliens to abduct American citizens as long as they provided the government with the list of abductees. In exchange, the United States would have access to alien technology. The U.S. wanted anti-gravity and propulsion technology. The aliens would not give them this. They felt that humans were too violent and dangerous to be let out of our cage, which is this planet. However, the U.S. did receive help with other technology, the first of which was titanium. Now, titanium was discovered in 1791, but it wasn't until the 1950s that titanium began to be used for military aviation, specifically in high-performance jets, starting with the F-100 Super Sabres and Lockheed A-12s. The Super Sabre, by the way, is the first jet to break the sound barrier. If you think this craft looks like a stealth bomber, that's not by accident. The U.S. Air Force used a lot of alien technology to build stealth aircraft. Transistors are said to be alien tech. Transistors allowed the size of electronic devices to be made much smaller and lighter. Laser technology arrived in 1958. That same year, we got fiber optics. And also in 1958, we got the big one, the microchip. The following year, the first integrated circuit was developed. Now, skeptics dismiss these claims as coincidence, and I understand that. But consider this. In 1947, ENIAC was built. This was the first programmable electronic digital computer. It weighed 30 tons. It contained 18,000 vacuum tubes, 70,000 resistors, 10,000 capacitors, and 5 million hand solder joints. It took up an entire room. ENIAC was decommissioned in 1958 because all of that 30 tons of technology could now be placed on a single chip. That's quite a leap in tech in under 10 years. Satellites, wireless tech, unmanned aerial vehicles, even night vision. All this technology has allegedly been gifted to or reverse engineered by the United States military. Well, certain parts of the military. When Charles Hall gained the trust of the Tall Whites, they showed him some of this technology. They even let him see one of their scout ships. Actually, you've seen them too.
Did they tell you, Charles, where they were from? What star system they might have come up from?
One night I was there with the teacher, and I asked her where she came from, and she smiled and asked me, do I know the names of the stars that the Tall Whites use? And I said, no, I didn't. And she said, so why do you want to know where we come from? However, one night they were standing around me, and I mentioned the star Arcturus, and they all got real nervous.
Charles formed a friendship with the tall white woman whose child he helped find. She went by the name The Teacher. Charles later met Range 4 Harry, who is definitely not a radioactive horse. Range 4 Harry is a high-ranking tall white alien. The Tall Whites travel the stars in large, black, triangular titanium ships. Smaller scout crafts were used to travel within the solar system and around the Earth. These are roughly the size of a bus and can only land on Earth during the full moon. You've seen these scout crafts before. You just know them as the Tic Tac. Charles learned that the scout crafts aren't alien at all. Government contractors like Boeing and Lockheed are the ones building them.
Let's look at this. You know what this is?
Yeah, come on, bro. There's a whole fleet of them. What's on the ASA? My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. The whole thing, dude.
This is an alternative energy and propulsion device. These are things that have existed all the way back to the 60s. But the one that they call the Tic Tac here off the coast of San Diego, the white one, looked very much like this. These have been made by the Lockheed Skunk Works.
Skunk Works is Lockheed Martin's advanced development program. It works on highly classified research as well as exotic aircraft platforms. Because of their deal with the US government, most military personnel believe the Tall Whites use Earth as a truck stop in the middle of the solar system. Earth is rich in raw materials and has these smart little apes who can make somewhat decent vehicles. Through conversations during his 2-year post at Nellis, Charles learned the Tall Whites oversaw the development of a lot of human tech, but they've never taught us how to reach light speed or how to create the anti-gravity elements of their ships. Now, if you saw last week's episode on free energy and anti-gravity, you remember that anti-gravitic technology was very popular in the early 1950s. The entire aerospace industry was talking about it. Then suddenly, nobody was talking about it. The suspicion is the US military had help in getting this tech to work, so they classified everything. Sometimes the Tall Whites would take high-ranking military members on tours of the solar system. American generals wanted to expand humanity's operations to other planets, but the Tall Whites don't think we're ready yet. But Charles does think there's significant trade happening between the US and the Tall Whites. And when they feel we're ready, the Tall Whites will finally allow us to inhabit other worlds. So what did they want with someone like Charles? If these beings already had a working relationship with the US government, why was Charles suddenly part of the equation? Well, the answer concerns the other part of the arrangement with the Tall Whites. Charles learned he was part of an experiment. He was being studied by the Tall Whites, especially by the Teacher. He was fascinating to their species, and the Teacher enjoyed spending time with Charles.
Yeah, I think of all the education that I missed, but then my homework was never quite like this.
The Teacher taught Charles about her people, and he taught her about humans. Charles spent so much time with her that he became known as the Teacher's pet.
Get it bad, get it bad, get it bad. Yeah, I'm not the teacher.
The Tall White.
Get it bad, so bad. I'm half a teacher. Yeah, just trying to liven things up. Go ahead.
The tall whites can speak English, but their natural voices are far higher and lower in range than humans. Their natural speech has been compared to songbirds. While tall whites may appear somewhat human, their abilities are quite different from ours. They possess the power to project powerful emotions into the human consciousness. They can also sense the emotional state of the humans they encounter. Even though the tall whites are naturally peaceful, they are always armed. They carry a pen-like object that can stun, damage, or even kill.
Ew, it sounds like a sonic screwdriver.
Kinda, yeah. But Charles was never in danger. He developed a deeply emotional relationship with the tall whites. Not much is known about tall white biology. We know they age slowly. Their first stage of growth lasts until age 400. At this point, they stand between 6 and 7 feet tall. Then they go through a second growth stage. They can grow up to 8 or 9 feet tall, and their eyes turn from blue to pink. The average lifespan of a tall white is about 800 years. Charles was never told where their home planet was. He felt they intentionally kept this a secret. However, when Charles mentioned the star Arcturus, they became uncomfortable. Arcturus is in the constellation of Boötis.
Booties.
Boötis.
It says booties on the teleprompter.
It's pronounced Boötis.
Whatever. The Black Knight satellite is supposed to be for booties.
Boötis. But you're right, that star system has come up before. Now, despite being a more advanced species, tall whites secretly fear humans' intuitive capabilities and ESP. They believe it's just a matter of time before the human race evolves the ability to tap into these powers. They believe we'll develop abilities like telepathy and telekinesis, which is moving objects with thought. They believe every human has the ability to project their consciousness to any place on Earth or beyond.
Remote viewing!
Right. Remote viewing researchers have said that every human has this ability, but only a few talented people have been able to tap into it. Ingo Swann, Pat Price, and Joe McMoneagle were talented remote viewers who worked for military intelligence.
And Pat Price was killed because of it, don't forget.
That's the theory.
Remote viewing links below!
Yeah, we have a lot of episodes on that subject. Well, in total, Charles's experience with the tall whites lasted just 2 years, from 1965 to 1967. In 67, he was deployed to Vietnam, and he never saw the tall whites again. He waited almost 40 years to tell his story, but when he finally did, other witnesses came forward who had seen the tall whites. There was enough first-hand accounts that researchers started looking for evidence. The first step was to try to find the secret facilities built by the United States government. And somebody found them. When Charles Hall wanted to release his book Millennial Hospitality in 2002, no publisher would take it on. And that was a mistake. He self-published, and the book was a hit. 2 more books followed, and Charles made the typical rounds. UFO conventions, book signings. He did a few TV interviews. He even appeared on Coast to Coast with George Norrie in 2005.
When you work with aliens, I think you're legally required to go on Coast to Coast.
Well, if you want to sell books, that's the show to do. Now, all this attention brought out skeptics who wanted to prove Charles wrong. And it brought out the believers determined to prove him right. And the more people that looked into Charles's story, the more of the story was confirmed to be true. Charles was at Nellis Air Force Base when he said he was. He was a weather observer. He was deployed to Vietnam in 67. All those facts are easily checked.
I want to hear about aliens.
I'm getting to them.
Get there faster.
Some of the best research I found was done by David Hilton. David's website is long gone, but it used to say he was a historian, anthropologist, and researcher. Now, on David's YouTube channel, he has a few videos that seem to confirm that Charles Hall was telling the truth.
I had an interest in the story of Charles Hall, Tall Whites, for a number of years. After reading his book, Millennial Hospitality, I was trying to locate the positioning of the weather stations on the bombing and gunnery ranges that he talks about in his book, so that I could better understand the orientations.
When researching the story, David came across this photo. At the bottom is Creech Air Force Base in Indian Springs. Remember, even though Charles was stationed at Nellis, his work was done out here at the ranges, in and north of Indian Springs. The photo shows Range 1 in the southeast, Range 3 just north of the base, and Range 4 in the valley.
Oh, that's Harry's hut.
Right, that's where Range 4 Harry got his nickname. But what caught David's attention were the areas marked Scoutcraft Hangar, Scoutcraft Parking, and Resting and Play Area. Charles talks about these locations in his books, so David opened Google Earth to see what was out there. Now, before we zoom in, remember how Charles described the tall white scout crafts. They're about the size of a bus, white and elliptical. In David's video, he shows this image. That looks like the Tic Tac UFO we've all seen by now. But here's the thing. David released his video 11 years ago, long before the Tic Tac was made public. Dr. Stephen Greer and others claim the Tic Tac is a UFO made by Skunk Works at Lockheed Martin. Now, Charles Hall doesn't specifically name Lockheed, but he does say that the scout craft are made by military contractors. Now, let's see what David finds on Google Earth. There is some kind of platform, and near the platform, 3 elliptical white objects, each about the size of a bus.
Tic-tacs!
They certainly look like it. And even if they're not alien scout craft...
They totally are.
Fine, but even if not, look at the location. There are no roads or even walking paths leading to this place. And this is exactly where Charles said the craft would be. He also said there's a recreation area here. That platform could be what he's talking about.
Tall white shoe noobs?
Could be. So David and people in his audience started scouring Google Earth around the old bombing ranges.
Oh, did they find more alien playgrounds?
Yep, lots more.
One of the first sites listed on the video is just off the end of the runway at Creech Air Force Base. This seems to agree with Charles Hall's story of the aliens coming onto the base from the northwest corner at the end of the runway.
In total, David was able to find 18 separate sites. Other people found a few more. I included some coordinates in the description if you want to check them out for yourself. Now, some locations David shows have been scrubbed by Google Earth.
Predictable.
But his video is from 2013, so we can see the locations before they were erased. Most of them are man-made structures, but with no apparent access.
Yeah, because you access them from underground.
That is the theory. But building a tunnel system of this size underneath the bombing range would be an enormous undertaking and extremely expensive. If such a project did indeed occur, you'd expect there to be evidence.
There's evidence, isn't there?
Yep.
Yahtzee!
Not only is there evidence of a major construction project, there's evidence of a black budget cover-up.
Yahtzee.
To build an underground base with miles and miles of tunnels, it's going to be a huge undertaking and wildly expensive. But there's evidence that this project did happen. In January 1951, an article was published in the Las Vegas Review-Journal, and the headline is, Indian Springs Project Key to Defense Plans. The project is said to cost $300 million, and that's in 1951. In today's money, that would be $3.6 billion. For comparison, that's about what it cost to build the Freedom Tower in New York. The article said most of the money was to build housing offices. Look at the base. Do you see billions of dollars worth of construction anywhere? I don't. So where'd the money go? Again, the credit goes to David Hilton for tracking down this information. According to the article, the contract was awarded to the McKee Construction Company in El Paso, Texas. Government contracts are public information. So let's look at the records the McKee Construction Company has for this job. Job number 1267. Description, alternate test site facilities. Location, Las Vegas, Nevada. Contract started on December 23rd, 1950 and ended May 23rd, 1951. Total contract cost, $680,000.
My math isn't my strong suit, but
about 299 of that $300 million is missing.
Black budget.
It looks that way, but we don't know for sure. Even the article from 1951 says, quote, the actual details of the program are cloaked in a security blackout. When Las Vegas residents learned about the huge construction project, locals contacted the base looking for work. They were told the military would be using no outside labor for this project, but that $300 million went somewhere. If we don't see that money spent above ground, there's only one other place it could be.
Underground?
Yep.
Holy sh...
Charles Hall and the Tall Whites is considered one of the most credible stories about aliens living with and working with humans here on Earth. But is it true? Well, like many of these stories, we have no physical evidence. We only have the word of the author, in this case, Charles. Do you believe him? Well, most of today's story comes from Charles's books and the documentary Walking with the Tall Whites, both linked below. When Charles tells the story, he sounds sincere. But I've heard many stories from people who sound sincere and turned out to be frauds, and I've outed a few of them on this channel. Now, I don't have evidence that Charles Hall is a fraud, but parts of his story do bother me. First, he released his books, and there are 6 of them now, as science fiction. Only later did he say these things really happened. Now, supporters of the story will mention 3 other witnesses who were with Charles at Nellis Air Force Base. They say his story is true. But those witnesses didn't give their names. They're only known as witnesses A, B, and C. And to complicate matters, on January 13th, 2014, Forbes published an article with a strange headline. Iran says tall white space aliens control America. The article says the United States is ruled by a species of tall white aliens who made a deal with President Eisenhower in 1954. The article also says the tall whites helped bring the Nazis to power in the 1930s. Apparently, this information was discovered by Edward Snowden.
Wait. So this is real?
No. Forbes was covering a story first reported by the Fars news agency, operated by the Iranian government. Forbes said the article is most likely Russian disinformation designed by the FSB, Russian intelligence.
Oh, the American media sure loves to publish Russian disinformation, don't they?
They sure do. Now, I don't believe anything that comes from the Iranian or Russian media.
Oh, but you trust American media?
No.
Yeah, the boy.
But what if they accidentally got something right? That the United States is being controlled by what the article calls a secret regime. I don't know if Charles Hall is telling the truth. I don't know if the tall whites exist. It's up to you to decide. But the secret regime, the shadow government, I do believe that exists. And I'm far from the only one.
And the cabal comprises members of the Three Sisters, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Bilderbergers, and the Trilateral Commission, the International Banking Cartel, the Oil Cartel, members of various intelligence organizations, and select members of the military unit, who together have become a shadow government of not only the United States, but of much of the Western world. The plan is well advanced.
Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ, that's Egglefish.
Yeah, man, I think the clock is slow. I don't feel chatty. Class dismissed.
This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do us a favor, subscribe, comment, like, share. That stuff really helps us out. Like most topics we cover on the channel, today's was recommended by you. So if there's a story you want to see or learn more about, go to theyfiles.com/tips. Remember, the Y-Files is also a podcast. Twice a week, I post deep dives into the stories we cover here on the channel. I also post episodes that wouldn't be allowed on the channel. Those are called unredacted. Anyway, it's called The Y-Files Operation Podcast. It's available everywhere you get your podcasts. Now, if you need more Y-Files in your life, check out our Discord. There are tens of thousands of people on there, and they're there 24/7. And they're into the same weird stuff that we are. It's a great community, it's a lot of fun, and it's free to join. Now, if you want to know what's going on with the Y-Files, check out our production calendar. It's at theyfiles.com/cal. There we post our episode schedule, upcoming podcasts, live streams, meetups, everything. Now, special thanks to our patrons who make this channel possible. Without you, there'd be no Y-Files. I can't thank you enough for supporting the channel all through these years and for making a middle-aged man's dream come true. I'm truly grateful for you. And if you'd like to support the channel, consider becoming a member on Patreon. For as little as $3 a month, you get access to perks like videos early with no commercials. You You get access to merch only available to members. Plus, you get 2 private live streams every week just for members. My camera's on and your camera's on. We get to have an intimate conversation. As intimate as my wife allows, that is. Anyway, another great way to support the channel is grab something from the Wi-Fi store.
I grab a Heckelfish t-shirt with my face on it, or a fistful coffee mug that you can fill with a delicious beverage, perhaps one that's carbonated, or a hoodie with my face on it, or one of these squeezy stuffed animal Heckelfish talking Heckel. I can't even pronounce my own name during the plugs. Heckelfish talking fish toys.
And those are the plugs. Until next time, be safe, be kind, and know that you are appreciated.
I blame Philippians in Area 51. A secret code inside the Bible said I would. I love my UFOs and paranormal fun, as well as music, so I'm singing it like I should. But then another conspiracy theory becomes the truth, my friends, and it never ends. No, it never ends. I feel the crap get down, got stuck inside Mel's home with MK Ultra. I feel
Welcome to the Room Makeover series, presented by Square One and Grapevine Designs. This is part 3 of the Rhymers Project. I'm your host, Monica. Let's go see how the makeover is doing.
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by Factor. During the 1960s and 70s, the United States and the Soviet Union fought the Cold War on many fronts. Some of these engagements were obvious, like the Cuban Missile Crisis and the proxy wars in Asia. Other conflicts were not so obvious. In the 1970s, America and Russia engaged in a new type of warfare, psychic warfare. The CIA was actively recruiting and training people with a natural talent for remote viewing. Remote viewing is projecting your consciousness to anywhere on Earth and beyond. One remote viewer, entirely by accident, found himself at Mount Hayes in Alaska. Mount Hayes is in the middle of nowhere. There's no civilization for miles. But something was calling him to the mountain. Then he looked inside the mountain. There was a base hidden inside Mount Hayes. Then he saw this was not a base built by humans. When multiple sources confirmed the existence of the base, they soon realized this was only the beginning.
Ewan, I need help now, immediately, pronto, ASAP, yesterday, toot sweet.
Whoa, take it easy. Take a deep breath and tell me what's going on.
Okay, you know how I got Gertie a big surprise for Christmas?
Well, you mentioned something, but you didn't say what it was.
Well, we flew her parents in for a month.
A month? What do you mean we flew them in? Hang on.
You are focusing on the wrong part of the story. But now that you mention it, the company credit card might be a tad prodigious this month.
Prodigious?
It means huge.
I know what it means. By the way, something can't be a tad prodigious.
Focus.
We'll talk about this later. What is the problem?
Well, I'm trying to cook them all dinner, but everyone has different requirements. The parents don't eat gluten. Gertie is doing keto.
Why is she doing keto?
She's upset with the size of a hump.
Okay.
Nah, I don't mind a hump that's a tad prodigious.
That's not how you use that word.
And the Beaver brothers are driving me nuts. Wyatt is only doing protein shakes now, and Virgil and Morgan are pescatarian, whatever the hell that means. My cooking skills are not this diverse.
Wait, you don't know what pescatarian means?
Oh, I assume it's just some hippie nonsense.
Well, a pescatarian is
Whatever,
someone...
Webster. I need cooking help, not a dictionary.
You really want to look that word up.
Are you off your meds again? Focus!
Okay, look, will you just use Factor?
Factor? Oh, did you just wiggle your way into today's sponsor?
Why, yes. Yes, I did. Factor is a subscription meal service that delivers pre-prepared meals to your door. They're fresh, never frozen, and ready to heat and eat in minutes.
Yeah, but is the food any good? I don't want it to be bland or boring. I'm known for my je ne sais quoi.
Factor has registered dietitians working with gourmet chefs. They do all the planning, cooking, and prep for you. They upload new menus every week with over 35 meals and 33 add-on options. They have plans that range from 4 to 18 meals a week, and you can add or reduce as needed. I'm actually a Factor customer. I eat their meals every day at the studio.
Yeah, but what about all these special requests?
Well, they have meat, plant-based meals, paleo, keto, and seafood.
Seafood?
Yeah, for pescatarians.
Wait, do you mean?
And HelloFresh now owns Factor, so I can switch between the two brands. It's convenient and easy. You still there?
Hang on. I'm Googling pescatarian.
Yo.
Oh no! No, the humanity!
Head to factor75.com or click the link below and use code the YFiles50 to get 50% off your first Factor box.
Factor75.com with code the YFiles50 and I get 50% off my first box.
That's right.
No, the humanity!
Okay, you're a little over the top now.
All right, let me go. I gotta have a word with the beavers. And hang on. What's that, honey? Just take your parents' luggage into the guest room. That's where they're staying.
We don't have a guest room.
Sure we do. Hang on. I can't carry the bags. I told you I threw out my bag playing pickleball. Oh, don't give me that. When we first met, remember what you did for a living? You carried things. Okay, look, I gotta go deal with this.
Wait, what guest room?
The room with all the dresses and shoes.
That's my wife's closet.
Hey, Beavis, I know what pescatarian is, you furry little sons of...
So I'm looking at the cameras.
I can explain.
I'm gonna need to come home. Dirty's mom is trying on my heels.
Look, I'm sure we can figure out.
She's gonna ruin my shoes. They're not big enough for a camel toe.
The story of the psychic competition between the US and the Soviet Union is like the chicken and the egg. Some say the CIA heard the Soviets had psychic spies, so they launched their own programs in response. Others say the US was first and the Soviets were responding. Either way, both superpowers created well-funded, super-secret programs focused on ESP, or extrasensory perception. In other words, psychic espionage. A skilled remote viewer would be the perfect spy. They could go anywhere, see anything, completely undetected. Remote viewing means the end of state secrets, really the end of all secrets. But remote viewing didn't start out as a military intelligence project. It began as a research project. In 1972, two scientists, Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ, launched an ESP program at the Stanford Research Institute, or SRI. Then they started looking for volunteers and came across Ingo Swann.
Oh, hey, what do you call a fat psychic?
Please don't.
A fortune teller.
Ingo Swann claimed to be a great psychic. Puthoff was skeptical, so he set up a test. The team had access to a large magnetometer, which can detect slight variations in magnetic fields. Swann had no idea what the machine was. Even though it was buried under 30 feet of concrete, he could see into the device and describe it. He was able to sketch the magnetometer readings. Then he was able to affect the readings. This was good and bad. Good that Ingo proved his abilities, but the purpose of the magnetometer was to detect Soviet nuclear tests. Affecting the output set off alarms all over the lab. The experiment almost got them kicked out of Stanford, but the experiment caught the attention of the CIA. They didn't care that Ingo could move the needle, but the fact that he could see through superconducting shielding buried in 30 feet of concrete, well, that was a problem, but also an opportunity. The CIA quietly funded SRI's research and had them focus specifically on remote viewing, and Ingo Swann became known as the father of this technique. Initial experiments were mostly successful. Ingo could identify images in sealed envelopes. He could project his consciousness to different places and see hidden objects. But this didn't help the CIA. They needed him to view specific locations, Soviet locations. So Ingo Swann and the SRI team created the SCAN8 protocol. Project SCAN8 was remote viewing by coordinates. Here's how it works. You give a remote viewer longitude and latitude coordinates, and you tell them nothing else. Ingo Swann could see what was at a given set of coordinates with remarkable accuracy. By the way, Ingo Swann also remote viewed the moon. I did an entire episode on it. It's linked down below. Now, I don't want to spoil it, but what he saw on the moon was pretty amazing.
And for the record, he's the only person who went to the moon.
Not now. Soon, another psychic joined the project, Pat Price. Pat was a retired police commissioner. He was a good counterpart to Ingo Swann. Ingo was a painter. He was the typical free spirit artist. He was loud and confident and funny. Pat Price, on the other hand, was grounded and serious. Pat solved a few crimes using his psychic abilities. Now, at the time, Pat thought it was nothing more than intuition, hunches that usually turned out to be true. After he retired from the police department and had more time to focus, he realized his talent was more than intuition. Today, Pat Price is considered one of the most gifted psychics ever. The CIA wanted to test them. Both Pat and Ingo were given coordinates to view. Nobody knew what was at the site except the one CIA analyst who gave them the numbers. Even though they remote viewed separately, both Ingo and Pat sketched similar results. They saw the layout of some kind of compound. They said it looked high-tech. They described a large radar dish, a guardhouse. They saw roll-up doors and jeeps. They said it looked like a military installation. Pat Price was even able to read documents on the site. Now, this is unheard of. Nobody else can do this. But Pat saw a cabinet labeled Operation Pool. Inside were green folders named Cue Ball, 14 Ball, 8 Ball, and Rack Up. The team showed the results to the analyst and asked how close they were. The analyst said, "Sorry, but these sketches are nonsense. I gave you the coordinates to my cabin in West Virginia." The whole team at SRI was disappointed and confused. How could both men be so wrong, yet see similar things? So they sent someone to the coordinates. He found the cabin. But a few hundred feet down the road from the cabin, he found something else. Ingo Swann and Pat Price were given the coordinates of a CIA analyst's vacation home in Sugar Grove, West Virginia. But when they remote viewed the location, that's not what they saw. They saw a military installation. The CIA analyst who gave the coordinates didn't realize that an NSA listening post was just over the ridge from his cabin. Pat and Ingo both assumed this was the target. This was the type of location they were usually asked to view. The Sugar Grove facility in West Virginia was one of the most secret NSA installations in the country. It captured information from Soviet satellites as they flew over. It served as a listening post for all kinds of transmissions. In fact, Sugar Grove is in the NRQZ, the National Radio Quiet Zone. The NRQZ covers about 13,000 square miles in Virginia, West Virginia, and Maryland. No radio signals of any kind are permitted there. If you fire up a radio, you will get a visit, a fine, and possibly jail time. A part of the zone is so locked down that microwave ovens and Wi-Fi are not permitted.
Hey, no microwaves. Then how can you enjoy a fresh, delicious meal from Factor? Go to Factor, use promo...
Please don't plug them now.
What? They didn't pay for a mid-roll?
No.
Okay, never mind.
So Pat Price and Ingo Swann got it right. They described this facility in detail from Northern California, 3,000 miles away. And you'd think this would be cause for celebration. It wasn't. Every federal law enforcement agency in the country showed up at SRI. They wanted to know why some wacky CIA psychic contractors were spying on an NSA facility. And by the way, Project Cue Ball, Project 8 Ball, and Rack Up, these were so highly classified that even the project names were top secret. The NSA was furious. Once all the agencies calmed down, SRI went back to work. This time, the CIA would focus on the enemy.
Oh, the American people?
The Soviets. Pat Price was given coordinates to view. He said he saw a science fiction fantasy crane. Nobody knew what he was talking about. Pat grabbed a ruler, pen, and paper and drew a gantry crane. This type of crane is used to move shipping containers and lift ships out of the water. They're big. Pat said this was the most giant crane he'd ever seen. He saw someone walk by, and the wheels on the crane were 10 feet high, and the wheels were on train tracks. The CIA had a sketch based on aerial photographs of the site. There was a giant gantry crane. Inside the facility, Pat saw enormous steel spheres 60 feet across. There were no photographs of this. Nobody thought much of it. Pat said that whatever they were building, the Soviets couldn't get it to work. But 5 years later, U.S. intelligence would discover that the spheres were there. They were nuclear containment devices, and they never worked correctly. Pat Price was right again. At this point, CIA plucked Pat out of SRI. They wanted him to work for them directly. Pat was given more coordinates for a site in Russia. He tried to go there, but something was pulling his focus from his target. Something in Alaska. It was a mountain, Mount Hayes. Now, this was unexpected. Mount Hayes is desolate and remote. There are no roads and no civilization for miles. It's in the middle of a frozen wasteland. Pat said he didn't see anything.
Oh, he lied?
Yes, but later on his own, he projected back to the mountain. Then Pat projected into the mountain. Then he understood why he was drawn there. Inside Mount Hayes was a huge base. He saw advanced technology and equipment. He saw computers and consoles and machines that he didn't understand. Then he saw the operators of the machines. Pat saw beings that looked almost human, but were thin with large heads. And they were busy at work on something, though Pat Price didn't know what. Then Pat got scared. Inside the mountain, in the base, working alongside aliens, were humans, specifically U.S. military personnel. 2 days later, Pat was in Las Vegas. As he walked through his hotel lobby, someone bumped into him. Then Pat felt a sharp pain in his leg. The next day, Pat had severe stomach cramps, and later that evening, he was found dead in his hotel room. His body was quickly removed. No autopsy was performed. No crime scene was designated. The official cause of death was a heart attack. He was 56 years old.
Oh, how do they know the cause of death without an autopsy?
Good question, and we'll never know. Pat's body was cremated, and then they called his wife.
Oh, no.
His remains are now in an unmarked grave in North Hollywood, we think.
And I'm going to see what this is. This is marker 700. So indeed, Pat's grave is entirely unmarked. All right, I think he deserves better than that.
Pat was with the CIA for less than 4 months. A few years later, the CIA's remote viewing program was called Project Grill Flame. Same mission, different name. Eventually, it would be called Project Stargate. In 1980, the operations and training officer for the project was Skip Atwater. Skip was a retired Army intelligence officer now recruiting and training remote viewers. One day, Hal Puthoff shows up at Skip's door with 4 files from Pat Price's remote viewing sessions, each with a different location. Pat gave the documents to Hal before going to work for the CIA full-time. Hal told Skip, "You might want to look at these." Skip looked at the files and couldn't believe it. One location was a secret alien base under Mount Hayes, Alaska. And the 3 other locations? 3 other mountains. And 3 more alien bases. You've heard of the Bermuda Triangle. If you followed this channel for a while, you know about the Nevada Triangle. These are places where planes, ships, and people vanish without a trace. There are mysterious triangles all over the world. There's the Dragon Triangle in Japan, the Formosa Triangle in Taiwan, and quite a few others. There's also the Alaska Triangle. The points are Juneau in the east, Anchorage in the west, then up to Barrow in the north. Since 1988, 16,000 people have gone missing in the Alaska Triangle. Nationwide, each state has an average of about 7 people per 100,000 reported missing every year. Massachusetts has the lowest number, about 2 people per 100,000. Hawaii has the second most, 16 people. Not only does Alaska report the most missing people per year, but their number is more than 10 times higher than Hawaii, over 173 people missing per 100,000. And most of those go missing in the Alaska Triangle. The area is harsh and desolate. I'm sure many of the missing people simply succumb to the elements, but not all the people. There are native legends that go back thousands of years that describe creatures appearing and disappearing in thin air, sometimes taking victims with them. There's also something very strange about the geology in Alaska. It's covered with negative magnetic anomalies. This is where magnetism operates in reverse. This would be a nightmare for airplanes, GPS, or any guidance system. And the epicenter of the Alaska Triangle, the place where magnetism goes crazy?
Mount Hayes.
Mount Hayes.
Mount Hayes.
Okay. Mount Hayes is also a UFO hotspot.
spotted and tracked for about 24 hours, moving northeasterly at 40,000 feet. At that altitude, officials say they did fear this unknown object posed a risk to civilian flight.
There have been sightings of craft that go back years, and sightings as recently as a few weeks ago. People have seen objects hovering over the mountain and then flying in formation at impossible speeds. There are reports of objects vanishing into the side of the mountain, not through a door, through solid rock. There's a theory that the magnetic disturbances around Mount Hayes are portals that allow spacecraft to go in and out of the mountain. Mount Hayes was one of 4 mountains that Pat Price said contained a secret alien base. The others are Mount Perdido in Spain, Mount Inyangani in Zimbabwe, and Mount Seal in Australia. Pat gave this information to Hal Puthoff. Puthoff then passed it along to Skip Atwater. Now, this time, Skip worked with another extremely talented remote viewer, Joseph McMoneagle. I've talked about him in a few different episodes. He's a legend in the remote viewing community. He's conducted thousands of remote viewing sessions for the Army, CIA. He's also helped companies find oil and precious metals. He's helped law enforcement find missing people. If anyone could confirm Pat Price's findings, it was Joseph McMoneagle. So Skip gave Joe 4 sets of coordinates, and that's all. No other information, just the numbers. Not only did Joe see the alien bases, he saw so much more. It was July 28, 1982. Project 8200 begins. Skip Atwater dimmed the lights in the interview room and took a seat. Joe McMoneagle sat on the other side of the table, pen and paper ready. Joe had no idea what he'd be viewing. That's the ideal protocol. If a remote viewer is given information about a location in advance, it could ruin the entire process. Even small details can distract a remote viewer. Details create expectations, which can lead to false positives. For example, you can't say, remote view this bowling alley. The remote viewer will start seeing balls rolling and pins falling.
Beer drinking.
Right.
I'm throwing rocks today.
I got it. Are they really seeing these things, or is this just what they expect to see at any bowling alley? The only way to be sure a remote viewer sees the correct location is by giving them nothing. Skip had a map in a sealed envelope. He then read a series of numbers, coordinates. 63 degrees, 39 minutes north, 146 degrees, 45 minutes west. Joe didn't know what this was, but Skip knew it was
Mount Hayes. Black.
So Joe relaxed, closed his eyes, and projected his consciousness to those coordinates. As images came into his mind, he sketched them on paper.
I have a bunch of water, land, ice, and all these general things written in here. This is generally a very desolate area. And I grew in the mountain range. I wrote mountains. This is a whole range of mountains that extends for thousands of miles. So that'll give you an idea of the scale at which I'm drawing here. And I sort of put an X where I perceive the target to be. Going to the target. And I believe that the target's placed deep in this mountain range, in this desolate area.
Water, land, ice, mountains, a desolate area. Joe was describing Mount Hayes. He drew a pretty accurate map of the area. It was time for Joe to go inside the mountain.
Here's the target, which is perceptible. The tubes, pipes, masses of electronics, grid work of some kind. This is the target, which is perceptible. It's an emitter of some kind. A sense of great power. Uses a great deal of power, energy. Very low frequency feeling. This is the target, which is describable. Huge ground grid forming a electronic arena, being very large power input lines from a miniaturized nuclear power plant, a power unit Other tubes buried in the ground. They're coils. Tubes are coils.
Joe said the things he was seeing were so foreign to him that he had trouble putting them into words. He said, imagine an Aborigine trying to describe the interior of a car. They don't really have any context. They don't have words for screws and bolts and glass and metal. That's how Joe felt. The technology was far beyond what he could comprehend. But Joe saw that the base was under a large dome. On top of the dome was an emitter sending a huge amount of energy into space. Next, Joe was told the coordinates of Mount Seal in Australia.
Yeah. Yawning entrance to a underground cave. Black doorway. Like a smooth dome of concrete. It's a black hole. A storage site of some kind. I see a collage of things buried. Coils. You see boxes of electronics.
Under Mount Seal, Joe sees another facility with advanced technology. Then he sees something familiar.
Keep envisioning control centers. You've been getting visions of all the command and control centers I've ever been in.
Joe describes an underground command center. Later, other remote viewers would describe consoles and screens, and what sounds a lot like NORAD.
Reference to caretaker personnel. Do you have visual of them, or no? I just perceive like a watchdog force or something. Then, what kind of emotional impact is this having? Oh, it's a very. I have a very sinister feeling for this target.
Next, Joe goes to Mount Perdido in the Pyrenees Mountains between France and Spain. The first thing he says is, I see sheep.
Gray rocks. Sheep. Not a natural cave. Cleft rocks.
Mount Perdido does have cliffs, gray rocks, and yes, there are sheep everywhere. Joe sketches the layout of
This connection is observable. Interconnecting points like a spider web. Impression of relay. Impression that it catches something and relays it back. Terrain, high frequency relay. Transponder.
This is where we start to learn that the facilities are connected like a spider web.
Look at this impression of a string of beads in the sky circling the earth.
Toward the end of the session, Joe could see the facility being built. He said the construction took place about 2 to 2.5 years ago.
Oh, he saw aliens at the base?
Nope.
Oh.
It was being built by people. When Joe McMoneagle was remote viewing the site at Mount Perdido, Spain, he was extremely accurate. He saw the cliffs, gray rocks, and sheep. That's the only time he mentioned sheep in thousands of remote viewing sessions, but he was right about them too. When Skip Atwater conducted the interview, Joe saw something unexpected, the facility being built. Skip was expecting this to be construction that happened hundreds or thousands of years ago, with advanced technology maybe using UFOs. But that's not what Joe saw.
Helicopters, very rugged mountain range, not done with vehicles of transport, unpresentable helicopters, not large but small boxes being brought in by helicopters.
Boxes being brought in by helicopters, so human involvement, military involvement. This tracks with what Pat Price saw at the Mount Hayes facility. He saw human military personnel working alongside alien beings. And just like Mount Hayes, Joe saw an emitter sending energy into space.
The impression which I have labeled received, I feel like this is situated in a footprint. In other words, it's being targeted with some kind of emitter, and that's a receiver. I have a cable going down to a cleft in the rocks from a particular location. And in the collecting the rocks is a collection control black box and a power pack. Located in the center is a small dish or disc type shape with a spike in it. And that's a very high frequency emitter, and that's straight up. And there's a necessity that this be located on an extremely tall mountaintop or desert high range of mountains.
During this session, Joe also gets the sense that this location is also involved in transmitting and receiving energy and information. The last mountain viewed is Mount Inagani in Zimbabwe. Joe sees a singular mountain, a group of high hills. There's a jungle close by. He sees black boxes of electronics. Again, he feels the concept of command, control, and communications. But everything comes together now. These command centers are linked. Joe says it's like a spider web.
It's not turned on. Or it's turned on, but it's lying dormant. They're all lying dormant, but they're all on that are installed. They're still going in. I get that impression. This is just a gut feeling now, but this is a perception, a concept perception. If you equate this to a cobweb, every single angle in the cobweb represents a location on the cobweb. And I get an impression that the spider has not turned this whole cobweb on yet. But when he does, then it'll just be rattle the web anywhere.
After the session, Joe tried to explain what he meant by spider web or cobweb. Now remember, Joe never mentions aliens, but he wasn't looking for aliens. He wasn't looking for anything. He was just getting coordinates. But he sees technology he can't comprehend when he views these locations.
This is all off the wall for me. My raw impressions are each one of these target sites is like a different spoke in a wheel. That's a bad example, but it's like a different part of the jigsaw puzzle, and each one is dormant. It does nothing unless it's commanded to do something, and then all it does is transfer. It just transfers something. I get just an overwhelming feeling of the big 3C, command, control, and communications.
What are these locations transferring, and to where? Joe sees it.
Sensing, perceiving, to locations, integral part of location. Get a fixed orbital platform. It's not going anywhere. No occupants now, but there's a capability. Can't tell if it's occupiable there or occupied before delivery. It's fully automated. No occupants, fully automated.
Like every remote viewing session, after Joe brings his consciousness back, he tries to explain what he saw and what he wrote down. Skip asks him to describe the space platform.
I'm trying to go to the origin of the spaceborne platform. I got a very old and a very new sensation. Like I got both sensations. It's like periods of time I'm talking about. I'm trying to equate the years, and they're not. There's like I'm going from ancient to new to ultra modern, back to new. I'm flopping around in time. So that's probably pretty important.
What Joe means is that the technology is extremely advanced, but this space platform has been there for a long time. Ancient, he says. Okay, so where's the platform?
This spaceborne platform is in a permanent fixed place. It's not rotating around the Earth, and it's not. It's like it's fastened with a string to the Earth. Never moves. And it's way out there, so it has no decaying orbit. It's fixed.
And these bases aren't just within the mountains. They're also under the ocean.
Also, there's more than just these four locations. I have a remote vision of seabed locations. I'm also doing for seabed locations. These things.
Skip Atwater confirms this and all of these sessions in a talk he gave in 2009.
And that's where he explains again, very old, and these have been here a long time, but what he is viewing is so new, he doesn't understand it. There are some of these on the seabed. They have to do with precise observation, location and relay, some navigation use.
When Joe first viewed the Mount Hayes alien base, he got a sinister feeling. But as he viewed each location, that feeling became less and less.
My initial target number 1, I had a very sinister feeling. Target number 2 got less sinister. Target number 3 was not sinister at all. And this target has convinced me that this has absolutely no evil content in the way that we would describe evil.
Skip Atwater had another psychic who claimed to be in telepathic communication with these beings in the bases. The psychic asked them, "What do you think of humans?" The response was basically, "Not much."
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that sounded ominous to the psychic too, so he asked the being to explain. The response was, "We see humans like you see a flock of birds. There are a few of us interested in them scientifically, but most of the aliens on Earth, while aware of humans, don't see us as anything more than the other animals here. Yes, we're slightly more intelligent, but otherwise we're just animals in a zoo to them."
Animals with nuclear weapons.
Right, there's that. The only time ETs will involve themselves in our affairs is if we try to do something to harm the planet.
How dare you!
Notice I didn't say harm ourselves. The aliens don't care whether we're here or not, but they won't let us hurt their planet.
Why not?
Well, because the Earth provides them with resources. The 4 alien bases in the mountains, plus the bases in the ocean, are creating energy from something in the Earth. This energy is harnessed, concentrated, and sent to an orbital platform in deep space. What happens from there, nobody knows. Joe McMonagle's remote viewing sessions were focused primarily on technology, energy, and the space platform. Joe did see helicopters outside the base at Mount Perdido, but he didn't see the beings operating the bases. But Pat Price did see them. Pat Price said the base contained beings that looked like humans except for the heart, lungs, blood, and eyes. And if Pat Price says creatures are there, they're there. So Skip Atwater brought in a few other remote viewers, not only to confirm the existence of the bases, but also to see who was operating them. Were they aliens or were they humans? According to several other remote viewers, the answer is yes. When Hal Puthoff gave Pat Price's 4 files to Skip Atwater at Project Stargate, he told him, "You might want to look at these." Pat had seen bases inside mountains, full of advanced technology. Pat saw aliens operating equipment. And in some cases, he saw human military personnel working alongside the aliens. Remote viewer Joe McMonagle confirmed the existence of the bases and the technology. Joe even determined that the bases are linked and transmit energy to an object in space, but he didn't see the occupants. Years later, Ingo Swann trained a few more remote viewers using CRV, coordinate remote viewing. Skip Atwater decides it's time to go back to the mountains. Remote viewer Bill Ray is given his first set of coordinates. He describes a hollow mountain in a cold climate.
Mount Hayes.
Yes, Mount Hayes. Bill sees electronic monitoring equipment and metallic ships, which are very quick. Bill describes people who were thin, unemotional, cold, and acted like they were programmed. He felt like they had a purpose and a mission. To Bill, they felt unearthly. Remote viewer Paul Smith saw a cluster of structures in a cold, windswept, desolate area. Inside, he saw people manning the site. They seemed regimented and subdued. He also saw box-shaped electronics and cables running underground. Session after session, Skip Atwater's remote viewers saw the same things. Some were more detailed than others, but all saw a mountain in a cold climate. All saw a base inside filled with electronics. And several remote viewers saw thin, unemotional beings going about some kind of business. But Skip was concerned that his own thoughts might be bleeding into the sessions. So he conducted what he called a fully blind session. This is where not only does the remote viewer have nothing but the coordinates, but the same goes for the interviewer. Ed Dames was the monitor who read the coordinates to remote viewer Mel Riley. Mel sees a structure within a mountain. he sees a dark figure seated at a control panel operating a keyboard. Not a keyboard like we use, but something with large buttons or keys like a piano. He sees other figures walking around. As Joe McMonagle described, Mel says it looked like an underground control center, like NORAD at Cheyenne Mountain. And like Joe, Mel also saw a large dome covering the structures. Then Mel saw what he described as some sort of UFO. Other remote viewers saw UFOs also, but Skip Atwater later admitted that they were afraid to put anything about UFOs in an official report. Now, if we go all the way back to Pat Price in the 1970s, he drew what looks like a UFO under one of the mountains. In Skip's lecture, he sums up all the findings and key takeaways.
The Price data itself describes 4 locations which he claimed and which was presupposed to be UFO bases. How did Pat do this? I don't know how he initially targeted himself. The sites were highly protected from discovery. They were mutually supportive in purpose, and they're very high technology of some kind. And the purposes of these bases included a monitoring function.
Project 8200 confirms the existence of 4 subterranean sites, and several remote viewers saw or felt the presence of extraterrestrials. Project 8200 also confirmed the sites are intentionally hidden and working together. The sites are sometimes occupied, but not always. They're used for observation and relaying information and energy to an object in deep space. Finally, Joe McMonagle added that other bases are located deep in the ocean. Remember, Joe was remote viewing in the 80s. Skip Atwater gave this lecture in 2009. That's long before the videos we've seen of UFOs flying around and going in and out of the ocean. So after getting confirmation of UFO bases, that's when Skip Atwater decided that he'd had enough. His project had limited resources, and if other agencies found out they were spending so much time searching for UFOs, that could be the end of the project and the end of many people's reputations. But something was nagging Skip. He kept asking himself, is any of this true? Well, he knew the CIA station chief in Northern Australia, so decided to give him a call. He asked his friend in Australia, hey, is anything unusual happening down there? The guy said, nah, this is a dead assignment. Well, except for all the UFOs flying around Mount Seal. Project Stargate was discontinued in 1993. It was finally shut down because, according to the CIA, it didn't provide any useful information.
Oh, come on, are they kidding?
Yeah, that in itself is suspicious. The budgets for Stargate, SRI, and psychic research were tiny compared to other military and intelligence operations. The government spends more money on office supplies than it was giving to Stargate. Really, it was shut down because of negative PR. Remote viewing and the U.S. government's interest in it was showing up in newspapers and magazines and TV shows. ESP was a very fringe idea. I'm sure some senior military official shut it down out of embarrassment. But while Stargate was operational, it kept busy. Joe McMonagle and Russell Targ both said that every government agency was using their psychics, but nobody would admit it.
I bet it's still going on.
I would think so. It's buried in a black budget somewhere. But how much of all of this is true? Well, a lot of it depends on your perspective and existing beliefs. If you believe in ESP, then this story makes complete sense. If you don't believe, this story sounds bonkers. So let's see if we can find the middle ground. Ingo Swann is the most well-known remote viewer. I've covered him before, and I'm a fan of his. He has some famous successes, like he said that Jupiter had rings. When he said that, it was a ridiculous claim. Later, it was discovered Jupiter does have rings. But he also said Jupiter had a huge mountain range, but on a gas giant, that's not possible.
Hey, did you ever look at Uranus? Yeah.
It's true that Ingo Swann got plenty of things right, but there's no way to know what his true success rate is. Very little can be verified, but he sure tells a hell of a story. Same with Joe McMonagle. He's a legend. He claims to have a 95% success rate, or 65%, or 75%. It fluctuates. Joe's done remote viewing sessions for live TV and was successful, but his 15 minutes of footage was edited down to 2 minutes of the best stuff. Maybe it was edited for time and he had 15 straight minutes of winners. I don't know. But it all started with Pat Price. But there's not a lot of information out there about him.
Yeah, and the CIA likes it that way.
Yeah, Pat did die under mysterious circumstances, and the story certainly sounds like a CIA hit. But years later, a former KGB agent defected from the Soviet Union, and he claimed to be an assassin. And he said one of his targets was a psychic in Las Vegas who he poisoned.
Oh.
Right. If Pat Price was really able to see inside Soviet military installations, he would need to go. But I can't find the name of that defector to verify the story, so...
CIA propaganda.
Could be. And speaking of CIA propaganda, we have to examine the people involved in Project Stargate very closely.
Yeah, are we gonna name names?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, oh.
Since the 1970s, a number of people with very high security clearances have been working on UFO phenomena. They were interacting with each other so much, they gave themselves code names. The code names were all birds, so they called themselves the Aviary.
Cute.
Well, let's start with the owl. Psychic research begins with Harold Hal Puthoff in the early 1970s at SRI, the Stanford Research Institute. We know that Puthoff worked with the CIA on Project Stargate, but the owl has worked on and off for the CIA and the Defense Intelligence Agency for years. But most of his work happened after he left the Church of Scientology. You bleep me?
Well, you know we can't say the S word. They sue people.
Fair enough.
Well, how high did the owl get in the Church of Tom Cruise?
Well, OT7. That was the top level at the time.
Yikes. Oh, congratulations. What a nice achievement.
Hey, I'm just giving information. I'm not making judgments.
I am.
Puthoff is also involved in UFOs. He founded To the Stars, a private venture investigating UFOs. Also on the board of To the Stars is Christopher Mellon, who's also former CIA and DIA, and Steve Justice, former director of advanced systems development at Lockheed Martin, and Luis Elizondo, a former intelligence officer who says he ran ATIP. ATIP, or the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, essentially continued Project Blue Book. Elizondo says he ran this program. The Pentagon says he had nothing to do with it. Elizondo says this is a smear campaign. Pop quiz. Who do you believe? An intelligence officer or an intelligence agency?
Neither.
Correct. Next, Blue Jay. Dr. Kit Green also worked on Stargate, and he was a CIA analyst. In 2001, leaked emails showed that Dr. Green said the infamous alien autopsy video was true.
It was.
Well, it was a film produced in 1995, a hoax. Later, Green said that he never said it was real. He said the still shot of the face looked real. So, which is it? Next bird, Falcon. Falcon is the infamous Richard Doty. Doty was a special agent for the Air Force OSI, the Office of Special Investigations. He was in charge of UFO disinformation programs. One of Doty's assignments was to infiltrate the UFO community and flood it with as much disinformation as possible. This way people would know what to believe. Bill Moore, a well-known UFO author, destroyed his career in a single afternoon. He publicly said he was taking payments from the government via Doty and helping spread lies. He was essentially booed off the stage, and we haven't heard much from him since. But Doty has since come forward and said UFOs are real, and that most of the UFO stories we hear are real.
And that's what is so disgusting and troubling within the UFO community. That's why I have nothing to do with them anymore. I've tried. I've went to UFO conventions and tried to explain what the truth is, and nobody wants to hear you because they've written a book that says it happened this way, and they're not going to listen to you, even though they really don't know the truth.
Is he telling the truth now? Who knows? Our next bird is Woodpecker. Woodpecker is Jamie Shandera, a film producer. He's considered one of the birds who wants UFO disclosure. So there are good guys and bad guys in the aviary. But enter Bob Collins, aka Condor. Bob Collins is also a former intelligence agent with OSI who engaged in UFO disinformation campaigns. In 1989, a documentary was released called UFO Cover-Up Live. Shandera was featured in that documentary. But this TV program got people asking questions. Many in the UFO community consider the doc to be nothing but a disinformation campaign. And it's easy to see why. Bob Collins... Right. He stated in his book that after the documentary, he attended what he called a mini summit. This was a meeting to deal with the fallout of the TV show. At the summit was the Owl, Hal Puthoff, Falcon, Richard Doty, Blue Jay, Kit Green, and Bill Moore, who was being paid by the government to lie to the public about UFOs. According to Collins' book, quote, Kit Green took center stage by proposing several lines of attack involving disclosure strategies. So are they on the side of disclosure or disinformation? There's more. You might remember my episode on Project Serpo. This was an exchange program between the United States and aliens from the planet Serpo. It's a great story, and by the way, all these are linked below. Now, it took a long time, but the planet Serpo story was found to be a hoax perpetrated by what came to be known as the Team of Five. Two of the five were Victor Martinez and Bill Ryan, who ran the website disseminating the information. The information came from three men, Owl, Falcon, and Blue Jay, Puthoff, Doty, and Green. Once again, Doty later said Serpo is true, and it may be. But in telling the story, the Team of Five got caught telling all kinds of other lies. But some of the lies they say are true. I get into all this in the episode. And by the way, Bob Lazar and a few other whistleblowers also say Serpo is true. So you make the call. But birds of a feather stick together. Neither talk about it much, but for years, Doty, aka the Falcon, worked for Puthoff, aka the Owl. Doty spent 10 years as a private contractor for Puthoff's company, EarthTech. EarthTech worked with the U.S. intelligence community on black programs. Don't take my word for it. Here's how.
The particular area that I took responsibility for is based on this. There was a critical issue. As you can well imagine, in these deep black programs, it's difficult for contractors to obtain expert opinion on critical technologies because there's such high level security, and there's compartmentalization. We call it stovepiping. And so I was contracted to commission papers from experts around the globe. And since we didn't want to be in the position of going out and say, hey, we're trying to figure out this UFO thing, can you help us out here? I mean, the publicity associated with that in our black program would have been a disaster.
Here's something else. In 2006, a book came out that blew the whistle on everything. It's called The Black World of UFOs, Exempt from Disclosure. It talks about government cover-ups, sensitive DIA and CIA documents, reverse engineering alien spacecraft. All the great UFO stories are in this book.
Well, I love it. What's the problem?
It was written Collins and Doty.
Condor and Falcon.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look, I believe UFOs exist, and I believe we have recovered craft. But I'm skeptical of anyone who's worked in intelligence, because once you're in, you're never out. Whatever's being said of UFOs by people like Doty, Puthoff, Elizondo, David Grush, I take all that with a grain of salt. These are not whistleblowers. These are people who spent most of their careers in intelligence. The things they say, they're allowed to say. They have permission.
Permission for who?
Well, isn't that the big question? Pat Price, the psychic who started it all, comes off as the most credible of all the people I talked about today. He was a retired cop from a small town. He used his gift to solve crimes, to help people. And Pat was a patriot. The CIA asked for help, and he provided it. 4 months later, Pat was dead. In my research, I found something Pat Price said that bothered me. He said this: people have infiltrated all government in sensitive positions, not to control government, the processes, or people, but rather to be in positions of power, to stop politically any activity that may produce a result that could cause discovery. Americans want information about UFOs released. Congress tried and couldn't do it. Presidents have tried and couldn't do it. So if our elected leaders aren't in charge, who is? During Stargate, it was discovered that anyone can learn remote viewing. Some people like Joe McMoneagle and Pat Price are naturally gifted, but the rest of us, with practice and training, it's a skill we can all develop. But that would mean the end of all secrets. That can't be allowed to happen. Secrets are the source of their power, whoever they are. And that's why Stargate was shut down. Not because it failed, because it worked. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ. There's Echofish. This has been the White Files. If you learned anything, had fun, do him a favor, subscribe, comment, like, share. That stuff really helps us out. And like every topic we cover here, today's is recommended by you. So if there's a story you'd like to see or learn more about, go to the White But this
Introducing the all-new 2025 Subaru Forester with a new hands-free liftgate.
I have a compliment on a comment from Becky C. That wasn't. Domestic situation switches. You've got internet hackers and fucking tyrants like Ryan Mullis bitching up for fucking shit and banning people. Twitch has become toxic as fuck. Gorgeous. Let's end this now.